Chapter 1. Class Trip Abroad. Beneath the azure sky and fluffy clouds, the weather is splendid. A large passenger aircraft soars high above in a seat within the business class. A remarkably handsome young man finds himself in a state of bewilderment. He has traversed dimensions. The name of this body is Lin Han, a freshman at the prestigious Magic City University, renowned for its beauty. According to the memories he has inherited, this realm is known as Blue Star. Most significantly, it is a world where women hold dominion. Women possess an innate strength that surpasses that of men, having historically served as the pillars of their households. They are the primary labor force of society, exhibiting physical prowess that far exceeds that of their male counterparts. Although childbirth is a common occurrence in this world, women approach it with ease and grace. A mere month of gestation allows them to bring forth new life, all without discomfort. Typically, after marriage, men remain at home, dedicated to their roles as charming companions. Moreover, men are a rare commodity in this world, with a gender ratio of 3 women to every man. Thus, for a woman to secure a husband, she must possess not only wealth and influence, but also a home and a vehicle. Otherwise, the prospect of finding a spouse becomes exceedingly daunting. Lin Han's Magic City University is one of the foremost institutions in the Huaxia Nation. As July unfolds, his class has organized a trip abroad. Currently, he is seated on a flight heading to a foreign land. A faint smile of resignation graces Lin Han's lips as he runs his fingers through his silky long hair. Well, having come this far, he may as well embrace it after all. There was little in his previous world that he cherished. He casts a glance around, observing that most of his classmates are animatedly engaged in conversation. Their faces alight with excitement. After all, a trip abroad is indeed a cause for celebration. The vice principal and 4 teachers accompanying them share smiles as they converse. Lin Han notices that many female classmates steal glances at him, only to quickly avert their eyes. This reaction is understandable, as he is regarded as the campus beauty, his looks considered exceptional. He has consistently been a hot topic on the university forum, a figure of great intrigue. Walking through the campus, he has been approached countless times by girls seeking his contact information. Lin Han's mother is a businesswoman. Though her company is modest in size, the family possesses a certain degree of wealth. Initially, Lin Han's parents were somewhat apprehensive about this trip abroad, especially since it is his first time venturing overseas. However, after Lin Han's patient reassurances, their concerns were somewhat alleviated. This class trip comprises 37 students, along with the vice principal and 4 teachers, totaling 42 individuals. Due to Lin Han's slightly introverted nature, he lacks a wide circle of friends at school. Yet, he does have admirers, such as the girl not far away. She sports long, dark hair tied back in a single ponytail, exuding a sense of cleanliness and sharpness. Her upper attire consists of a black t-shirt, complemented by black trousers, embodying a cool and stylish demeanor. Her name is Lin Han, one of Lin Han's admirers, albeit of the quietly infatuated variety. She harbors a fear of rejection by Lin Han, which has prevented her from mustering the courage to confess her feelings. Nevertheless, Lin Han is well aware of her affection for him, as Lin Han consistently presents him with breakfast each day. On weekends, she even ventures to his dormitory to deliver her offerings. On one occasion, when Lin Han was unwell with a fever and resting in his dorm, Lin Han clandestinely skipped class to sneak into the male dormitory with medicine. Unfortunately, she was caught red-handed by the dorm supervisor. In front of Lin Han, she faced a stern reprimand from the supervisor, and subsequently, her actions were reported throughout the school, becoming a topic of gossip among the students. Initially, Lin Han had no intention of accepting Li Lan's advances. However, her unwavering persistence ultimately compelled him to relent. He could see this moment. Li Lan sat at her seat, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Han's face, causing him to feel somewhat bashful as he took a sip from the drink beside him. The memories of this body had allowed him to fully acclimate to this new world and identity. Another curious detail of this world is that men wear undergarments, specifically garments designed to cover the chest and prevent any accidental exposure. Just then, Lin Han felt the airplane suddenly begin to shake violently. The entire cabin started to sway, and numerous items began to tumble to the floor, causing a stir among the passengers. What is happening? Is there a problem with the plane? Surely not. Could it be a flock of birds, or perhaps strong winds? What about the staff? Someone explain. And beginning to feel anxious, Oh no, could it be an engine failure? At that moment, a male flight attendant, clad in uniform, stepped forward. He raised his hand to calm the passengers, signaling for silence. Please remain calm, everyone. We are experiencing a sudden situation. One of the airplane's engines has encountered a problem. However, there is no need for concern. Our aircraft is equipped with 4 engines, and we are still on course to reach our destination on time. A female staff member then emerged, holding a walkie-talkie. She waved to the crowd reassuringly. Do not worry, it is merely one engine that has malfunctioned. The other 3 engines are functioning optimally. At that moment, the plane shook again, swaying side to side. The walkie-talkie in the female staff member's hand crackled to life as she engaged in communication. After concluding her conversation, she licked her lips. I apologize, it seems that another engine on the opposite side has also experienced a failure. However, there's no issue, we are still airborne with 2 operational engines. The male flight attendant, steadying himself by grasping the seat beside him, added, everyone, please be aware that the aircraft is experiencing some turbulence. Fasten your seatbelts. In no way. How could 2 engines fail? This is terrifying, exclaimed one passenger. Seriously, what kind of piloting skills does the captain have? Once I disembark, I will definitely file a complaint. I shall never fly again. This is too frightening. The seated vice principal began to reassure the students. Do not panic. Everyone must follow the staff's instructions. The students murmured among themselves, and some timid boys had already begun to panic. Lin Han ensured his seatbelt was securely fastened while glancing back to check on Lin Han's situation. At this moment, although the cabin was somewhat chaotic, it had not yet descended into complete disorder. Suddenly, the plane experienced another bout of intense turbulence. A male flight attendant even tumbled to the floor, emitting a cry of distress. Beverages fell from the nearby table, and Lin Han felt a twinge of fear himself. The female staff member exerted great effort to stabilize herself. She hurriedly reached out to help the male attendant up. Taking out her walkie-talkie, she communicated, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. She spoke in a hurried tone, articulating something urgent. After several tense seconds, she put down the walkie-talkie and shouted to everyone, we have an emergency, one of our engines has malfunctioned. Chapter 2. Island of Valen. Though the female staff member was visibly shaken, she forced herself to maintain composure. However, you need not fear, we can still fly with one engine. Barely had she finished speaking when the plane jolted violently again, more intensely than before. A panic scream from a middle-aged woman crackled through the walkie-talkie. The female staff member quickly conversed over the device before putting it down. Her distress was now palpable, her breaths becoming uneven. Yet, drawing upon her formidable mental fortitude, she spoke to calm the passengers. Our last functioning engine has also failed, but our aircraft possesses gliding capability. You need not be afraid, we can still glide without an engine. Damn it, we're doomed, yelled a passenger. The male attendant, clearly overwhelmed, had already sunk to the floor in tears. This was evidently the result of being frightened into tears by the unfolding chaos. Panic erupted among the passengers in the cabin. No, I haven't even married yet. I don't want to die. It's over. We're all going to perish. In my next life, I will never board a plane again. The female staff member struggled to steady herself, shouting, stay calm. Everyone, please remain calm. The plane is beginning an emergency descent. We can survive. Lin Han felt his body start to tremble. This can't be it. Am I destined to die just after crossing over? He glanced out the window. The plane's engine had ceased functioning and was emitting smoke. As the plane jolted, it began to glide rapidly downwards. The announcement echoed. Attention, passengers, we are making an emergency descent. Please fasten your seatbelts and try to remain calm. The scenery outside rushed by as the plane hurtled downward. The male attendant and female staff member had taken their seats and secured their seatbelts. After a couple of minutes of gliding, the aircraft was met with a violent shaking. This was soon followed by an even more intense jolt, akin to riding a roller coaster. Inside the cabin, objects were careening wildly. Lin Han could only rely on the sturdy seatbelt that secured him in place, otherwise he feared he would be tossed about in the cabin. Yet, even with the safety of the restraint, he felt quite unwell, a wave of nausea washing over him. However, after the violent turbulence, the aircraft finally settled into a semblance of calm that a flight attendant swiftly unfastened her seatbelt and dashed towards the cockpit. The passengers, too, hurriedly released their seat belts, anxiously pressing their faces against the windows to behold the unfolding scene outside. Lin Han unbuckled himself and took several deep breaths, feeling as though his internal organs had been dislocated. He glanced out the window to discover that one of the wings had been severed. It was evident that they had landed on a beach, the plane marooned upon the sands. To his astonishment, he could see palm trees and cacti dotting the shoreline. The flight attendant returned, urging everyone not to panic. "We have made an emergency landing on an island. Please exit the aircraft in an orderly fashion and remain on the beach without wandering off." The atmosphere among the passengers was fraught with anxiety and fear. Nevertheless, their lives had been spared, which was a stroke of fortune. Under the guidance of the crew, the passengers began to disembark from the aircraft one by one. Lin Han leaped from the cabin door, landing on the sandy beach, and, after taking a few steps, he paused. People continued to emerge from various exits of the plane. This flight had carried over 500 passengers. Once the last of the passengers had exited, several crew members began to carry out individuals who, regrettably, appeared to be lifeless. Given the nature of the disaster, it was inevitable that there would be casualties. Survivors gathered in a cluster on the beach, fiddling with their phones. Lin Han took out his phone, glanced at it briefly, and then put it back. The screen indicated there was no signal, rendering any attempt to call futile. Li Lan approached Lin Han, her eyes filled with concern. "Xiao Han, are you all right? Don't be afraid, I am here for you, and I will protect you." Lin Han shot her a sidelong glance and managed a strained smile. "I'm fine, just take care of yourself." Li Lan nodded silently in acknowledgement, that moment. The crew had brought out all the deceased. Lin Han counted a total of 28 bodies, most of whom were elderly, with a few middle-aged individuals. It was no surprise that the young, who were in the prime of their health, had survived. Notably, this flight had no children on board. It appeared to consist entirely of adults. A middle-aged woman in uniform stepped forward and addressed the group loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm the captain of this aircraft. We have made an emergency landing on this island. First, let us take a head count to determine if anyone is missing." The crew quickly conducted a roll call of those present. Once completed, the captain announced, "All right, including the crew, there were a total of 577 individuals on this flight. We have lost 28 lives, leaving us with 549 survivors. All is well." She paused before continuing. "Please check your phones to see if there is any signal and whether you can reach the outside world." The crowd responded in a chorus of voices. "Not at all. There's absolutely no signal here. We are all in the same predicament." "Wait, Captain, how on earth did you pilot the plane to this deserted island? What are we going to do? I have a husband and children at home relying on me. I must return. Where exactly are we? Surely we can't be stranded on this island for eternity?" The captain exhaled deeply, pressed his lips together, and said, "Everyone, please remain calm. Although we have experienced an aviation disaster and there is no signal to contact the outside world, the nation will dispatch a rescue team at the earliest opportunity. What we must do now is stay put and await rescue." "Stop dreaming," a middle-aged woman interjected. Everyone turned towards the source of the voice. A middle-aged woman stepped forward, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and clad in a black suit, exuding the air of a high-ranking professional. "Do you even know where we are? This is Valen Island," she declared. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. Lin Han's expression soured. A university student. He was indeed aware of Valen Island. Valen Island is a forbidden zone for humanity, the largest uninhabited island on Blue Planet. It lies over 3,000 kilometers from the nearest landmass. Moreover, due to the peculiarities of its magnetic field, no signals can penetrate within 100 kilometers of Valen Island. Furthermore, due to territorial disputes among nations, no one dares to set foot on Valen Island. It can be said that if you are unfortunate enough to arrive at Valen Island without a proper watercraft, you are utterly stranded. Chapter 3. Food and fresh water. The surrounding individuals displayed expressions of sheer panic. "No, you bespectacled fool. How can you prove that we are on Valen Island? It's over. We are all doomed to starve here. Wah, I want to go home. If I ever board a plane again, I will consider myself a dog." A middle-aged woman retrieved a compass from her pocket, pointing at its erratic needle. "Look, the needle is spinning uncontrollably. The magnetic field here is chaotic, rendering the compass utterly useless. Moreover, none of our phones have any signal. In this age of advanced technology, there should not be a single place on Blue Planet without signal. Given the disarray of the magnetic field, where else could it possibly be but Valen Island? The crowd fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, decades ago, there may have been places on Blue Planet devoid of signal. However, with the rapid advancement of technology and the launch of numerous satellites into orbit, Blue Planet is now comprehensively enveloped by a satellite network. If there exists any location on Blue Planet without even a trace of signal, it can only be Valen Island, for no other place fits the bill. Some individuals were beginning to unravel. Why am I so unfortunate? Why do I have to go out today? I should have checked the almanac before leaving. The collective mood was dismal, with some men already shedding tears. The captain stood frozen, unsure of what to say. The boys in Lin Han's class had huddled together, weeping. It appeared that Lin Han was the only boy in the class who remained composed. Lin Han felt a surge of frustration. What was meant to be a joyful journey abroad had devolved into this dire situation. She had originally hoped to grow closer to Lin Han during this trip. However, a thought crossed her mind. If they were destined to be stranded on this island for eternity, wouldn't that mean she could spend every day with Lin Han? The idea was rather delightful. Suddenly, the bleakness of the situation seemed less daunting. No, this was not the time for such thoughts. Lin Han must be frightened right now. Although he appeared calm on the surface, he was undoubtedly terrified within. This was the moment for her to step up. Perhaps by offering him comfort during this vulnerable time, she could deepen their bond. Thankfully, she had consistently maintained her physical fitness and learned some wilderness survival skills. Initially, she had aimed for a well-rounded development, intending to impress Lin Han with her knowledge. Little did she know that her survival skills would prove invaluable now. Lin Han swallowed nervously and leaned closer to Lin Han, anxiety evident in her voice. Lin Han, if you're scared, you can lean on my shoulder and cry for a bit. Lin Han sighed softly. No, thank you. Lin Han felt a pang of disappointment. Rejected by Lin Han. How infuriating. Why, after all her efforts, she still couldn't penetrate the barriers of his heart. Since they were likely to remain here for the foreseeable future, perhaps she could take matters into her own hands. She could leap into action, making a decisive move. No, that was not the way to go. Li Lang, has your mind been struck by a donkey? How could you harbor such thoughts? How can you inflict harm upon Xiao Han? If you proceed in that manner, how are you any different from a beast? Just as despair and hopelessness enveloped the crowd, the middle-aged woman spoke again. She raised her voice. Everyone, stop pondering. It is futile to think at this moment. Given the current situation, we must address more pragmatic concerns. What concerns? Someone inquired. Survival, the woman declared. The reality is clear. We are on Valen Island, and we cannot leave. Thus, our priority must be to endure here. The pilot, visibly astonished, remarked, My friend, you seem remarkably composed. The middle-aged woman responded with a smile. Thank you. I merely maintain a certain level of calm when addressing matters, unlike others. She raised her hand, beckoning the crowd. Could everyone please gather around? Let's form a circle and discuss our forthcoming strategy. Witnessing the gravity of the situation, the crowd suppressed their feelings of despondency and despair. They began to move, forming a circle on the beach. The woman in the suit stood in the center and stated, As you can see, this is our predicament. Leaving is currently impossible, so we must devise a means to survive here long-term. For humanity to thrive, two essentials are indispensable, food and fresh water. At present, we may not need to worry excessively about these, as there are likely reserves on the plane. However, this is not a sustainable solution, for the supplies aboard are evidently limited. The suited woman turned to a male flight attendant. Sir, do you have any knowledge of the remaining food supplies on the aircraft? This male attendant was the same one from the business class. After a moment's contemplation in response to the woman's inquiry, he replied, Actually, the food reserves are quite minimal, probably only sufficient for 4 meals for us. As for drinking water, there's a bit more, enough for 2 to 3 days. The woman exhaled softly. The situation is worse than I anticipated. Pardon the interruption. The pilot interjected suddenly. The crowd turned their attention to her. The pilot solemnly stepped into the center, bowing to everyone. I sincerely apologize. I am the pilot, and I bear significant responsibility for this aviation disaster. I'm truly sorry. The woman in the suit approached and placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. Do not be too hard on yourself. It is evident that the primary issue lies with the aircraft. Your piloting skills are commendable and have saved many lives. You should be regarded as a hero. Witnessing the pilot's earnest apology, the crowd hesitated to place blame. Ultimately, it was not the pilot's fault. The responsibility lay with the maintenance crew. Indeed, the pilot had demonstrated remarkable skill, safely landing a large passenger aircraft on the beach. Without her, we might have perished in the ocean. I too believe the pilot is a good person, truly forthright. Taking a deep breath, the pilot expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for your understanding. I have no further words to say. She took a few steps back into the crowd. The woman in the suit nodded slightly and said, all right, let's return to the topic we were discussing earlier, how to survive. As mentioned previously, the two essential requirements for human existence are food and fresh water. As long as we possess these two necessities, we can endure. Today and tomorrow, we can rely on the provisions aboard the aircraft, but once those provisions are depleted, we must seek sustenance on our own. I hope everyone will heed my guidance shortly. We can observe that there are several coconut trees on the beach. We may begin by Chapter 4. Stubborn as a dead duck. Wait a moment. A youthful voice resonated. A young woman clad in a black tank top emerged. Her long hair dyed a golden hue, fluttering in the gentle breeze. While her beauty was not striking, she exuded an air of defiance. Her neck and arms were adorned with extensive tattoos, presenting an image of a formidable character. Following closely behind her were 6 companions, each bearing tattoos on their necks or arms, radiating an unmistakable aura of streetwise bravado. With her hands tucked into her pockets, the tattooed woman expressed her defiance. Hey, what give you the right to command us? We owe you nothing. The surrounding crowd sensed the tension in the air. The woman in the suit was taken aback by this unexpected rebuttal. A faint smile graced her lips as she replied, My dear, how could you say that? I do not intend to command anyone. The circumstances compel us to consider leadership. The tattooed woman scoffed, her disdain palpable. You're just trying to play the boss, buzzing around like a fly, thinking you can give orders here as if it were the city. The expression of the suited lady shifted to one of displeasure. To liken me to a fly is rather insulting, don't you think? And what if it is? Do you have a problem with that? One of the henchmen interjected. The suited lady chuckled lightly. My friend, you may have misunderstood me. I do not aspire to be the leader. It is essential that our group has one, or else we will remain as scattered as sand. Turning to the assembly, she continued, Do you not agree? Without guidance, we will be like a flock of sheep without a shepherd, lost and directionless. The pilot stepped forward from the crowd, affirming, What this bespectacled lady says holds merit. We should indeed elect a leader among us. The tattooed woman scoffed, That makes some sense, but I refuse to take orders from this glasses wearer. The suited lady smiled knowingly. Your dissent is inconsequential. The eyes of the public are discerning. Let us allow the people to choose their leader, shall we? The tattooed woman yawned. Fine. Let everyone vote for a leader. I'll voice my opinion first. I choose the pilot. I certainly want to choose you, glasses. The suited lady furrowed her brow slightly as murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the crowd. In my view, we should elect the pilot. After all, he is in charge on the plane, so he must possess leadership skills. I think the pilot is quite commendable, a person of good character and suitable for leadership. I believe that tattooed lady is rather forthright. Why not her? I think the one with glasses is indeed educated. Her analytical skills are top-notch. Amidst the crowd of several hundred, opinions varied widely, with some even nominating themselves. Ultimately, the pilot garnered a tenuous majority. The tattooed woman secured the second position, while the suited lady received the fewest votes. It appeared that many indeed disdained the demeanor of the woman in the suit. After all, everyone present is an adult, and none wish to be bossed around. Upon noticing her low vote count, the woman in the suit turned pale. Huh, still pretending, are you? Go ahead, try it again, taunted the tattooed woman. The majority favors the captain. Perhaps we should let the captain lead, someone suggested. Some in the crowd agreed, while others chose silence. No, the woman in the suit replied with a piercing glare. That would be unjust to the minority. In my view, we should split into groups. The tattooed woman, clearly displeased, retorted, Are Are you looking for trouble? You asked for a vote, and now you're unhappy with the outcome. Do you have a screw loose? I've tolerated you long enough. Mind your words. Oh, what will you do if I don't? The tattooed woman challenged, pointing a finger at the woman in the suit. Dare to move, and I'll shatter your glasses. Enough. The captain interjected, seeking to mediate. Let us prioritize harmony. We are all in this together, and there's no need for such hostility. The tattooed woman ground her teeth. So, Captain, what do you propose? This girl refuses to accept the results. The woman in the suit defended herself. I never said the minority should follow the majority. Stubborn as a dead duck, you clearly deserve a slap. The tattooed woman shot back. Please, no fighting. The captain urged again. If we must split, then let everyone form their own teams. Is that agreeable? The crowd murmured their consent. Fine, it's settled. The tattooed woman declared, pointing at the woman in the suit. I, Yi Xiao, declare this. If you continue to bite like a rabid dog, I will confront you every time we meet. The woman in the suit scoffed. Very well, you're impressive. I, Zhang Exen, declare that a barbarian like you will eventually starve. The captain observed both sides with hesitation. How shall we divide the food on the plane? Perhaps we could share? No need. Zhang Xin waved her hand dismissively. The food belongs to the captain as it's on the plane. She glanced at Yi Xiao, a hint of provocation in her gaze. What do you think, Yi? Yi Xiao displayed a disdainful expression. I believe that's the way it should be. The captain's emergency landing merits recognition, and the food naturally belongs to them. No need for you to play the hero. Seeing she could not gain the upper hand verbally, Zhang Xin darkened her expression and strode toward one end of the beach. Those who support me, follow. 70 to 80 individuals emerged from the crowd, trailing behind Zhang Xin. Lin Han looked up at the sky. It was around noon. Judging by their direction, Zhang Xion's group was heading west along the beach. They quickly disappeared from view. Those following Zhang Xian primarily recognized her intelligence. Regardless of her character, it was her cleverness that mattered most, as they sought someone capable of ensuring their sustenance. Yi Xiao let out a cold snort, poised to depart with her companions, when she suddenly halted. Her gaze fell upon Lin Han, a smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Oh, I didn't notice amidst the crowd earlier, but there is quite the handsome man here. The remaining individuals turned their attention to Lin Han, all captivated by his striking appearance. Wow, he is truly stunning. How did I miss the presence of such beauty here? With this realization, they mused that life on this desolate island might not be so unbearable after all, especially with such a charming man to behold. If only I could spend some time with him, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life for that opportunity. Chapter 5 Flattery. Yi Xiao approached Lin Han, a mischievous smile playing upon his lips. My little beauty, why not accompany me? I assure you, you shall have naught to do each day, and every night I shall grant you pleasures beyond imagination. What say you? Just as Lin Han was about to respond, Li Lan unexpectedly positioned herself in front of him. Her eyes radiated a murderous intent, an intense desire to inflict harm upon Yi Xiao. Her voice, laced with fury, declared, "Dare you lay a hand on him, and I shall ensure your demise." Oh, how intriguing, Yi Xiao replied, feigning surprise. It seems we have a brave soul here. What, do you fancy yourself a heroine come to rescue the damsel? A lackey behind Yi Xiao stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Lan. Who do you think you are? Scram, will you? Have you never faced retribution before? The vice principal hurriedly intervened, a forced smile plastered on his face. Now, ladies, let us not resort to violence. These two are students of our esteemed institution. Please grant us the courtesy of resolving this peacefully. With a hint of mockery, Yi Xiao inquired, "Oh, which institution do they hail from?" The vice principal answered honestly, "They are from Magic City University, both freshmen. This girl is simply inexperienced. I implore you to show her some leniency." Yi Xiao nodded contemplatively. "Ah, university students, how delightful. Take this beauty away and break this little girl's legs." "Understood, boss." Several lackeys moved to carry out the orders. Li Lan, muscles tensed, prepared to retaliate. The boys in the class braced for a scream, while the girls readied themselves to intervene. At that moment, the captain approached, suggesting, "Yi, let it go. Why trouble a mere student? After all, he is still a pupil." "Let be." The vice principal hastily agreed. Indeed, Yi. You possess the wisdom of a magnanimous leader. Let this matter rest." Seeing the captain's intervention, Yi Xiao furrowed his brow, reluctantly conceding, "Very well, since you have spoken, I shall grant you this favor." A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. However, Yi Xiao's tone shifted as he pointed at Li Lan. "But this person, I must deliver a slap to her." Upon hearing this, the captain fell silent. It was an unspoken agreement. After all, a concession had been made. When one party shows respect, the other must reciprocate. The vice principal, sensing the tension, gently patted Li Lan's shoulder. "Li Lan, you see, even you step back. Perhaps you should." Li Lan, unfazed, took a step forward. "Go ahead. As long as he remains unharmed, I will accept as many slaps as you wish." Lin Han tugged at Li Lan's sleeve. "Don't." Li Lan turned back, offering a reassuring smile. "It's all right. My skin is tough. A slap won't hurt." Lin Han couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Li Lan truly cared for him excessively. Yet, he resolved not to plead on her behalf. Their relationship had not yet reached that level. Though she treated him kindly, he was somewhat selfish. Since she was willing to endure the slap, he would remain silent. Li Lan turned around, her expression serene. "Come on, strike me." Yi Xiao gestured for a subordinate to deliver a slap. The subordinate, quick on her feet, approached Li Lan and with a swift motion delivered a resounding slap. The impact left Li Lan's cheek flushed and swollen, a testament to the force behind the blow. "Ha ha ha." Yi Xiao let out a triumphant laugh. "Well done. That was quite a hit. Let us go." She blew a kiss towards Lin Han and then turned to walk towards the eastern edge of the beach. Several of her followers trailed behind her. At this point, Yi Xiao had amassed approximately 150 subordinates, while the captain had around 160. The remaining group of over 100 individuals had yet to align with any of the three factions. The vice principal approached the captain, grasping her hand. "Captain, we are immensely grateful. Without your intervention, we would have been at a loss." The captain nodded with a smile. "It's nothing, just doing what I can. It's no trouble at all." The vice principal beamed. "It's no wonder you hold the captaincy. Your capabilities speak for themselves." The captain, somewhat flattered, replied, "You are too kind. It's truly no big deal. That charming young boy, I couldn't bear to see him suffer." The vice principal wore a warm smile, eagerly flattering her. The captain appeared momentarily taken aback by the praise. Eventually, the captain and her subordinates returned to the aircraft. Meanwhile, the remaining group of over 100 began to form their own teams. Lin Han's class, along with the vice principal and teachers, naturally formed one team of 42. The reason no one from the class chose to join any of the major factions was that they noticed others abstaining from voting. So they too decided to follow their class. The vice principal took the lead with 4 teachers, 3 women and 1 man. They gathered in a circle on the beach. The vice principal scratched her head and inquired, "Is anyone hungry? Let us find something to eat." The male teacher complained, "I'm nearly starving. I haven't eaten much since this morning." A robust female teacher, the physical education instructor, questioned, "Wasn't tea their breakfast? Didn't you eat?" The male teacher, an English instructor with a fair appearance, rubbed his stomach and lamented, "I was trying to lose weight. Who knew I'd encounter such a situation? Now I'm famished." The physical education teacher chuckled, "Haha, it's too late to think about food now. Isn't that the truth?" The English teacher sighed. He reached out to shake the vice principal's shoulder. "Vice principal, let us find something to eat. People are on the verge of starvation." The vice principal turned her head, glancing at the English teacher's slender waist, unable to suppress a swallow. She decided not to linger on that thought and shifted her gaze to the coconut trees in the distance. What a pity, someone got there first. The crowd turned their gaze towards the coconut tree, where a small group was already engaged in gathering coconuts. Li Lan sat on the sandy ground, gently rubbing her swollen face while expressing concern for Lin Han. "Xiao Han, are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat?" "I would want you to go hungry." Lin Han assessed the sensation in his stomach and realized he was indeed a bit hungry. "I'm a little hungry, but it's manageable." "Thank you," Lin Han replied. Upon hearing this, Li Lan immediately grew anxious. "That simply won't do. What if you end up starving? I'll go get you something to eat right away." With that, she stood up and hurried off. Chapter 6. Eating cactus. The vice principal called out, "Li Lan, don't bother. All the coconut trees around have been stripped bare." However, her voice seemed to fall on deaf ears as Li Lan continued her endeavors, seemingly unperturbed. The English teacher stifled a laugh, remarking, "Xiao Han, did you see that? That girl has completely lost her senses because of you." Laughter erupted among the crowd. The physical education teacher raised a hand to survey the scene, questioning, "What on earth is Lin Han doing over there? Fiddling with a cactus? Does she think she is a camel, trying to eat it raw?" Xiao Han turned his gaze towards Lin Han. He observed her wielding a wooden stick about the thickness of her forearm, striking the upper portion of a cactus. Before long, the top half broke off and fell to the ground. Lin Han then picked up a thinner stick from the ground, inserting its sharper end into the cactus. She managed to uproot the cactus and scurried back towards them. Taking a seat beside Xiao Han, she placed the cactus on the ground. "I must say, Lin Han, even if we are starving, we cannot resort to eating cactus. That would be a case of harming the enemy while inflicting greater damage upon ourselves," the vice principal remarked. "Instead, I shall lead you all into the forest shortly. With our numbers, surely we can find something edible, right?" Lin Han picked up a sharper stone from the ground and began to strike the skin of the cactus forcefully. "Vice principal, perhaps it would be wise for you to conserve your energy and speak less," she suggested. Curious about her actions, Xiao Han inquired, "What are you doing? Are you really going to eat that cactus?" Upon hearing Xiao Han's question, Lin Han eagerly began to explain, "Xiao Han, I'm using this stone to break the outer skin of the cactus. This way, we can access the edible flesh inside. However, be warned that some cacti have toxic flesh. But I've observed this one, and it is safe." With that, she successfully cracked open the cactus's exterior, revealing the pale, green flesh within. The group gasped in astonishment. Xiao Han, too, couldn't he help but express his surprise. "So, cacti are indeed edible. You seem to know quite a bit." Lin Han felt a surge of joy upon hearing Xiao Han's words. How blissful it was to receive such praise. Xiao Han actually acknowledged my knowledge. Doesn't he that imply he cares about me? Can one rejection truly signify everything? No, this must be merely a test from Xiao Han. Yes, that must be it. He is assessing my capabilities, gauging my sincerity. How could I have only realized this now? I must compose myself. Xiao Han praised me for being knowledgeable today. Oh my, isn't that akin to saying I love you in a roundabout way? He complimented my understanding. And here I'm offering him cactus. How foolish of me. I owe him an apology. I must provide him with the very best. Xiao Han, I would give my life for you. Lin Han, what are you smiling foolishly about? Lin Han snapped back to reality, realizing the English teacher was staring at her with a puzzled expression. The others around her were also staring. She raised her hand to wipe the drool from the corner of her mouth, her expression returning to normal. "It's nothing. I just thought of something joyful," she replied. "I thought you were possessed," remarked the English teacher. Lin Han peeled the skin off a cactus and extracted the flesh within, presenting it to Lin Han with a flourish. "Xiao Han, please eat this. Don't let yourself go hungry. I'll find more food after you're done." "Oh my goodness, I have goosebumps," the English teacher said, feeling quite uncomfortable. The physical education teacher, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Do you have fleas?" "It's nothing." The English teacher averted their gaze, feeling slightly embarrassed. "Oh well." The physical education teacher turned to Lin Han. "Lin Han, why don't you share some cactus with me as well? Go get it yourself." "I don't have the time for that," Lin Han replied, unmoving. "Hey, you were so quick just now, and now you claim you lack time?" The physical education teacher raised an eyebrow. All right, our priority is to find food." The vice principal clapped his hands. "Cactus is certainly insufficient. It lacks nutrition. We should search the forest for something edible, or else everyone will go hungry tonight." Under the vice principal's organization, everyone stood up, and Lin Han, having finished the piece of cactus flesh, rose as well. Lin Han approached, her concern evident. "Xiao Han, are you still hungry? Should I find you something else to eat?" Lin Han smiled faintly. "I'm not that hungry anymore. I can manage on my own. You should also be mindful not to go hungry." Lin Han's heart raced. Xiao Han actually cares about me. He cares about me. Oh my goodness. This life is worth it. My life is now without regrets. Ha ha ha. I'm soaring. The group entered the forest, with the physical education teacher leading the way. The ground was strewn with weeds and various plants, making the path arduous. The physical education teacher swung a stick to clear the obstructive vegetation. Butterflies flitted about the forest, and occasionally a parrot could be spotted. The teacher attempted to catch a parrot but failed. Such creatures in the air have always been challenging to capture. Even if one were to succeed, there would hardly be any meat to gain. Thus, hunting parrots for food was a thankless endeavor. The group pressed deeper into the forest. Due to the difficult terrain, they had only traversed a short distance by around 3 in the afternoon. Although most of their phones still had battery life to check the time, it held little significance. All the phones were set to the time of the Huasian Nation, while their current location, Valen Island, was nearly at the center of the ocean. Consequently, the time displayed on their phones bore no relevance to their current locale. Furthermore, without any signal, their phones were rendered utterly useless. The group encountered a hummingbird. However, much like the parrot, it was a mere sight to behold, and there was no need to capture it. As the party continued their exploration, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from one of the boys. Startled, everyone quickly turned to locate the source of the distress. To their horror, they discovered that a boy from their midst had collapsed to the ground. As they approached, they realized that a snake had latched onto his ankle. The serpent displayed a striking pattern of alternating black and white, with segments of varying lengths. It clung tightly to the boy's leg while he lay on the ground, paralyzed with fear and unwilling to reach for the creature. Chapter 7. The silver ring snake. The boys were so anxious that tears streamed down their faces. The physical education teacher took the lead, ready to strike the serpent with a stick. To everyone's astonishment, the snake released its grip and swiftly slithered away through the gaps in the crowd, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, at that moment, the snake was not the primary concern. A group of boys worked together to help the bitten student to his feet, taking turns to offer comfort. After a minute or two, the boy finally ceased his sobbing. The physical education teacher approached with urgency, inquiring, "How are you feeling, my student? Is there any discomfort in your body?" A wave of tension swept through the crowd, for none could ascertain whether the snake was venomous. The bitten boy, still with traces of tears at the corners of his eyes, had managed to calm down. He raised his injured left ankle, revealing 2 shallow, closely spaced bite marks. "Well, it just feels a bit numb, but I don't feel anything else. I'm not uncomfortable," the bitten boy replied. The teacher sighed in relief. "That's fortunate. It should not be a venomous snake. It's likely a harmless species. Thank goodness." Upon hearing the teacher's words, the crowd began to relax. "That's incorrect," Lin Han interjected. Everyone turned to her. The vice principal felt an unsettling premonition rise within him. "Lin Han, what do you mean by that?" She glanced at the bite marks on the boy's ankle, her voice tinged with compassion. "I have studied wilderness survival, so I recognize the snake we just encountered. Regrettably, I must inform everyone that the snake is known as the silver ring snake, which is not only venomous but also highly toxic." A collective gasp escaped the crowd, particularly from the boy who had been bitten, who nearly fainted from terror. His complexion turned ashen, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you joking?" Lin Han's expression was complex, laden with sympathy. "I'm sorry, though I wish I didn't have to say this, but you are very likely in grave danger." "What?" The bitten boy screamed, and the surrounding onlookers were equally stunned. They had never anticipated that such a simple pair of bite marks could herald such dire consequences. The physical education teacher gasped for breath, his tone frantic. "Lin Han, please clarify. How could this lead to death?" Lin Han was equally astonished, at a loss for words. Lin Han's expression darkened. "To put it simply, the snake we encountered is the silver ring snake, which possesses venom more potent than that of the king cobra. Its venom is neurotoxic, gradually impairing the nervous system of the victim, leading to respiratory paralysis, muscle weakness, difficulty swallowing, and even coma. Without medical intervention, these symptoms can escalate rapidly, culminating in respiratory failure and cardiac arrest." Upon hearing Lin Han's words, the crowd was rendered speechless. The bitten boy lost consciousness from sheer fright. The physical education teacher stood frozen for a long moment, struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. She trembled as she spoke. If he manages to endure in this dire situation without medical assistance, what are the odds? If the poisoned individual does not receive timely medical attention or an injection of antivenom." Lin Han paused for a moment before continuing. "It is virtually a certainty of death." The English teacher covered her mouth in disbelief, tears glistening in her eyes. The physical education teacher felt a wave of dizziness and struck her own face twice, regaining a semblance of clarity. She lifted the bitten boy into her arms, hoisting him onto her shoulder, and sprinted back along the path they had taken. The others hurriedly followed suit. As the route had already been traversed, coupled with their swift pace, they returned to the beach, where Lin Han estimated it was barely past 4 in the afternoon. The physical education teacher gently laid the bitten boy down on the sand and then dashed towards the wreckage of the plane. As she ran, she shouted, "Captain! Captain! We need help! Please!" Nearby the wreckage, a group of the captain's crew appeared to be smashing coconuts with stones. Upon hearing the teacher's cries, they stood up and approached her. Upon reaching her, the teacher conveyed something, and a few individuals rushed back into the cabin, swiftly bringing the captain out. The captain, accompanied by over 20 people, ran towards the teacher. Upon seeing the bitten boy, the captain's expression darkened. "Is he still conscious?" he inquired. A few boys nearby hurriedly shook the bitten boy, who soon opened his eyes. Lin Han interjected, "Not so quickly. It may take a while for symptoms to manifest." The physical education teacher, filled with urgency, pleaded, "Captain, do you have any way to help? Save this child. He is so young." Some emotionally fragile boys began to sob quietly. Although Lin Han felt a pang in his heart, he did not quite feel sorrow. To speak harshly, even if the bitten boy were to perish, it would bear no relevance to him. He would not cry, for he was a selfish person. Yet he would not laugh, for he was still human. The bitten boy seemed to comprehend his situation. His complexion remained pale, yet he had ceased to cry. His lips trembled as he spoke in fragmented phrases. "Am I going to die?" The English teacher grasped the boy's hand, her eyes brimming with tears. "No, do not worry. Trust in everyone. You will survive, I promise." "Captain, please think of something," the physical education teacher urged anxiously. The captain, momentarily at a loss, replied, "But there are no medical supplies on the plane to treat the venom of the silver-ringed snake. Moreover, there is no doctor present, even if there were. Without medical equipment or anti-venom, a doctor would be of no use. Are we just to watch him die?" One boy broke down. The captain clenched his teeth. "I am aware of the potency of silver-ringed snake venom. Without proper treatment, he is most certainly doomed. Let us endeavor to ease his departure, allowing him our company in these final moments. I am truly sorry, yet I find myself powerless." The crowd fell into silence, leaving only the sound of the boys' anguished sobs echoing in the air. As time progressed, the symptoms of the silver-ringed snake venom began to manifest. The bitten boy started to feel dizzy, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. Despite the presence of numerous companions by his side, his body trembled uncontrollably. His classmates could only watch in helpless anxiety, unable to alter the course of fate. The boy's breathing grew exceedingly difficult, and, after a violent episode of convulsions, he ultimately succumbed to stillness. The boys could no longer contain their sorrow, bursting into inconsolable tears. The beach was filled with the cacophony of their cries. The girls, exhibiting a more resilient spirit, refrained from weeping, yet remained enveloped in a profound silence. Chapter 8. The Art of Kindling Fire After More Than 20 Minutes. The boys had finished weeping. A heavy silence enveloped the group, leaving everyone at a loss for words. The physical education teacher glared at the vice principal, his eyes brimming with fury. "It's your fault. This is all because of you." The vice principal's eyes widened in disbelief. "Physical education teacher, you must not speak recklessly. How can this be attributed to me? We all ventured into the forest together, did we not?" With reddened eyes, the physical education teacher retorted, "You were the one who suggested we search for food in the forest. If we hadn't entered the forest this afternoon, we would not have encountered the silver-ringed snake. Had we not encountered the silver-ringed snake, one of us would not have perished." The English teacher, her face streaked with tears, chimed in, "Indeed, you heartless one. This is all you're doing. You incessantly issue orders without consideration." The other two female teachers remained silent, choosing not to interject. The vice principal's mouth twisted with indignation. "Are you all planning a rebellion? How else do you propose we procure food if we do not enter the forest? Without food, we shall all perish from hunger." The surrounding students refrained from participating in the quarrel. After all, They were merely students. And the discord between the vice principal and the teachers rendered them hesitant to speak up. Furthermore, they were not in the mood for argument, having just witnessed a vibrant life extinguished before their very eyes. The impact of this event weighed heavily upon them, making them acutely aware of their predicament on Whalen Island, in a primitive land far removed from civilized society. Here, there were no hospitals, no police stations, no restaurants. This was not a vacation, nor was it a jest. Each of them faced the imminent peril that could claim their lives at any moment. The altercation between the vice principal and the two teachers escalated, with accusations flying back and forth. The vice principal's saliva flew as she spoke, a testament to the fervor of her rhetoric. Among the two silent female teachers, one could no longer bear to watch. She stepped forward, striving to mediate. "All right, everyone, let us all take a moment to calm down. Arguing at such a time only exhausts our energy and sows discord." This middle-aged woman was the political science teacher, known for her benevolence. The other teacher, the Chinese language instructor, a middle-aged woman as well, saw the political teacher had taken the initiative and added her voice. Indeed, a life has already been lost. Discussing blame is futile. We should focus on how to survive moving forward. Seeing the two teachers advocating for peace, the opposing sides found common ground and began to relent. The two teachers asserted that their foremost concern should be finding food and fresh water. Otherwise, they would all succumb to starvation or dehydration. The vice principal replied, "We must prioritize this." The English teacher remained dissatisfied, retorting, "If we continue to heed your guidance, we are likely to meet our doom." A flicker of irritation crossed the vice principal's eyes, but she suppressed it for the moment. Addressing the group, she confessed, "I understand that many of you harbor grievances against me. However, I must emphasize that in a place like this, every venture carries inherent risks. Venomous creatures and ferocious beasts, each one poses a lethal threat. Should we languish on the beach and await our demise simply because a fellow student tragically succumbed to snake venom?" A profound silence enveloped the group. The vice principal's assertion held merit. "We cannot remain passive in the face of death. We must dare to take risks for the sake of survival," declared the political science teacher. She continued, stating that everyone must be feeling both famished and parched at this moment. "It is already quite late, with the sun nearing its descent. We shall spend the night on the beach, emulating Lin Han, and sustain ourselves with some cactus to stave off hunger. At dawn, we shall gather a contingent and send a few of the more robust girls into the forest in search of sustenance. Naturally, it would be prudent for the boys to refrain from joining, as the circumstances of the day have been evident to all. Boys, being comparatively weaker, should remain safely on the beach. What do you think of my proposal?" The political science teacher is renowned for her commendable character within the school, and the group expressed unanimous agreement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the group was beset by hunger and thirst. A cluster of individuals sat on the beach, quietly absorbing the beauty of the sunset. The day had unfolded with an abundance of events, leaving their spirits somewhat weary. Lin Han sat alone in a corner, while Lin Han, undeterred, clung to her side, incessantly inquiring about this and that. Lin Han grew weary of her questions, though she recognized the concern behind them. It became increasingly irksome. Sensing Lin Han's discomfort, Lin Han, with subtlety, fell silent. Gazing at the setting sun, Lin Han couldn't help but reflect on the capriciousness of fate. Initially, she had believed her arrival in this new world heralded the dawn of a splendid new life, only to find herself ensnared in a harrowing ordeal, beginning with survival on a deserted island. Who could endure such a trial? Coupled with her frail constitution, this truly felt like a descent into the depths of hell. To make matters worse, she possessed no knowledge of wilderness survival. Alas, it seemed best to take each step as it comes. In light of current circumstances, aspiring to be a lone wolf appeared impractical. It would be wiser to align with her classmates. At that moment, the political science teacher and the physical education teacher rose to their feet. They made their way a short distance away to remove the body of the boy who had been bitten. The group watched intently as the two carried the lifeless form to the water's edge and cast it into the sea. Everyone understood the necessity of this action. Leaving the body on the beach could attract predatory animals, and it was hardly fitting to allow it to linger there. The bodies of those who had perished in the plane crash had long since vanished, likely disposed of by the captain. Given the lack of resources here, a sea burial might indeed be the most suitable option. At this moment, the beach was occupied by only two factions, the teachers and the crew led by the captain. Proximity to the wreckage meant that in case of any further calamity, they could swiftly seek assistance from the captain. Nightfall approached rapidly. Due to restrictions on carrying lighters aboard the plane, the group was now engaged in deliberations on how to ignite a fire. One girl produced 2 sticks, proclaiming, "Allow me to demonstrate. We can create fire by friction." The English teacher expressed skepticism. "Is that truly feasible?" The girl responded with an enigmatic expression, "Surely. You do not grasp its significance. The ability to create fire by friction holds immense historical importance for humanity. It has propelled the advancement of human civilization, fostered the evolution of the human body, and ushered in the dawn of technological development. The act of igniting fire through the friction of wood signifies humanity's transition from reliance on nature to the transformation of it, marking a pivotal milestone in the evolutionary journey of humankind. Thousands of years ago, when humans rubbed 2 sticks together, what emerged was not merely a flicker of flame, but the prologue to a remarkable civilization. The words spoken by a young woman left the audience profoundly moved. Indeed, the vice principal applauded, acknowledging the brilliance of the theory, recognizing a true talent. "What is your name, dear student?" Chapter 9. The Art of Fire Making. The young girl gently brushed her hair and introduced herself. "I am Wang Rui." The vice principal, with a warm smile, remarked, "Ah, Wang Rui, your name suggests a wealth of knowledge. Surely, you are destined for greatness." Wang Rui felt a touch of embarrassment from the compliment. "Oh no, not at all. I simply enjoy exploring peculiar subjects in my spare time." "All right, enough chit-chat. Let us kindle a fire. It is quite dark now," urged the English teacher. "Certainly," Wang Rui replied, placing a stick on the ground and arranging some dry grass in the center. She picked up another stick, one with a notably sharper end compared to the rest. Wang Rui pressed the pointed end against the grass and began to rub the stick vigorously. The sharp tip quickly scraped against another stick covered with grass, eliciting a sense of anticipation among the onlookers. However, after a while of diligent effort, her hands grew numb and no flame emerged. Disappointment rippled through the crowd. "Come on, Wang Rui, can you really do this? Your words sound better than your actions," someone scoffed. "If you can't manage it, let me try. I might as well strike a spark with a rock." Wang Rui pondered for a moment, stroking her chin. "Could it be that I need to dig a pit?" She mused. "Yes, that must be it. Perhaps my speed is also insufficient." She looked around. "Does anyone have a small knife? I need to carve a small pit in this stick." "Who has a knife?" "Those things aren't even allowed on planes," someone retorted. A girl shifted beside Wang Rui, producing a pen from her pocket. "I don't have a knife, but would a pen suffice?" Wang Rui eagerly accepted the pen. "This will do. Thank you." Removing the cap, she began to carve into the stick with the pen's tip. The pen's tip soon broke, but it mattered little. The remaining part was still sharp. Wang Rui quickly created a small pit in the center of the stick and returned the pen to the girl. She then placed the dry grass into the pit and resumed rubbing the slender stick. This time, her pace quickened, and after several minutes, she finally noticed tiny sparks flickering within the pit. However, fatigue overwhelmed her. She set down the slender stick and shook her sore arms. Voices of encouragement arose. "Don't stop now. You've seen sparks. Hope is within reach." Another voice chimed in. "Are you capable or not? If it's too much, let someone else take over. It's exhausting. Why must lighting a fire be so complicated?" Wang Rui sighed. "I can't. My arms are too weak to continue." "I'll take over," the physical education teacher said, crouching beside the stick. She grasped the slender stick and began to rub with a speed far surpassing Wang Rui's. Despite the night, the moonlight illuminated her toned muscles, revealing her physical prowess. At 27 or 28 years of age, the teacher was clearly in better shape than a typical university student like Wang Rui. The physical education teacher diligently rubbed a rough wooden stick for several minutes, causing a multitude of sparks and smoke to emerge from the small pit. The teacher paused momentarily. Wang Rui, quick to respond, urged him to continue. Upon hearing this, The physical education teacher halted his actions. Wang Rui swiftly grabbed a handful of dry grass and carefully placed it in the pit. In the blink of an eye, the section of dry grass in contact with the pit ignited. The crowd erupted in cheers. Everyone, hasten to the forest's edge and gather some dry grass and twigs. Otherwise, the fire might extinguish, Wang Rui exclaimed. The group immediately sprang into action, soon returning with an ample supply of branches, dry grass, and other combustible materials. They piled the items together. Wang Rui placed the flaming dry grass atop the heap of flammable materials. Before long, the entire pile was ablaze, roaring with a fierce fire. The vice principal applauded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Excellent! With fire, we can roast something to eat." To which the English teacher retorted, "What does that have to do with you? It's all thanks to the physical education teacher." The vice principal's expression faltered, and he fell silent, pouting slightly. Wang Rui concurred with the English teacher, acknowledging that the success of igniting the fire was indeed largely due to the physical education teacher's efforts. She led the group in applause, and the sound of enthusiastic clapping filled the air. The physical education teacher, displaying a hint of bashfulness, smiled modestly. "It's nothing. It's simply my duty as a teacher." The group settled in a circle around the bonfire. Wang Rui, situated closer to the center, addressed the gathering, saying, "Please lend me your ears for a moment. I believe it is crucial for us to first clarify our situation." The crowd fell silent, attentively listening. Wang Rui continued, "We are currently on Valin Island, without a doubt. The climate here is tropical maritime, which means the temperature variation throughout the year is minimal, remaining warm consistently. This is advantageous, as we need not worry about winter. Our summer attire is quite suitable for this environment. Moreover, the island experiences abundant rainfall year-round, alleviating concerns about drought. However, being a tropical island situated in the open sea, it is undoubtedly susceptible to the impact of tropical cyclones. Consequently, strong winds and heavy rain are common, and we must prepare in advance. Nevertheless, tropical cyclones are warm, low-pressure systems that require substantial heat and moisture for formation and sustenance. As they move, they carry a significant amount of warm, moist air. Although they bring about tempestuous weather, the overarching influence remains warm and humid. This indicates that while we may experience fierce storms, it will not lead to a drop in temperature. However, this is still concerning, as the human body cannot endure prolonged exposure to relentless rain. Such conditions could lead to fatigue and a temporary decline in immunity, giving viruses and bacteria an opportunity to thrive. Therefore, it is essential for us to construct shelters to shield ourselves from the torrential rain and prevent becoming drenched. The crowd, after hearing Wang Rui's words, appeared somewhat perplexed yet intrigued. The vice principal could not help but applaud. "Wang Rui, your reservoir of knowledge is truly impressive, and I am in deep admiration." Wang Rui, blushing with modesty, replied, "Thank you for your kind words, vice principal. I merely wish to contribute to our class. After all," she rose to her feet, brimming with enthusiasm. "Here we are on Whalen Island, currently trapped in this place. Yet, even in the face of such dire circumstances, we must confront our challenges with courage, demonstrating the strength of our advanced intellect as sentient beings, and strive to establish a human empire on this island." "Hold on," interrupted the English teacher. "I am not criticizing you, but given the current situation, is this really the time for such an impassioned speech?" Chapter 10. Sleep. Moreover, the things you mentioned are rather incomprehensible to everyone. It would be preferable for you to be more concise in the future, the English teacher remarked. "Wang Rui, what we need to focus on now are practical matters. How to ensure everyone is fed, rather than establishing some grand human empire." The English teacher's words held considerable merit. The physical education teacher chuckled awkwardly and added, "Wang Rui, I couldn't quite grasp what you said about cyclones and air currents." "Oh, she merely meant that this area is often beset by fierce storms, necessitating the construction of shelters," the English teacher elucidated. Lin Han couldn't help but nod silently in agreement. "That is precisely the point," the English teacher succinctly summarized. Unlike Wang Rui, who spoke at length with fervor, Lin Han exuded an air of calm. "Wang Rui, feeling a flush of embarrassment, scratched her head and admitted, "I apologize, I got a bit carried away." She cast a furtive glance at Lin Han, only to find him expressionless, which caused her to breathe a sigh of relief. In truth, she had harbored a secret admiration for Lin Han, yet had never dared to express it. After all, he was the campus belle of Magic City University, an unattainable flower of the high peaks. Countless girls admired him, many of whom were affluent heiresses. As for her, a girl devoid of both beauty and wealth, she could only gaze from afar. Of course, looks were secondary. The primary issue was her lack of wealth. The English teacher's earlier reprimand had left her feeling embarrassed before Lin Han. Fortunately, he displayed no signs of discomfort. "All right, let's not dwell on this. Please take your seats," the English teacher instructed. Wang Rue settled onto the floor. The English teacher addressed the class. "Students, Wang Rue has made a valid point. We indeed need to consider constructing shelters to shield us from the elements. However, we can set that aside for now. It's getting late, and we must seek food tomorrow. Everyone should rest." The class unanimously agreed. At that moment, Wang Rue spoke up. "Teacher, should we not assign someone to keep watch during the night to guard against any dangers, such as wild beasts?" "Who will keep watch?" someone inquired. The English teacher rubbed her temples and sighed. "Well, I suppose I shall take the watch." The physical education teacher interjected suddenly. "I will do it. I have ample energy, allowing the students to rest well." The English teacher, concerned, responded, "But today you led us into the forest. How can you endure another night without rest?" The physical education teacher smiled reassuringly. "It's fine, I am quite robust. I can manage. Besides, I will need to lead the search for food tomorrow." "What are you joking about?" The English teacher's eyes conveyed astonishment and confusion. "You will stay awake all night and then lead again tomorrow. Your body cannot withstand such strain." At that moment, the political science teacher interjected. "All right, enough of this, physical education teacher. While youth brings vigor, you must not overexert yourself. Tonight, the literature teacher and I will keep watch. As two middle-aged individuals, we can handle the night shift, while you and the English teacher rest. The overarching responsibilities will still rest upon your shoulders." She turned to the literature teacher. "Is that agreeable to you?" The language teacher waved his hand and said, "Of course. That arrangement is the most reasonable. I have no objections whatsoever." "Ah, then let it be decided," the political teacher chuckled. She turned to the others. "Students, you may all rest. Tonight, the language teacher and I will keep watch. If there is any danger, I shall call you to awaken. Then I shall trouble you with that," the English teacher replied. The physical education teacher intended to say something, but was silenced by a sharp glance from the English teacher, and thus fell silent, feeling somewhat awkward. Surrounded by the warmth of the bonfire, everyone lay down to sleep. The political and language teachers remained by the fire, occasionally adding wood to maintain the light. Lin Han reclined on the sandy ground, finding it rather comfortable. After all, the sand is malleable and soft, unlike the harshness of concrete. Lin initially lay at a slight distance from Lin Han. However, upon noticing Lin Han close his eyes, she discreetly moved closer. In the flickering firelight, she gazed at Lin Han's exquisite profile, unable to suppress a gulp. A warm sensation stirred within her, quickening her heartbeat and breath. Thus, the night wore on, and Lin remained in a light slumber until she awoke in the later hours. She glanced towards the bonfire, where the political and language teachers were engaged in hushed conversation. With a gentle exhale, she excitedly reached out her hand, softly embracing Lin Han's abdomen, feeling the warmth and softness of his skin through his clothing. She felt an overwhelming comfort and wished to remain in that embrace forever. Such a moment would be a great joy in life. A smile crept upon Lilan's lips as she began to fantasize about what marriage with Lin Han might be like. Suddenly, she sensed something amiss. Coming back to her senses, she noticed a pair of beautiful eyes quietly observing her. Lin Han, who had been lying flat, had turned to face her at some point. Startled, Lilan instinctively tightened her grip, inadvertently pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "Ouch!" Lin Han frowned, feeling the sudden pain. Realizing her mistake, Lilan quickly released her hold and withdrew her arm. She was utterly flustered. What had begun as a mere impulse to steal a moment of closeness had unexpectedly awakened Lin Han. Now what should she do? Would Lin Han come to dislike her because of this? If he did, what would be the meaning of her existence? Oh dear, Lin Han, you should just sleep. What nonsense are you engaging in? Most importantly, I actually caused Lin Han pain. I am truly despicable. Lin Han looked at the bewildered Lin Han, feeling somewhat astonished. He had been peacefully asleep, unaware that something had been resting on his abdomen. Had he been in a deeper slumber, he would not have awakened from such gentle contact. However, as he had only recently traversed here, and given the perilous surroundings, he had been cautious not to sleep too deeply. The sensation on his abdomen startled him awake. He was so frightened that he dared not move recklessly, only slowly turning his head to ascertain what was brushing against him. To his astonishment, it was Lin Han. Subsequently, upon sensing his gaze, Lin Han pinched him, causing a twinge of discomfort. Unexpectedly, this seemingly docile Lin Han displayed such audacity. Although he appreciated her bringing him a cactus to eat during the day, he was not one to be easily taken advantage of. Lin Han shifted his body, lying on his side. In that moment, he and Lin Han were facing each other, both reclined. Lin Lan's mind raced as she sought justifications for her actions. However, she soon realized that she could find no plausible explanation for why she had come to embrace Lin Han in the dead of night. Chapter 11. The hunting team sets off Xiao Han. I'm not actually that, Lin Han murmured. Oh, not that. You sneak over here at midnight to take advantage of me. Is that it? Lin Han replied softly. Lin Han sought to clarify her position. Yet she soon realized that Lin Han may have been right. Her face flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. Lin Han let out a cold laugh. I initially thought you were rather decent, but it seems you were just as lecherous. I must have misjudged you. Flustered, Lin Han exclaimed, It's not like that. I'm truly a good person. I only wish to treat you well in this lifetime. I would never harm you. Lin Han raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, do you like me then? Lin Han found herself at a loss for words. Although she indeed harbored feelings for Lin Han, she lacked the courage to confess. Well then, does that mean you don't like me? Lin Han inquired. I like you, Lin Han blurted out. Only after the words escaped her lips did she realize their weight. However, having already spoken, she decided to lay her feelings bare. Xiao Han, I confess I like you. From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell deeply in love. I understand that somewhat of my humble means might not catch your attention, yet my love for you remains unwavering. If you so desire, I would give you everything, even my life. Lin Han, I Lin Han like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Upon hearing Lin Han's confession, Lin Han replied, Many are fond of me, but whether I become your boyfriend depends on your actions. Lin Lan's heart raced with excitement. Although Xiao Han had not explicitly agreed, neither had she declined. I have a chance. I knew it. Xiao Han was testing me. Ha ha ha. At last, my struggles may bear fruit. Xiao Han, whatever you wish for me to demonstrate, I shall endure even the harshest trials for you, Lin Han declared eagerly. It's not that severe, Lin Han mused before adding. How about you teach me about wilderness survival skills tomorrow? Certainly, no problem. I will impart all my knowledge to you, Lin Han readily agreed. Good, Lin Han said, extending his hand to grasp Lin Han's waist. Lin Han felt puzzled, uncertain of Lin Han's intentions. Suddenly, he pinched her side firmly, causing her to wince in pain. After a solid 10 seconds, Lin Han withdrew his hand. Lin Han gingerly touched the tender spot, still stinging. However, the fact that it was Xiao Han who had pinched her filled her with happiness. A silly smile crept onto her face. Lin Han looked on in astonishment. Why does it feel as though I've rewarded her? Wait, what are you grinning about? Did I please you with that pinch? Be serious, he admonished softly. Lin Han quickly suppressed her smile, a hint of embarrassment flickering in her eyes. I'm sorry. All right, return to your original spot and sleep. If you dare come over again, don't blame me for being rude, Lin Han said firmly. Lin Han nodded repeatedly. I understand. There will certainly be no next time. With that, she migrated back to her original position. As Lin Han observed the surroundings, he turned over and resumed a supine position. He gazed at the myriad stars scattered across the night sky, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber. The night swiftly passed. By the break of dawn, Lin Han opened his eyes to find the sky illuminated. He sat up and surveyed his surroundings. The campfire had extinguished, with the vice principal and 4 teachers seated by the remnants of the fire. Most of the students had risen, while a handful still lingered in sleep. Everyone appeared fatigued. having gone an entire day without sustenance. Their last meal had been breakfast aboard the plane. A few boys ventured towards the grassy fringe of the forest, presumably to relieve themselves. At that moment, Lin Han approached, holding 2 pieces of cactus fruit in her hands. She extended the fruit to Lin Han, her eyes filled with compassion. "Xiao Han, have something to eat. We'll organize a search for food shortly, and I promise to find you something." "Thank you," Lin Han replied, accepting the fruit and beginning to eat. The fruit was quite juicy, and after consuming it, his thirst was somewhat alleviated. However, hunger gnawed at him, as he had not consumed proper food for over 24 hours. Lin Han glanced toward the wreckage of the plane, where the hatch remained closed. The aircraft's door could be opened manually, thereby eliminating concerns about power failure. The captain led a group into the forest at dawn, Lin Han mentioned. Lin Han nodded slightly, observing the beach around him. The nearby coconut trees and cacti had been stripped bare. Not a single coconut remained, and the cacti had been entirely consumed by their group. After a while, all the students awoke. They gathered together to form a hunting party. Naturally, the physical education teacher was appointed as the commander. Lin Han was the second selected, a choice she had anticipated. Wang Rui was chosen third, her knowledge justifying her selection. Subsequently, 15 girls were chosen in a scattered manner, with no objections raised. Furthermore, the vice principal joined the hunting party, as her earlier proclamations of righteousness rendered her participation almost obligatory. Thus, a hunting team of 19 individuals prepared to set forth. They selected suitable sticks from the forest's edge to serve as weapons. Lin Han stood on the ground, stretching her limbs. At that moment, Lin Han approached her. "Lin Han," he called. She turned. "Hey, Xiao Han, what's up?" "Return safely," Lin Han said, leaving those words behind as he departed. Lin Han paused for a moment. Then a smile graced her lips. "I will." The hunting party soon embarked, entering the forest under the watchful eyes of those who remained. The political and language teachers, having gone without sleep throughout the night, could no longer resist their fatigue and dozed off together. The remaining female students numbered 10, seated together and engaging in trivial conversation. The male students totaled 9, initially 10. Their number had dwindled to a single digit. As a result, one has perished yesterday, leaving only 9 remaining. The psychological state of the boys is often quite fragile. At this moment, the 8 boys are gathered together, their spirits considerably dampened. The English teacher is incessantly offering words of comfort. Time ticks away, transitioning from morning to noon. The political and Chinese language teachers have awakened from their slumber. Gazing at the sun above, they cannot help but start to feel anxious. Could something have happened? The Chinese language teacher expressed her concern. Such thoughts are ill-omened. They must return safely, the political teacher responded. With little else to occupy his time, Lin Han decided to take a stroll near the beach, hoping to discover something to eat. Observing this scene, the English teacher approached. Chapter 12, The Giant Crab. The English teacher, somewhat intrigued, inquired, "Lin Han, what are you searching for?" Lin Han cast a brief glance at him and replied, "Food." The teacher then experienced a moment of clarity. Observing Lin Han continue to wander nearby, he could not help but sigh. Having taught numerous classes at Magic City University, he struggled to recall the names of many students in this particular class. His acquaintance with Lin Han stemmed from her well-publicized entry into the male dormitory. His knowledge of Lin Han was purely due to the latter's immense notoriety. After all, she was the campus belle, and her every action garnered considerable attention. It was nearly impossible not to know her. The teacher felt a twinge of regret, realizing that Lin Han's beauty and admirable physique were somewhat wasted on this desolate island. With such attributes, she could thrive in Magic City, attracting wealthy patrons eager to support her. Yet, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, forcing her to endure hunger on this barren isle. Alas, the unpredictability of life. Lin Han roamed the vicinity, yet found nothing edible. Venturing further afield, she stumbled upon an unexpected discovery. At the forest's edge, she uncovered a cave, its entrance approximately 20 centimeters in diameter. Surrounding the cave's mouth were mounds of dirt, suggesting it had been excavated by some creature. Crouching down, Lin Han peered inside, but the darkness obscured her view, leaving her uncertain of any inhabitants within. However, The existence of a cave implied the presence of some creature, though its identity remained a mystery. Cautiously, she refrained from reaching into the darkness. Searching the area, Lin Han found a branch over 2 meters long. She extended it into the cave, only to find that the entire branch disappeared within, without reaching the bottom. Astonished, she pondered the origin of such a deep hole. Undeterred, she discarded the first branch and continued her search until she found a longer one, measuring over 4 meters. Once again, she thrust the branch into the cave, this time sensing it make contact with something solid, rather than the soft texture of soil. It felt like a hard object. Suddenly, the branch was yanked sharply, as if something from within was attacking it. Lin Han attempted to withdraw the branch, but found it firmly ensnared. Gripping it with both hands, she pulled back with all her might, but to her surprise, she could not budge it. What kind of creature residing in this cave possessed strength surpassing that of a human? Although Lin Han was male, his strength was still significantly less than that of many men. Surely, he could not be weaker than a mere small animal. After struggling for half a minute in a futile tug-of-war with the unseen creature, she relinquished her efforts and returned to the camp in search of assistance. He returned to the camp and addressed the crowd. "I discovered a cave over there, and within it resides an animal." Everyone turned their gaze toward Lin Han. The political science teacher's eyes sparkled with surprise. "Lin Han, is it truly an edible creature?" "I cannot say. The cave is quite dark, approximately 4 meters deep. I extended a branch inside to probe, but I couldn't pull the animal out," Lin Han replied. "It cannot possibly be a carnivorous beast, can it?" The English teacher expressed her concern. The Chinese teacher rose with palpable excitement. "Forget about it. Everyone, let us go take a look. If we do not eat soon, we shall starve." Thus, the group made their way to the entrance of the cave. The branch Lin Han had previously used remained at the cave's mouth. Without hesitation, the Chinese teacher grasped the branch and began to pull. The surrounding girls held wooden sticks, their expressions alert. If it were a carnivorous or aggressive creature, they would ensure it felt the terror of starving bipeds. The Chinese teacher exerted her strength, yet astonishingly, the unknown creature remained unyielding. "How could this be? This is truly perplexing," she exclaimed. She turned to the political science teacher. "Come, lend a hand." The political science teacher hurried over and grasped the branch with both hands. "Be cautious," cautioned the English teacher. "On the count of 3, we'll pull together," the Chinese teacher instructed. The political science teacher nodded. "All right." The Chinese teacher adjusted her stance. "Ready? 3, 2, 1, pull." The two women exerted their strength simultaneously, and ultimately, the unknown creature could not withstand the combined force of 2 adult women. The branch was gradually pulled outward. Soon it was entirely extracted, revealing the true nature of the creature. "Oh my goodness! A giant crab!" one girl exclaimed. Indeed, it was an extraordinarily large crab, its body a rich brown with long, slender legs. Notably, its left claw was significantly larger than the right. "What kind of crab is this?" "It's enormous," the English teacher marveled. Lin Han was equally astonished. Though he could not identify the species, its size was remarkable, measuring at least 30 centimeters in length. The political science and Chinese teachers were now collaborating to confront the giant crab. "Quick, we must devise a way to kill it. Then we shall have meat to eat today," one girl shouted. A glimmer of green light seemed to ignite in the eyes of the girls. They encircled the massive crab as if a pack of famished wolves had cornered their prey. "Target its eyes. Blind it. Break its legs. It won't escape. Tear off its claws. It shall not grasp anything again." Lin Han could not suppress a shiver. The girls launched their assault, thick wooden sticks striking the giant crab's shell. One girl picked up a slender stick, waiting for the opportune moment, and deftly blinded one of the crab's eyes. The giant crab, in agony, thrashed wildly, attempting to flee toward the beach. The girl wielding a slender stick led the charge, calling out, "You monster, do not flee." A throng of girls followed closely behind. The sideways moving crab, slow in its pace, could not possibly outrun the humans. The girls swiftly encircled it on the beach, with a fierce glint in her eyes. The girl with the stick declared, "Take this." She struck the crab's back with all her might, only to have the stick shatter upon impact. The surrounding girls surged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows. Ultimately, the crab succumbed to their relentless assault, its shell shattered beyond recognition. This cruel scene stirred a sense of discomfort in both the political and language teachers present. The girls erupted in jubilant cheers. "How wonderful! We shall feast!" they exclaimed, laughter ringing out. "After a whole day of hunger, we can finally indulge." They celebrated with cries of joy, expressing gratitude for nature's bountiful gift. Chapter 13. The coconut crab. The English teacher, at the opportune moment, doused their excitement with a splash of cold reality. "Do not be too exhilarated. We must await the hunting party's return to ascertain whether this creature is toxic." The girls, upon hearing this, indeed calmed considerably. Together, they lifted the lifeless body of the enormous crab back to the camp. The political science teacher gave Lin Han a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Lin Han, your achievement in capturing such a large crab is truly commendable." The girls chimed in unison, affirming, "Indeed, Lin, the campus belle, must bear the most credit." It was Lin Han who discovered the lair of this colossal crab. Not only is she beautiful and kind-hearted, but her observational skills are also unparalleled. Lin Han simply nodded modestly. Seated upon the sandy shore, the group engaged in lively conversation. The discovery of the great crab had lifted their spirits significantly. Time elapsed swiftly. Lin Han planted a small twig into the sand, functioning somewhat like a sundial. Upon inspection, she noted it was approximately 2 in the afternoon. A wave of concern washed over her. Could something unfortunate have befallen the hunting party? Just then, a girl called out, "The hunting party has returned." Everyone rose to witness the scene. Emerging from the forest, the hunting party, led by the physical education teacher, appeared in high spirits, their faces aglow with satisfaction. The teacher raised his hand in greeting, laughing heartily, "You will not believe what we have discovered." The political science teacher's expression brightened. "Did you find food?" The physical education teacher responded jubilantly, "Indeed, just look behind us." With that, the front line of several individuals parted to reveal a few members clad in nothing but undergarments. Pairing together, they carried makeshift bags fashioned from T-shirts. As Lin Han peered into the bags, her eyes widened in astonishment. They were filled with yellow mangoes, each as large as a hand. The yellow hue signified ripeness, indicating they could be peeled and consumed immediately. 3 large bags brimmed with mangoes. The English teacher's eyes sparkled with joy. "How splendid! Mangoes! We are saved!" The girls emptied the mangoes onto the ground, and the 3 girls hastily donned their T-shirts once more. "Look at these large, thin-skinned, juicy mangoes. We have stumbled upon a vast mango grove," the physical education teacher remarked, eliciting cheers from those who remained at the camp. At that moment, Wang Rue noticed the sizable crab lying on the ground. Her eyes lit up. "Wow! Where did this crab come from?" The hunting party members turned to gaze in astonishment. The English teacher chuckled. "Lin Han discovered it. We worked together to subdue it." Wang Rue glanced at Lin Han, albeit briefly, not daring to scrutinize her closely, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. Approaching the great crab, she exclaimed, "This is a coconut crab, the largest terrestrial hermit crab, and the largest terrestrial arthropod known to exist." Wang Rue elaborated. "Is it toxic?" inquired the Chinese teacher. "Rest assured, it is safe to consume," Wang Rue declared. The crowd erupted in a cheer. Subsequently, those remaining at the campsite began to indulge in the mangoes scattered on the ground, each person receiving 3 or 4. Although it was not enough to satiate their hunger entirely, they were no longer famished. The English teacher turned to the physical education teacher, inquiring, "Have you eaten?" "Do not worry, we have all partaken," replied the physical education teacher. After finishing the mangoes, the group gathered to discuss their forthcoming strategy. The physical education teacher was the first to speak. "Based on discussions I had with Lin Han, Wang Rue, and others, we have concluded that it would be prudent to establish our camp adjacent to the mango grove." "I concur," stated the political science teacher. "I have no objections," said the English teacher. "Nor do I," added the Chinese teacher. "Excellent." The physical education teacher clapped her hands, and the teachers unanimously approved the proposal. She turned to the vice principal, her gaze somewhat stern. "And you, vice principal?" The vice principal's expression was grim. "I have no objections either." "Very well." The physical education teacher addressed the students, inviting them to share their thoughts. The students readily expressed their agreement. Great. Since everyone is in accord, we should not delay further. Let us set off at once, the physical education teacher urged. She glanced at the sky. If we leave now, we should arrive just as darkness falls. Approximately 10 kilometers from here. The group was in harmony, as several girls lifted the coconut crab. They ventured into the forest, retracing the path taken by the hunting team on their return. This time, everyone treaded with exceptional caution, frequently checking their footing, fearful of encountering venomous snakes or insects. No one wished to meet a fate akin to that of the boy who had succumbed to snake venom, ending his life in confusion. The physical education teacher continued to remind everyone to remain vigilant of the small creatures in the grass, advising them to steer clear upon encountering any. Ultimately, they arrived at their destination in the early evening, safe and sound. Although the light was dimming, they could still discern their surroundings. Before them lay a vast mango grove, each tree adorned with vibrant, golden mangoes. Joy filled the air as laughter and chatter erupted among them. How wonderful! With so many mangoes, we should have enough to last us quite a while, exclaimed the political science teacher. Just then, Wang Rue stepped forward. Everyone, let's not be overly jubilant. There is something I must address. The crowd turned their attention to her. Wang Rue pointed towards the mango grove. While we can feast on mangoes to our heart's content, subsisting solely on them day after day is unsustainable. If we do so, our health will inevitably deteriorate. What do you mean? How can having food lead to our decline? Someone questioned, puzzled. Wang Rue began to elucidate. The human body requires a diverse array of nutrients to function properly. If we were to consume only mangoes every day, we would fail to meet all our nutritional needs. Certain essential nutrients, such as protein, are inadequately supplied by mangoes. Although mangoes contain some protein, the quantity is far too low to fulfill our daily requirements. To live healthily, it is imperative that we maintain a balanced diet, incorporating both animal and plant-based foods. Otherwise, in due course, we may suffer from malnutrition, leading to a decline in our immunity and the onset of various ailments. Upon hearing Wang Rue's words, everyone was struck with a moment of clarity. Indeed, Wang Rue was absolutely correct. However, there is no need for excessive concern, as our hunting team will venture out daily in search of sustenance, ensuring that no one faces hardship, the physical education teacher reassured. The boys, upon hearing this, exhaled in relief. Compared to the girls, their courage was rather lacking. At times, even trivial matters could instill considerable fear in them. Subsequently, everyone set to work. They discovered a relatively open area and diligently cleared away the weeds and plants, creating a spacious plot of land. Chapter 14. Constructing a shelter, the physical education teacher began to showcase her remarkable strength, quickly igniting a blaze. The other girls contributed fuel, ensuring the fire blazed ever brighter. The group gathered around the bonfire, each finding a place to recline. With food supplies uncertain, it was prudent to retire early, conserving energy and alleviating worries. In this isolated locale, devoid of signal or power outlets, the absence of mobile devices rendered them powerless to engage in digital entertainment. Without electronic distractions, even those who remained awake found little to occupy their minds. However, some individuals inevitably sought amusement in dire circumstances. Wang Rue, accompanied by a few others, appeared engrossed in an activity. Lin Han shifted her position to observe. She noticed Wang Rue and her companions sketching a grid in the earth, resembling a game board. They had gathered small stones to serve as game pieces. Wang Rue and another girl were engaged in what seemed to be a game of Gamoku. Occasionally, the surrounding onlookers chimed in, offering advice to the players. "Xiao Han, can't you sleep?" A voice interrupted. Lin Han jumped in surprise and turned to find Li Lan behind her. She touched her forehead, still startled. "When did you appear behind me?" "I came over just as you were watching Wang Rue and the others," Li Lan replied. Lin Han sighed. "Next time, please don't sneak up on me like that. It's quite frightening." Li Lan scratched her head, her eyes reflecting an apology. "I'm sorry, I want to do it again. Did you need something?" "Well, you mentioned you wanted me to teach you about wilderness survival last night," Li Lan said. Lin Han suddenly recalled. "Oh right, I did say that. After a day, I had completely forgotten." She nodded. "All right, please teach me now. I promise to pay close attention. Lin Han began to explain the principles of wilderness survival, and Lin Han listened intently, interjecting with questions from time to time. Their conversation continued for nearly 2 hours. Lin Han glanced at the sky, noting the time. It's getting late. It must be past 9. We should sleep. Okay, I'll continue the lesson tomorrow, Lin Han replied, departing with a sense of understanding. Lin Han laid down on the ground, closing her eyes in slumber. That night, the political science and language teachers kept watch, seated beside the bonfire. As dawn broke, Lin Han awoke, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. The others were stirring, some chatting, while others yawned. After a while, the physical education teacher called everyone together. I reflected last night, she began, and realized that our concerns extend beyond mere food. In line with what Wang Rui mentioned, we must construct a shelter. My proposal is for our hunting team to venture out today in search of food, while we leave Wang Rui here to oversee the construction of a shelter with those remaining at the camp. This division of labor ensures efficiency. We will secure food as well as shelter. What does everyone think? The group unanimously agreed. Thus, they roasted the coconut crabs, distributing small portions of meat to each person. After enjoying a few mangoes, breakfast concluded. The physical education teacher led the group to sharpen found sticks, crafting them into rudimentary wooden spears. Subsequently, she instructed the hunting team to grasp a spear each and ventured out in search of food. Meanwhile, Wang Rui began assembling the remaining individuals to construct a shelter. The political and language teachers, having kept watch, were catching up on sleep. Wang Rui gathered everyone together and declared, "We must build a shelter, but lacking nails and tools. We can only create simple structures." She gathered some small branches from the surroundings and demonstrated on the ground. First, she inserted 2 branches into the earth, then angled one end against the other, forming an A shape missing the horizontal bar in the center. Just like this, she explained. Then we will find some vines to bind the leaning ends together, leaving a small gap. Wang Rui continued, "This allows us to support the main beam. And then we will erect a similar frame on the other side, leaving the main beam suspended." Next, they began layering branches on either side of the main beam, followed by grass and leaves, and then another row of branches to secure the grass and leaves beneath. By this stage, the shelter was nearly complete. They used mud to seal one side for ventilation, leaving only an entrance. Thus, a completed A-frame shelter stood proudly. Wang Rui turned to the group. "Has everyone learned?" Nods of agreement followed. "It's quite simple. With our 21 members, we can construct many in a day." Once the political and language teachers awaken, with 2 more hands, "Our pace will surely quicken," remarked the English teacher. Wang Rui rose. "All right, let us get to work." The group set off to gather vines and larger branches, commencing the construction of the A-frame shelters. The forest was abundant with vines, and they quickly amassed a large collection. They dug holes in the ground with sticks, then embedded the 2 large branches as supports, binding them together with vines. Soon, one A-frame shelter after another emerged in the clearing. Each A-frame shelter occupied approximately 6 square meters, measuring 3 meters in length and 2 meters in width. They tested the space and found that each shelter could comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. Thus, constructing 21 A-frame shelters would suffice for everyone's lodging. At noon, they filled their stomachs with mangoes. Coincidentally, the political and language teachers woke up, accelerating the shelter's construction. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, all 21 A-frame shelters were completed. The group, exhausted and drenched in sweat, felt an immense sense of accomplishment. "Tonight, we need not sleep in the open. We have a place to stay," the English teacher marveled. He glanced at his soiled clothes. In these conditions, there's no way to wash. Yet surviving is a blessing. The political teacher remarked. After a while, the hunting team returned, astonished to find the array of A-frame shelters standing before them. The physical education teacher gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive. You've completed it so swiftly. It's nothing compared to your hard work. It's merely a matter of physical labor. This shelter can accommodate 2 individuals. And we have a total of 21 shelters, which is quite sufficient," replied the political science teacher. The English teacher turned to the physical education teacher and inquired, "What did you all gain today?" The physical education teacher nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, we caught over a dozen saltwater fish by the seaside and also captured 2 birds in the forest. Lin Han mentioned something about them being military birds. And we even found 2 bird eggs. As she spoke, several girls presented their day's bounty before everyone. Chapter 15. An unexpected visitor. Everyone gazed down to behold a total of 13 saltwater fish, accompanied by 2 large, predominantly black birds and 2 eggs. This bird is a frigate bird, Wang Rue exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that's the very bird Lin Han mentioned, the physical education teacher affirmed. How did you manage to catch such large birds? The English teacher inquired, clearly taken aback. The physical education teacher smiled. We owe our success to Lin Han. Her skill with the wooden spear was remarkable, striking down one with a single throw. The other, upon witnessing its companion's demise, did not flee but rather charged at us. And we managed to dispatch it as well. In a nest atop that tree, we also discovered these 2 eggs. I surmise that the bird was guarding its young. Otherwise, it would have flown away long ago. With such an abundant bounty, spirits soared high among the group. They roasted the fish and eggs, relishing a delightful feast. After processing the 2 frigate birds, they transformed the meat into smoked delicacies, ensuring easier preservation. The physical education teacher led the group to a secluded spot not far from their campsite, where they dug a pit to store the smoked meat, camouflaging the entrance for protection. This pit would serve as their food storage in the days to come. As night fell, everyone gathered around the campfire at the center of the encampment. There were a total of 21 shelters available. If 2 individuals shared one, there would be 1 solitary shelter left. The group unanimously suggested that the physical education teacher take the single shelter, given her significant contributions over the past few days. After much insistence, she reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, she began to exude an air of leadership. Lin Han cast a glance at the vice principal, whose expression bore a frown of discontent, his eyes reflecting considerable displeasure towards the physical education teacher. When it was time for sleep, Lin Han arrived at the entrance of her shelter. A boy approached, evidently her roommate. His looks were above average, and upon seeing Lin Han, he seemed somewhat awkward. Lin Han, I didn't expect us to become roommates, he stammered. Lin Han scrutinized him, furrowing her brow. I apologize. What was your name again? The boy flashed an embarrassed smile. My name is Lu Jingyu. Lin Han nodded. My apologies. I typically do not pay much attention to my classmates' names. Lu Jingyu quickly waved his hands. It's perfectly fine. You are the belle of our school. So it's understandable that you wouldn't remember the name of an ordinary person like me. Lin Han made her way towards a nearby thicket. I will gather some straw to make our shelter more comfortable for sleeping tonight. Lu Jingyu hurried to accompany her. I'll join you. Together, they collected a quantity of straw, laying it upon the ground inside the shelter. Subsequently, they reclined within. Lin Han lay flat, closing her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. In contrast, Lu Jingyu tossed and turned, unable to find rest, being ever so cautious with his movements, lest he disturb Lin Han. He felt as though he were in a dream, sharing a space with a prominent figure from the esteemed Magic City University. During his time in the bustling metropolis, he felt an insurmountable distance of 100,000 miles from Lin Han. As a mere amateur, he had no opportunity to engage with the illustrious school beauty. They belonged to entirely different realms. Although he was quite handsome, garnering attention from several admirers at school, he still paled in comparison to Lin Han. Presently, he was overwhelmed with anxiety, his heart racing uncontrollably, rendering him unable to sleep. In desperation, he began to count sheep. 1, 2, 3. The night passed. The following morning, Lin Han awoke to the brightening sky. As he sat up, he noticed that Lu Jingyu beside him was still deeply asleep. Abandoning the idea of waking him, Lin Han crawled out of the shelter. At that moment, Lin Han appeared, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Xiao Han, did you sleep well last night? Quite well. Thank you for your concern, Lin Han replied. Lin Han felt a surge of joy. Xiao Han had just expressed gratitude. It felt like a celebration. She offered a mango to Lin Han, saying, Here, have some mango to stave off hunger. Without hesitation, Lin Han accepted the mango and began to eat. Before long, the hunting team set off. Lin Han cast a lingering glance at Lin Han before joining the group. This time, Wang Rue was also present. She had stayed behind the previous day to assist in constructing the shelter. Now that it was complete, she naturally accompanied the hunting team. After all, Wang Rui possessed knowledge akin to an encyclopedia, making her an invaluable asset when encountering unfamiliar animals or plants. The girls remaining at the camp took on the responsibility of guarding it, thus marking the camp's entry into a more stable phase. Thus, 9 days passed. During this time, the hunting team consistently returned with various game, sometimes fish, sometimes birds, and occasionally non-venomous snakes. This was largely thanks to Lin Han's remarkable agility. Without her, the team could not have brought back such bountiful catches daily. The physical education teacher frequently praised Lin Han in front of everyone, much to her delight, as she relished the recognition, believing it would elevate her status in Lin Han's eyes. The smoked meat stored in the cave grew increasingly abundant, indicating that everything was progressing favorably. However, this morning, shortly after the hunting team had departed, an unexpected group arrived at the camp. Lin Han and the others were attempting to fashion stone axes from wooden sticks, stones, and vines when a throng of individuals suddenly invaded their space. They were momentarily bewildered, unsure of how to react. Counting the newcomers, Lin Han noted there were 15 in total, 11 women and 4 men. Leading them was a muscular middle-aged woman, and each of them wielded a wooden stick, exuding an ominous presence. The muscular woman pointed her stick at Lin Han and the others, her gaze fierce. Everyone gathered around and crouched down, heads held. The boys were terrified. The young women appeared somewhat composed, yet they were clearly on high alert. The political science teacher pressed her lips together, a flicker of panic evident in her gaze. "What do you mean by that, madam?" The muscular woman sneered. "What does it matter to you what I mean? If you do not comply with my demands, my words will no longer be mere threats." The political science teacher and a language arts teacher exchanged a glance, both recognizing the unease reflected in each other's eyes. The political science teacher addressed the students. "Class, let us heed her instructions for the time being." Lin Han and the others huddled together, crouching down with their heads bowed. "What do you intend to do? They are merely children. Do not harm them," the English teacher implored nervously. The muscular woman pointed her wooden stick at the political science teacher. "I ask you, where's the food stored in your camp?" Chapter 16. Kidnapping. The political instructor hurriedly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, no. The food we hunt in our camp barely suffices. There's nothing left over." A muscular woman forcefully kicked the political teacher to the ground. "Political teacher," the English instructor gasped. He attempted to rise to assist the political teacher, but was halted by the muscular woman's wooden stick. "Who told you to move? Get back down." The muscular woman growled viciously. The English instructor's eyes brimmed with fury. "You are being exceedingly cruel. No matter what, you cannot resort to violence." With a resounding slap, the muscular woman struck the English instructor across the face. "How dare you? Do you think you deserve respect?" she scolded. The English instructor's face flushed red from the blow. Although his heart raged with indignation, he could only submit at that moment and squatted down again. The muscular woman let out a cold huff. "That's more like it. If you dare move again, I will smash your head in." She squatted beside the political teacher, prodded her neck with the stick. "Don't take me for a fool. We have been observing you for 2 nights. Every day, you smoke the meat and leave in the forest. Now, tell me, where exactly is it hidden?" Realizing her deception had been uncovered, the political teacher's face turned pale. She stammered, A 1,000 thoughts raced through her mind, urging her not to divulge the truth. Yet the stick pressed against her neck left her with no choice. The muscular woman steadily increased the pressure of the stick. "Listen carefully, I will count to 3. 1, 2. The political teacher's forehead glistened with cold sweat, her body trembling. 3. The muscular woman continued. I'll tell you. The political teacher gasped, desperate. "Just don't harm us. I'll reveal everything." "Then speak quickly. Where is the food hidden?" the muscular woman demanded. The political teacher pointed towards the direction of a hole in the ground. "Over there. We dug a hole there, and the food is stored inside." The muscular woman rose to her feet. "Good. Lead me there." The political teacher scrambled up from the ground. The muscular woman turned to Lin Han and the others, warning, "Don't move. Anyone who dares to stir will regret it." She lightly tapped the political teacher's upper arm with her stick. "Let us go. Guide me to that hole." With a despondent expression, the political teacher led the way toward the hole, followed closely by the muscular woman. They entered the forest, and after a while, returned. The muscular woman's demeanor was somewhat exuberant. She addressed her subordinates. "Their food is in that hole. A few of you come with me to retrieve it." As soon as she finished speaking, several subordinates stepped forward. The muscular woman led them toward the hole. After a brief while, they returned carrying 2 woven bags made of vines, filled with the food that Lin Han and her companions had painstakingly gathered over the past few days. The muscular woman and her group placed the bags on the ground, their eyes gleaming as if they had stumbled upon a rare treasure. With a commanding voice, the muscular woman declared, "Eat." Thus, under the watchful eyes of Lin Han and others, they began to feast. Occasionally, they would gnaw on a piece of meat or take a bite of mango. Once they had satisfied their hunger, they all picked up the wooden sticks in their hands. The muscular woman stretched her limbs and remarked, "You all have quite a stash of food at your camp these days. How come we couldn't catch any?" She glanced at the mango grove and then turned her gaze towards Lin Han, a glimmer of desire in her eyes. "You will come with us," she commanded. Lin Han inwardly lamented his misfortune. He had initially thought that the muscular woman had overlooked him, but it seemed he was not to escape after all. The political teacher attempted to plead, "Sister, please." Slap. The muscular woman delivered a sharp blow to her face. "What do you mean, please? This is none of your concern," she retorted. Turning her attention back to Lin Han, she waved the wooden stick. "Handsome, I offer you 2 choices. Either you come with us willingly, or I knock you unconscious and carry you away. Choose." Lin Han could only smile bitterly. He knew escape was futile. Resignedly, he stood up and walked over to the muscular woman. Lu Jingyu watched Lin Han with worry and reluctance in his eyes. But he felt powerless to intervene. As Lin Han was being taken away, the others crouched on the ground felt a sense of unwillingness. Yet, the intimidation from the muscular woman and her group was too strong. They dared not act out against them. After all, they were merely students, unaccustomed to the harshness of the world. Faced with a brute like the muscular woman, they lacked the courage to fight back. The muscular woman reached out to touch Lin Han's face, but he evaded her grasp. Her expression darkened. "Dare to avoid me again?" Lin Han stiffened. The muscular woman gently caressed Lin Han's face, her touch incredibly soft. A smirk crept onto her lips. "That's better. From now on, you will be my man, and I guarantee you will live a life of luxury." Lin Han felt a strong aversion to this proposition. Although dining with his classmates was not lavish, it was sufficient to fill his stomach, and there was meat every day. He could only imagine what life would be like under this muscular woman's command. Moreover, she exuded an aura of brutality. Disobedience would likely result in violence. In that case, it would be preferable to stay with his classmates, where at least he wouldn't have to worry about food, with Li Han looking out for him. However, he now understood that he had no say in the matter, and he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. The muscular woman seized Lin Han's hand and instructed her subordinates, "Grab the food. We are leaving." They departed from the camp in a grand procession. Lin Han was pulled along by the muscular woman through the forest. He gazed up at the sky. Based on their current direction, they were heading north, moving away from the captain's camp and the mango grove. "Boss, where are we headed now?" one woman inquired. "We continue north to distance ourselves from the mango grove, in case those hunters pursue us," the muscular woman replied. Thus, the group journeyed from morning until afternoon, stopping once to rest and eat a little. They eventually arrived at a halt at a certain location. It is now around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and it is estimated that they have traveled over 30 kilometers. Fortunately, there is a small stream here, approximately a meter wide, flowing from the northwest to the southeast. The group rests beside the stream, and those parched quench their thirst by drinking the fresh water with their hands. Lin Han contemplates that the hunting party should have nearly returned to the Mango Grove campsite by now. He wonders if they are aware of his abduction and whether they would take the risk to rescue him. However, he dismisses the thought, realizing that relying on others is not as dependable as relying on oneself. He must find a way to save himself. The muscular woman still grips Lin Han's hand tightly, as if fearing his escape. "Boss, are we moving too quickly? There are still so many mangoes over there, and we haven't taken a single one," one of the women remarked. Chapter 17. I arrived late, the muscular woman scoffed. "Those mangoes pale in comparison to the importance of meat." It is the sustenance of true satisfaction. Those fruits are merely water. Once consumed, they vanish in an instant. Furthermore, she glanced at Lin Han, acknowledging him as the greatest prize, such a rare gem, a once-in-a-century find. The boss is right. I was eyeing this beauty back when we split up on the beach. Who would have thought we would cross paths? Truly fate. Ha ha ha. One woman remarked with a mischievous grin. I wonder how that group in a mango grove manages to hunt so effectively, capturing so many prey daily. Unlike us, who have been reduced to gnawing on leaves these past few days, another woman lamented. The animals in this forest flee too swiftly. They vanish before we can even approach. Another woman added. The muscular woman, brimming with arrogance, retorted, Humph, who cares how they capture their prey? If we cannot catch it ourselves, we simply take it from others. In a place like Valen Island, strength dictates, right? Indeed, the boss is formidable, one woman affirmed. Another woman patted her stomach and sighed. Ah, now that I'm satiated, I feel invigorated and can hardly resist the urge to stretch my limbs. With that, her gaze fell upon a man who, though somewhat handsome, appeared uneasy under her scrutiny. What do you want? He asked, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The woman chuckled slyly. What do you think? Come, let us go over there and unwind. The man's eyes flickered with reluctance, but I'm not really in the mood. The muscular woman furrowed her brow. What's the matter? We women provide you men with food and drink, and you don't even have to perform any strenuous tasks. Now, my sisters wish to relax a little. And you have an objection? The man shivered and quickly shook his head. I have no objections. I was just speaking casually. Soon after, he was pulled into the nearby thicket by the woman. Lin Han couldn't help but glance at the remaining three men. It seemed that within the muscular woman's group, the men held a rather low status, unlike the boys from his class, who not only avoided heavy labor, but also enjoyed their rightful privileges. The muscular woman tousled Lin Han's hair. Darling, don't be afraid. You are different from them. You won't have to do any work. You only need to cater to me. Lin Han pouted. He had no intention of catering to her. He was determined to escape. Otherwise, with her imposing physique, she might very well crush him. After approximately 10 minutes, the woman and the man returned. I say, you were rather quick, weren't you? Are you suffering from some sort of deficiency? One woman teased. The woman's expression darkened. Go away. I was merely pent up for too long. Otherwise, it would have taken at least 20 minutes. I propose, boss, that we should learn from others and establish a campsite, perhaps a shelter as well, one woman suggested. Sleeping on the ground is manageable for now, but should it rain, we would turn into drenched chickens. The muscular woman gazed thoughtfully at the sky for a moment before responding. You make a valid point. We must consider constructing a dwelling, just like that group in the mango grove. That thing is simple. I've understood it long ago, the woman remarked. The muscular woman appeared somewhat surprised. Really? Is your IQ that high? The woman chuckled. It's nothing difficult. It's merely a matter of a few branches. I can assemble it in no time. The women engaged in cheerful banter while four men huddled together, quietly discussing something. As dusk descended, the sun's fading rays illuminated the forest. The women continued their conversation when suddenly a distinct sound of human footsteps approached, growing increasingly closer. The noise was loud enough for everyone to hear. They all rose to their feet, gazing toward the source of the sound. The muscular woman signaled her subordinates with a glance. Her followers, tense, grasped their weapons. Ready for action. After 3 seconds, a figure sprinted rapidly from a distance. Everyone turned to look at the newcomer. It was a woman, seemingly young, but exuding an air of defiance. Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the one approaching was Lin Han. Her eyes were crimson, hair disheveled, and leaves clung to her, clearly indicating she had run frantically. The muscular woman recognized Lin Han. It's you from that group in the mango grove. She glanced behind Lin Han. Is it just you? Lin Han's body trembled slightly as her gaze fixated on Lin Han. Give him back to me. The muscular woman scoffed derisively. You alone dare to demand someone back? You're simply courting death. Ladies, let us go. Take her down. 10 women brandishing wooden sticks advanced with menacing grins. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Han showed no fear. Instead, she struck first with remarkable speed. She swiftly approached one woman, landing a punch on her temple. The woman, struck with such force, instantly bled from her nostrils and collapsed to the ground. The remaining 9 women stood in shock, having never witnessed such a spectacle. Typically, fights involve back-and-forth exchanges, but how could this person take down one with a single blow? This was not right. They had encountered a formidable opponent. Fearful of being knocked out, they hesitated to advance. Lin Han, undeterred, walked straight toward Lin Han. Noticing the situation deteriorating, the muscular woman couldn't help but curse, a bunch of useless fools. She released Lin Han's hand and approached Lin Han, flexing her muscles as she spoke. I advise you to be sensible and leave, or else you won't be able to withstand my 700-kilogram punch. Lin Han wasted no time with words. She closed the distance and aimed a punch at the muscular woman's left eye. The muscular woman, ever watchful, quickly tilted her head to evade the blow and countered with a right hook to Lin Han's temple. The muscular woman felt triumphant, believing victory was hers. To her astonishment, Lin Han withstood the punch without a trace of blood or disorientation. Her crimson eyes glimmered with a demonic intensity. The muscular woman stood utterly bewildered. In that moment of her bewilderment, Lin Han delivered a powerful punch to her temple. The muscular woman instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with blood streaming from her nostrils. Lin Han did not cast a single glance at the fallen figure. Instead, she strode directly to Lin Han and embraced him tightly. I'm so sorry for my tardiness, Lin Han murmured. Lin Han patted her back reassuringly. No, you arrived just in time. I'm unharmed. Lin Han trembled. I was so terrified, so afraid that this rabble had sullied you. If that were the case, I would never forgive myself. Lin Han could only offer comfort. It's all right. Truly, I am fine. They hadn't the chance to do anything before you arrived. Chapter 18. Elopement. Lin Han released Lin Han, extending her hands to grasp his shoulders. Her gaze pierced into Lin Han's eyes, brimming with compassion. Xiao Han, come with me. Let us not return to the classroom. I will take you to another place to live. The people in our class cannot protect you. They're solely concerned with themselves. Only I, who am always by your side, can truly safeguard you. Will you come with me? Lin Han weighed the pros and cons in his heart. If he returned to the classroom, he could only share food equally with everyone. However, if he eloped with Lin Han, he could indulge in all the food available. Lin Han, with her extraordinary strength and unwavering loyalty, would ensure his safety at all times. Therefore, it would be better to go with Lin Han. Feigning a facade of being moved, Lin Han asked, Are you truly willing to sacrifice so much for me? Lin Han nodded eagerly. Yes, I am willing, Xiao Han. I would do anything for you. Lin Han covered his mouth, pretending to sob. Oh, you're such a good person. Very well, I will go with you. Lin Han was overjoyed. Really? That's wonderful. Xiao Han, I promise to give you the best life from now on. Around them, the muscular women stood, exchanging bewildered glances, their minds struggling to comprehend the situation. What was happening? Weren't they just in the midst of a fight? How had it suddenly transformed into a poignant love story? Lin Han promptly reminded Lin Han, Let us not discuss this now. They're still enemies. Lin Han nodded in agreement, turning with a fierce determination in her eyes. You dare to kidnap Xiao Han? I will not let you go unpunished. The women, armed with wooden sticks, stared at Lin Han, unsure of how to proceed. One woman, summoning her courage, stepped forward. Everyone, do not be afraid. She is alone. We 9 can take her down together. The other 8 women, encouraged by her words, found their courage. Sisters, charge! The leading woman sprinted towards Lin Han, swinging her wooden stick. The remaining women followed suit, a formidable force of 9 adult women advancing. Yet, Lin Han showed no fear, meeting their challenge head-on. She deftly sidestepped the incoming blows and swiftly knocked down the leading woman with a single punch. The remaining wooden sticks came at her from various angles. But Lin Han evaded them all, not allowing a single blow to land. While dodging, she retaliated fiercely. The battle raged on for several minutes, culminating in all 8 women sprawled on the ground, unconscious. The fight concluded, and Lin Han appeared utterly unfazed, as if she had merely completed a warm-up. Lin Han could not help but be astonished. Lin Han's combat prowess was astonishing. He had never realized her strength before. To have triumphed against 9 adult women was no small feat, yet this was indeed a positive development. The greater Lin Han's strength, the more secure his safety would be. However, he felt a touch of warmth in his heart, knowing she had sprinted over 30 kilometers to rescue him. Meanwhile, the four men huddled together, trembling in fear. Lin Han approached and asked, "What do you intend to do with these men?" Lin Han looked at Lin Han and replied, "I will follow your lead." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Han said, "Very well, they are rather pitiable. I believe it is best to let them go and fend for themselves." Lin Han turned to the four men, stating, "Did you hear that? You may leave now. I would advise you, however, that if you head south for over 40 kilometers, you will reach the beach, where perhaps the pilot will offer you refuge." The four men exchanged glances, hurriedly rising to flee southward. In the blink of an eye, they had vanished from sight, likely overtaken by fear. "By the way, I almost forgot to ask, how did you come here? What is the situation in the mango grove?" Lin Han inquired. "When our hunting team returned in the afternoon, we learned from those left behind at the camp that food had been stolen and that you had been kidnapped," Lin Han explained. "I was quite anxious and asked the political teacher about the direction you had taken, then followed the traces to catch up. The physical education teachers had initially been behind me, but they lagged and were soon left behind." Lin Han nodded, observing the 11 individuals lying on the ground. "What do you plan to do with them?" Li Lan's eyes gleamed with a murderous intent. "They cannot be spared," she declared, finding a stone in the grass. She approached the muscular woman. With her arm raised high, she brought it down forcefully. Several heavy blows rendered the muscular woman's head a bloody pulp, ensuring her demise. Lin Han swallowed hard, a chill running through him. Li Lan's heart was indeed ruthless. Having been on the island for less than a month, she dared to take a life. Truly, a woman driven by love is a perilous force. Lin Han used the stone to dispatch the remaining 10 unconscious women, casting the stone into the distant brush. She turned to Lin Han, saying, "Xiao Han, we should leave this place quickly. The physical education teachers may come after us, making our escape difficult." "All right," Lin Han replied, pointing to the 2 net bags on the ground. "Let us take the food." Lin Han effortlessly lifted one bag in each hand, containing smoked meat. She crouched down, saying, "Xiao Han, climb onto my back. I will carry you." "There's no need. I can walk on my own," Lin Han responded. "The trails in this forest are treacherous. You might injure yourself. I can carry you, and we will move faster this way," Lin Han insisted. "You will tire yourself out. It's best if I walk," Lin Han argued. Lin Han smiled. "Do not worry. I have good stamina. This weight will not burden me. Hurry up and get on." Seeing her determination, Lin Han relented. He wrapped his arms around Li Lan's neck and his legs around her waist. Lin Han stood up, appearing unfazed by the weight. She took several swift strides northward, leaping over a small creek before continuing to run. In the forest, she moved with remarkable agility, as if gliding effortlessly, prompting Lin Han to marvel inwardly at her impressive physical prowess and wonder about her training regimen. Thus, the two traversed through the twilight, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun. The scene appeared to radiate warmth. The sun descended swiftly, and darkness enveloped the sky in no time. Lin Han came to a halt at a location where a small mound, about 4 to 5 meters high, stood. Beneath this mound was a hollowed section. Lin Han crouched down and called, "Xiao Han, come down. We shall rest here for the night." Lin Han descended from her back, responding, "All right, you take the lead." Upon hearing this, a wave of indescribable happiness surged within Lin Han. She felt as though Lin Han were her little husband, allowing her to take charge of everything. Joy enveloped her once more. Lin Han set down the net bag and swiftly cleared away the weeds from the hollow of the mound. Subsequently, she spread a pile of dry grass. Chapter 19. Digging holes. Lin Han found 2 branches and skillfully created a fire by friction. Soon, a bright blaze flickered to life. She added more fuel to the fire, encouraging it to grow ever stronger. She patted the haystack beside her, saying, "Xiao Han, after a long day of exertion, you must be weary. Please sit down and take a moment to rest." Lin Han settled himself upon the haystack, gazing into the radiant flames. Lin Han retrieved a piece of smoked meat from her bag and offered it to Lin Han. "Here, have something to eat. I wouldn't want you to go hungry." Lin Han accepted the smoked meat and began to eat. Lin Han watched him in silence, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of her mouth. Lin Han glanced at her and remarked, "Lin Han, Sometimes I truly cannot comprehend why you are so kind to me. Lin Han paused, her expression momentarily taken aback, then licked her lips and replied, it's simply because I like you. A visible blush crept across her cheeks. Like? What is it that you like about me? My appearance? Lin Han inquired. Lin Han shook her head. That is merely a part of it. I just find you to be quite special. To me, you're the sort of presence that stands out in a crowd, easily recognizable. I cannot quite articulate it, but ever since the first time I laid eyes on you, I felt you were different, and I liked you. Lin Han pondered this. I see. I initially thought you were rather aloof, yet you seem to be quite at ease in my presence. He patted Lin Han's shoulder. From now on, we are companions, so there is no need for formality. I will be relying on you. Lin Han, taken aback by his words, appeared flustered. Rest assured, I will protect you. Lin Han smiled softly and resumed eating the smoked meat. Once he finished, he reclined on the haystack and soon fell asleep. Lin Han, however, remained awake, keeping watch by the fire. The flames emitted warmth, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. As night turned to dawn, Lin Han stirred. Opening his eyes and sitting up, the fire had died down. Lin Han, still beside the remnants of the fire, looked at him and said, Xiao Han, you're awake. Would you like to sleep a little longer? Lin Han shook his head. No, I've had enough rest. Are you thirsty? Would you like some water? Lin Han asked with concern. I'm fine. Lin Han paused before asking, where shall we go today? Lin Han contemplated for a moment before responding. We need to find a location near a water source where we can set up camp. That way, we won't have to worry about fresh water every day. That makes perfect sense. When shall we set off? Lin Han replied. By the way, he remembered something and pulled out another piece of smoked meat from his bag, handing it to Lin Han. You haven't eaten since yesterday. You should eat something. I wouldn't want you to starve. Lin Han stared at the smoked meat in Lin Han's hand, momentarily stunned. Is Xiao Han showing concern for me? What should I do? I feel so happy. A warm sensation envelopes my heart. Is this what it feels like to be cared for by someone you like? It's truly comforting. Thank you. Lin Han gratefully accepted the smoked meat and began to eat heartily. Take your time. There's no rush, Lin Han advised. After finishing the smoked meat, Lin Han wiped her mouth with a piece of hay. She meticulously erased all traces of their activities. Grasping 2 net bags, she hoisted Lin Han on her back and sprinted northward. After a series of starts and stops, they arrived at a lakeside around noon. The lake appeared modest in size, with a diameter of approximately 100 meters. Frogs were frolicking along the shore. Lin Han set down the net bags and Lin Han then approached the water's edge to take a sip. A glimmer of joy lit up her eyes as she realized it was fresh water. Lin Han shared her elation, exclaiming, Wonderful! This resolves our freshwater dilemma. Suddenly, Lin Han's expression shifted, and she dashed back with urgency. Be careful. Lin Han, momentarily bewildered, failed to grasp the situation until he noticed a crocodile emerging from the very spot where Lin Han had just drunk. The creature snapped its jaws at the exact location where she had crouched moments earlier. Had Lin Han been a fraction slower, she might have been caught. Lin Han dashed back, shielding Lin Han with her body, her demeanor alert. The crocodile, having missed its target, retreated swiftly into the depths of the lake. Lin Han, stalk-lid, recalled the crocodile's menacing black hide, estimating its length to be around 4 meters, a fully grown specimen. As the crocodile disappeared beneath the water's surface, Lin Han exhaled in relief. Turning to Lin Han, her eyes filled with concern, she asked, Are you all right? Lin Han shook his head, chuckling lightly. I should be the one asking you that. The crocodile was attacking you. Lin Han waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. I reacted quickly and dodged it. Her gaze shifted back to the lake, her expression grave. It seems that Valen Island is even more perilous than we anticipated. Do you have any idea what kind of crocodile that was? Lin Han inquired. It was likely a Siamese crocodile, a species of freshwater crocodile that can grow quite large. They are rare, Lin Han explained. Lin Han felt a pang of worry. With crocodiles in the lake, how will we manage our water supply? Lin Han offered a reassuring smile. No need to fret. Siamese crocodiles are generally less aggressive during midday. It's likely that our noise earlier piqued its curiosity. We should keep our movements minimal and fetch water during the brightest hours. We should be safe. All right, Lin Han replied. But Valen Island truly is dangerous. Even a simple lake harbors such formidable creatures. Li Lan gazed intently at him. Do not be afraid. I will ensure your safety. Lin Han chuckled lightly. I got it. You're quite serious about this. With that, Li Lan picked up the 2 net bags, and the pair ventured into the forest on the northern side of the lake, locating a small earthen mound about 3 or 4 meters high. Li Lan gathered 2 branches, employing them with dexterity. She excavated a horizontal hole at the base of the mound, 2 meters wide and 4 meters deep. Once her task was accomplished, she lined the intersection of the hole with hay. Afterward, Li Lan discovered another similarly sized mound over 100 meters to the northeast. She replicated her earlier method, digging a hole of comparable dimensions at the base of this small hillock. She placed 2 bags of provisions into the cavity and then covered the opening with grass, successfully concealing it. Li Lan discarded the twig in her hand, declaring that this food storage would henceforth be referred to as the second hillock cave, while the previous one would be known as the first hillock cave, designated for habitation. I must admit, you have considered this quite thoroughly. Separating the food storage is quite clever, Lin Han praised. Li Lan's cheeks flushed slightly, revealing a hint of bashfulness. Oh no. It's just that when we were in the mango grove, didn't we employ the same strategy? Chapter 20. Torrential rain. Lin Han glanced at the sky. It was approximately 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So, shall we reside here for the long term? Lin Han inquired. Indeed, this area boasts a freshwater lake, making it convenient for drinking and other needs. Furthermore, the presence of the lake ensures an abundance of wildlife, providing a reliable source of sustenance, Li Lan replied. All right, Lin Han responded. The 2 then made their way back to the cave on Hill 1. Li Lan cleared away the grass and plants at the cave's entrance, creating a small clearing. She dusted off her hands, declaring, That's about it. I've finished what needed to be done. All that's left is a water bucket to make it perfect. Lin Han surveyed the surroundings. How shall we craft the water bucket? Given the current conditions, we can only make a wooden bucket. We will need to carve it out gradually using a sharp stone, Li Lan explained. She searched the vicinity and found a sturdy branch, removing the unnecessary smaller twigs. Additionally, she gathered a few vines and a flat stone with a pointed end. With these items combined, a rudimentary stone axe was fashioned. Li Lan aimed at a tree approximately 30 centimeters in diameter and began to chop. Although the stone axe lacked the quality and sharpness of an iron axe, Li Lan's remarkable strength and stamina compensated for these shortcomings. With vigor, she swung the stone axe with such force that it rivaled the speed of an ordinary person wielding an iron axe. Lin Han observed from the side. Though he wished to assist, his strength was insufficient to contribute meaningfully. After about 20 minutes of diligent chopping, Li Lan had felled 2/3 of the tree. With a determined push, the tree collapsed to the ground. She set down the stone axe and found a sharp stone on the ground. She began to hone this stone against another until it was polished to perfection, resulting in a finely crafted stone knife. Li Lan examined the stone knife with great satisfaction. Picking up the stone axe once more, she commenced cutting a section from the fallen tree. Once she had severed an appropriate length, she transported the trunk to the clearing and began to carve with the stone knife. The bark was stripped away, and the shape of the bucket gradually emerged. Lin Han watched quietly as Li Lan worked with remarkable speed and skill. As the sun began to set, a wooden bucket with a handle was finally completed. Impressive. You carved it so swiftly, Lin Han remarked. Li Lan scratched her head modestly. It's nothing. It's simply what I ought to do. She picked up the wooden bucket and gave it a gentle shake. It should suffice. Let me see. Lin Han extended his hand. Li Lan handed the bucket to him. As he received it, he marveled at its uniqueness. This was not an assembly, but a purely handcrafted creation. A cohesive wooden bucket, something he had never encountered before. He weighed the bucket in his hands. It was roughly 7 or 8 pounds. If filled with water, he would certainly struggle to lift it. After toying with it for a moment, Lin Han returned the bucket to Li Lan. Li Lan held the bucket and said, Xiao Han, let's fetch some water. Lin Han felt a twinge of concern. What if that crocodile seizes the opportunity to attack? Rest assured, we shall proceed quietly and swiftly. There is nothing to fear, Li Lan replied. The 2 made their way southward, treading lightly until they reached the lake's edge. With utmost caution, Li Lan filled a bucket with water and hurriedly led Lin Han away. Fortunately, the Siamese crocodile did not make an appearance. It seemed that as long as they moved with care, the crocodile would not easily strike. Perhaps the abundance of fish in the lake had satiated its appetite, rendering it disinterested in a meal. Li Lan and Lin Han returned to the clearing in front of the cave on Hill 1. Li Lan placed the wooden bucket on the ground and turned to Lin Han. "If you're thirsty, you can drink with your hands. The water is quite clean." "Understood," Lin Han replied. He reached into the bucket and cupped his hands to drink. He was indeed parched and saw no reason to be polite. After he finished, Li Lan took a sip as well. Subsequently, they retrieved some smoked meat from the cave on Hill 2. They dined on their meal of smoked meat and water, which constituted their dinner. Once their dinner was concluded, they sat in the clearing, quietly admiring the hues of the setting sun. As night fell, the two retreated into the cave on Hill 1 to sleep. Lin Han closed his eyes, unbothered by any notions of gender propriety. Li Lan, however, was quite anxious and struggled to find restful sleep throughout the night. A night passed. The following morning, the two emerged from the cave. They fetched some smoked meat and finished it with water. There was still a considerable supply of smoked meat, sufficient to last them for many days. Li Lan sat in the clearing, sharpening one end of a straight branch to fashion a wooden spear. She stood up, spear in hand, ready to speak, when suddenly the sky darkened with clouds, and a torrential downpour began. The two hastily stowed the bucket and their belongings inside the cave before diving in themselves. They sat at the innermost part of the cave, watching the heavy rain fall outside. Li Lan expressed her disappointment. "What a pity. I was just ready to go hunting, and now we must delay for a day. Not to worry. We have plenty of smoked meat to last us several days. A day without foraging won't leave us starving." Lin Han reassured her. Li Lan smiled faintly. "Thank you, Xiaohan." "Oh, why are you thanking me? You've been the one putting in all the effort these past 2 days." "I should be the one thanking you," Lin Han replied. Li Lan's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. She was far too easy to embarrass in his presence. As Lin Han gazed out at the heavy rain, he thought that with nothing else to occupy his time, he may as well lie down on the hay and take a nap. Li Lan sat nearby. The rain continued to pour throughout the day and did not cease until nightfall. By evening, Li Lan also laid down on the hay. After sharing a bed the previous night, her anxiety had lessened considerably. The two drifted off to sleep. A night passed. The next morning, they awoke to find the forest glistening from the rain's cleansing. Li Lan took up her wooden spear and ventured outside to hunt, bringing Lin Han along for safety. Only in this manner could she constantly safeguard Lin Han. The two traversed through the forest. In a short span of time, Li Lan had dispatched several non-venomous snakes with her wooden spear, each of considerable size. On the spot, she fashioned a net bag for vines, which she slung over her shoulder. They pressed onward. Suddenly, Li Lan extended her hand to shield Lin Han, signaling him a halt. Lin Han understood that Li Lan had certainly detected something. He paused, remaining silent. Li Lan pointed toward the thicket a dozen meters ahead. Lin Han focused intently, and indeed, a pair of furry, elongated ears emerged from the underbrush. It was a wild rabbit, that poor little creature obliviously believing itself hidden. With all her might, Li Lan drew back her wooden spear, preparing to throw it with full force. Chapter 21. The Malayan bear. The wooden spear shot forth with remarkable speed, striking the wild hare with precision. The hare dashed out from the thicket, collapsing onto the grass. It kicked its legs a couple of times, succumbing to its fate in the northwestern direction. The two approached. Li Lan reached down to retrieve the spear that had pierced the hare's body, now stained with blood. She lifted the hare, weighing it in her hands. It was estimated to be around 5 or 6 pounds, a sizable rabbit. Lin Han pinched the hare's ear, remarking, "Such a delightful creature. It must taste exquisite when roasted." Having secured a large hare, they continued on their journey. By midday, they discovered a puddle of water and quenched their thirst. The rainwater here was relatively clean, free from contamination, making it safe for direct consumption. Li Lan sat on the grass, massaging Lin Han's legs, despite his repeated insistence that it was unnecessary. Yet, Li Lan was resolute, and he had to relent. "I forgot to bring food today. Next time, I shall bring some for our midday meal," Li Lan stated. "All right," Lin Han replied. After finishing the massage, Li Han suggested that Lin Han lie on her back as he had done previously. Lin Han politely declined, and they pressed on. Around 2 in the afternoon, they spotted a deer blissfully grazing on the grass ahead. Li Han and Lin Han stealthily approached, concealing themselves behind a bush. After a careful observation, Li Han remarked, "This should be a somber deer. Valen Island truly is a treasure trove, teeming with diverse wildlife. With antlers atop its head, it is a female deer." She gestured with her wooden spear. "That should suffice. Xiao Han, stay hidden here while I move closer." She removed the net bag and, spear in hand, crawled on the ground, advancing stealthily. The somber deer continued to graze, oblivious to the impending threat. Li Han crept nearer, positioning herself behind a closer bush. Then, gathering her strength, the spear was launched. As the prey was larger than the hare, it was easier to aim. The spear embedded itself in the deer's flank, and the somber let out a piercing cry, bolting away with the weapon still lodged in its side. Without hesitation, Li Han pursued it. Lin Han, witnessing Li Han sprinting ahead, grabbed the net bag and followed suit. However, Li Lan's speed was impressive, and he quickly fell behind. Li Han, perhaps unaware of Lin Han's attempt to keep up, did not slow her pace. Lin Han traced the trail of blood left by the deer and Li Lan's footsteps, diligently following the path. Fortunately, the contents of the net bag were not overly heavy, weighing merely around 11 to 12 pounds. Otherwise, he would have struggled to bear it. Nevertheless, it was still a considerable burden for his frail physique, causing him to gasp for breath. Following the trail, Lin Han jogged to a clearing ahead, where he spotted Li Han crouched beside the fallen somber, spear in hand. Hearing the noise, Li Han turned to see Lin Han and hurried over to him, taking the net bag from his hands with a concerned expression. "How did you catch up? I told you to stay hidden in that bush." Lin Han wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and smiled, saying, "It's nothing. I can still manage this distance." He turned to the babirusa and asked, "Is that deer dead?" "Indeed, it is dead. It could no longer run, and I caught up to it and ended its life," Li Han replied, shaking the wooden spear in her hand. She slung the net bag over her shoulder and led Lin Han to the lifeless body of the babirusa. "This babirusa weighs about 90 pounds. It will be sufficient for us to eat for a week. Today has been fortunate. The smoked meat at home remains uneaten, and with this babirusa, we may not need to venture out for hunting for many days." As she prepared to hoist the babirusa's carcass, Li Han suddenly turned her gaze towards the distant forest, her expression turning alert. "Xiao Han, hide behind me. Something is approaching," she warned. Upon hearing this, Lin Han concealed himself behind Li Han and peered in the direction she was looking. To their astonishment, a bear emerged from the forest. Its fur was predominantly black, with a brown face and a brown U-shaped marking on its chest. The bear, noticing the two, appeared momentarily bewildered. It sniffed the air, its gaze fixated on the babirusa's carcass, eyes gleaming with hunger. "Is it hungry?" Lin Han whispered. "Most likely. This is a Malayan bear, a nocturnal creature that typically does not venture out during the day. It must be quite famished," Li Han replied quietly. Lin Han, feeling a surge of panic, suggested, "What should we do? Perhaps we should offer the babirusa to it." Li Han shook her head decisively. "Absolutely not. We worked hard to catch it, and we cannot relinquish it so easily." Gripping her wooden spear tightly, a fierce determination ignited in her eyes. "This Malayan bear weighs over 130 pounds. I can take it down. Let us not be reckless. After all, it's a bear, not something that can be easily matched by mere mortals." "It would be wise to avoid unnecessary danger," Lin Han cautioned. Li Han smiled slightly, undeterred. "Do not worry. I have bested many strong adversaries. This Malayan bear is but a single opponent. I am confident I can handle it." Seeing that his persuasion was futile, Lin Han relented. "Just be careful. If it becomes too much, we should flee." Upon hearing Lin Han's words, Li Han felt a wave of warmth wash over her. She gazed at the Malayan bear before her, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Is this the power of love? Ha ha! I can feel it. For Xiao Han, I must prevail. Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. I can withstand it. The Malayan bear stared at the babirusa's carcass, its stomach growling audibly. Yet, it faced two adults standing before it, creating a significant, imposing presence. With a powerful push of its front legs and a thrust of its hind legs, the bear stood upright, attempting to appear larger. However, even in this stance, it remained shorter than Lin Han and Lin Han. The bear roared in anger, attempting to intimidate them. It desired to feast, but typically would not attack two adults. Yet, its hunger drove it to take desperate measures. This was the essence of nature, survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Xiaohan, stay here and do not move, Lin Han instructed as she unburdened the net bag and advanced towards the Malayan bear, which mirrored her movements, stepping forward as well. The distance between the woman and the bear diminished rapidly. Just as they were within 5 meters of each other, Lin Han suddenly struck. She lunged forward with a swift step, thrusting her spear towards the Malayan bear's neck. The bear reacted with remarkable speed, twisting its body and lowering its forelegs to evade the assault. It lunged at Lin Han, its claws aiming to seize her. However, Lin Han's agility was unparalleled. She rolled aside, evading the deadly attack. With a deft movement, she swung her wooden spear, striking the bear's right eye. The bear, in agony, instinctively shut its eyes. When it reopened them, a wooden spear was rapidly approaching. The spear pierced through its left eye socket, shattering the eyeball and spilling its contents. Lin Han withdrew the spear, and blood flowed from the bear's left eye socket. Chapter 22. 4 women and 1 man, the Malayan bear writhed in agony on the ground after being struck. Lin Han would not afford it a moment's respite. She seized the opportunity to strike a lethal blow. Leaning forward, she thrust her wooden spear deep into the bear's abdomen. The creature was pinned to the earth, thrashing desperately. Without hesitation, Lin Han withdrew the spear and plunged it viciously into the bear's neck. The bear clawed at the spear, fighting for survival, but it succumbed swiftly as its trachea was pierced. The battle concluded. Lin Han rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Are you hurt?" Lin Han offered a reassuring smile. "No, merely a slight depletion of energy." Lin Han exhaled in relief. Had Lin Han sustained severe injuries or worse, he would have been at a loss for how to proceed. Lin Han wiped the blood from her spear, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. 1 deer and now a Malayan bear. This will sustain us for quite some time. Lin Han echoed tardes. 2 large catches in 1 day. Our luck is extraordinary. Afterward, Lin Han assisted Lin Han by carrying the spear. She slung a net bag over her back, balancing the deer carcass on her left shoulder and the bear carcass on her right. The duo retraced their steps back to the cave on Hill 1. By the time they arrived, twilight had descended. The sun was no longer visible on the horizon, and night was fast approaching. Using a stone knife, Lin Han meticulously processed the carcasses of the deer and bear, as well as those of a non-venomous snake and a wild rabbit. She set aside some meat to roast for later, while the remainder was prepared as smoked meat for long-term storage. The skins of the deer and bear were treated and placed aside to dry for future use. During the smoking process, Lin Han and Lin Han feasted on the reserved meat. Roasted meat had a far superior flavor compared to smoked. When they grew weary of the rich taste, they sipped water to cleanse their palates. After a satisfying meal, Lin Han felt a deep sense of contentment. In the city, such exquisite meat was unattainable. In the bustling metropolis, how could an ordinary person indulge in bear meat? Such delicacies were reserved for the powerful and privileged, leaving the common folk to dream. Here, however, the wild game was abundant, accessible to anyone capable of capturing it. Lin Han urged Lin Han to rest first, promising to finish smoking the meat before she joined him. Although Lin Han initially wished to keep her company, the hour was late and fatigue overcame him. He retreated into the cave to sleep alone. A night passed. When Lin Han awoke the next day, Lin Han had already completed the smoking of the meat and stored it in the cave on Hill 2. The deer and bear skins were also drying, prepared to serve as bedding in the future. Lin Han stirred awake alongside Lin Han, armed with her wooden spear. She led him to forage for wild vegetables nearby. Her knowledge of wilderness survival was invaluable. Otherwise, a layperson might hesitate to consume such foraged goods, fearing the consequences of poisoning. Together, they washed the vegetables thoroughly before combining them with the smoked meat, enjoying a hearty breakfast. 6 days elapsed without incident. The only noteworthy development was that the deer and bear skins had dried and were now laid out in the cave on Hill 1. The two individuals foraged for an abundance of wild vegetables in the forest. They fetched water from the lake a few times using a wooden bucket, encountering no dangers. The smoked meat from Hill 2 had accumulated excessively, and the pair had refrained from hunting in recent days. Lin Han diligently performed push-ups and engaged in anaerobic exercises daily to strengthen her physique. Each time Lin Han beheld the powerful contours of her muscles, he could not help but feel envious. Were he to possess such strength, he could thrive independently without relying on others. Alas, his body was inherently frail, and he could scarcely endure intense physical exertion for more than a few minutes. Nevertheless, with a steady supply of food and drink, including both meat and vegetables, life had significantly improved. It felt as if their days had finally settled into a comfortable rhythm. Lin Han now spent his days indulging in hearty meals, quenching his thirst, basking in the sun, gazing at the sky, and admiring the clouds. When fatigued, he would recline on the ground for a short nap, and when sleepy, he would retreat to the cave for a slumber. Each day passed in serene leisure, devoid of electronic devices, classroom bells, and bustling traffic. He felt as if he had transformed into one of those great poets from ancient times, embracing a reclusive life, unperturbed by the mundane world. How splendid it was! That morning, Lin Han carried the wooden bucket while Lin Han followed closely behind. As they walked towards the lake to fetch water, they halted at the forest's edge. Both taken aback, they spotted a group of 5 individuals to the south of the lake, 4 women and 1 man, all armed with wooden spears. The group was conversing and crouching by the lakeside, drinking water. Lin Han felt a surge of anxiety. They were approximately 100 kilometers from a southern beach. The total area of Valen Island spanned around 71,000 square kilometers, roughly a circle with a diameter of about 300 kilometers. This lake was relatively close to the island's center, and he had not anticipated anyone venturing this far into the wilderness. He had assumed others would remain near the forest's edge or the beaches. Lin Han turned to Lin Han, asking what to do. "Do not worry, I am here," Lin Han replied with a reassuring smile. She glanced at the 5 individuals across the lake, remarking, "They likely remain unaware of the formidable creature lurking beneath the surface." At that moment, the Siamese crocodile swiftly emerged from the lake, aiming to seize one of the women standing by the water's edge. To everyone's astonishment, the woman reacted with remarkable speed, executing a nimble roll to the right and quickly retreating. The other 4 promptly raised their wooden spears, cautiously directing them towards the enormous crocodile. Seeing its attack thwarted, the Siamese crocodile did not linger. It deftly rolled and submerged back into the lake. The 5 individuals huddled together, engaged in conversation, yet they did not lower their spears, remaining vigilant against the possibility of a counterstrike from the crocodile. After a brief discussion, the woman who had nearly been bitten pointed in Lin Han and Li Lan's direction. She then boldly advanced towards the west side of the lake, seemingly intent on circumventing them. The other 4 promptly followed suit. It appeared that the woman who had been bitten was the leader of this small group. To my astonishment, her reaction was remarkably swift. "She must be quite skilled," Lin Han remarked. "Indeed, I initially thought she would be seized by the Siamese crocodile and dragged into the lake," Lin Han replied. Lin Han exhaled deeply. "I had hoped the Siamese crocodile would help us eliminate them, at least reducing their numbers. But it seems my expectations were in vain." Lin Han was taken aback by Li Lan's thoughts. "We are strangers to them. Isn't that rather inappropriate?" "It is somewhat," Li Lan admitted, her eyes filled with affection. "However, Xiao Han, this is all for your sake. These individuals might be akin to the muscular woman and her companions. Upon seeing you, they may desire to take you away." Chapter 23. Dragon Snow, I must ensure that no one around here harbors any ill intentions towards you. Only then will you be safe, Lin Han stated. Rest assured, she cast a sharp glance at the 5 individuals, resolved to eliminate them since they had dared to provoke her. Picking up a sturdy stick from the ground, she instructed Xiao Han, "Stay hidden here and do not venture out." Lin Han felt a twinge of cruelty in Lin Han at that moment. Yet, her ruthlessness was merely for his sake, which he found acceptable. After all, he was no paragon of virtue himself. Remaining with Lin Han was simply the most advantageous choice available to him. Should danger arise, he would undoubtedly abandon her without hesitation to escape alone. Such a decision would not weigh on his conscience in the slightest. Lin Han's kindness towards him was entirely voluntary. He had not coerced her. Nevertheless, he held her care in high regard and would, if given the opportunity, reciprocate her kindness. However, when faced with significant matters, he would prioritize his own interests. He deemed this perspective entirely rational. In short, one must look after oneself. Otherwise, one faces dire consequences. The 5 individuals circled the lake and approached the northern edge, perilously close to the forest where Lin Han and Lin Han were concealed. Lin Han rose and stepped out from the trees, prompting expressions of surprise from the group. "Goodness, there are people here!" exclaimed one woman. Lin Han remained hidden behind the bushes, observing the 5. The bitten woman possessed striking features, exuding a sense of vigor. The woman who had spoken earlier was of a slightly plump build, with an unremarkable appearance. Among the remaining 2 women, one bore a prominent scar that stretched approximately 10 centimeters diagonally across her right cheek, which only served to diminish her already ordinary looks. The other woman was exceptionally beautiful, embodying the archetype of a cold and aloof goddess. The man, while handsome, paled in comparison to Lin Han. His demeanor was one of utter indifference. His gaze icy and detached, with long black hair tied neatly in a ponytail. He appeared as someone who had endured countless betrayals, harboring a profound disdain for humanity. In summary, all 5 were quite youthful. The cold goddess stood as the most striking, followed by the bitten woman and the indifferent man, who shared the second rank. The plump woman claimed 3rd place, while the scarred woman was at the bottom of the hierarchy. "Ah, wait, I recognize you," the plump woman suddenly exclaimed, as if recalling something. "Aren't you the brave soul who endured slaps for love?" "I recognize her too. Her name is Lin Han," the bitten woman interjected. Lin Han, wielding her stick, glared at them with an unfriendly demeanor. "Yes, it is I. And what of it?" The bitten woman smiled slightly. "I say, Ms. Lin Han, must you greet us with such hostility? We are all human here, and we were previously unacquainted. We merely stumbled upon this place." "Indeed." The plump woman chimed in with a grin. "One might mistakenly think that Valen Island is your personal domain." Lin Han spoke little, seizing a wooden stick and charging forward. "Are you ready to fight? I'll show you what I've got." The plump woman rushed towards Lin Han. With a swift motion, Lin Han swung the stick at her head, but the woman bent her upper body to evade the blow. She wielded her wooden spear like a club, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Lin Han's left side. Lin Han quickly stepped back, narrowly escaping the hit. At that moment, the woman brought her stick down upon Lin Han's head. Gripping her own stick firmly, Lin Han managed to block the attack. The plump woman raised an eyebrow, acknowledging, "Not bad, you've had some training." Lin Han remained silent, pressing forward with her assault. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, neither willing to yield. Lin Han was utterly astonished. He could hardly believe that the plump woman possessed such formidable combat skills, able to match Lin Han blow for blow. He shuddered to think of the strength of the woman who led the charge. She must be incredibly powerful, perhaps even stronger than Lin Han. This could spell disaster. If Lin Han struggled against just one plump woman, how could she hope to face the remaining 4? He wondered if he should contemplate a quiet escape. "There are others in the bushes," the indifferent man remarked coldly. "Yes, I noticed just now," the bitten woman replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Han immediately ceased her assault, breaking free from the plump woman's onslaught. She hurried to stand guard in front of Lin Han, her expression wary. Lin Han, realizing he had been discovered, stood up and emerged from the bushes. The 5 individuals were taken aback by Lin Han's striking appearance. "Wow, it's that breathtakingly handsome guy," the aloof woman exclaimed. Her gaze instantly filled with desire, invigorating her presence. Lin Han was bewildered. The woman, who appeared to be a cool and composed figure, turned out to be rather forward. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. "Suyu, tone it down. Be careful not to scare him," the bitten woman cautioned. Suyu disregarded her warning. Her eyes fixated on Lin Han, filled with fervor. "Handsome, what is your name? How old are you? Would you like to be friends? Back off. If you dare to touch him, I'll make you regret it." Lilan Vito Anvili. Suyu frowned. "Why are you such a nuisance? I'm just talking to the handsome guy. Why do you have to interrupt?" "All right, everyone, let us calm down," the bitten woman interjected. She turned to Li Han, sister. It seems you know this handsome fellow, so I want to pry further. What I want to know is, why did you attack us upon first meeting? We bear no grudge, and I'm certain you don't know any of us. Li Han remained silent, her demeanor still guarded, unable to bear the tension. Lin Han stepped forward. She acted because she suspected you might be a threat, so I apologize on her behalf. Li Han turned to Lin Han. Shout, Han enough. Lin Han gave her a reassuring look. Let me handle this. Ah, I see. So that's why you attacked right away. You were trying to protect the handsome guy. The bitten woman chuckled. Indeed, it is merely a misunderstanding. Let us refrain from violence and discuss our matters amicably, Lin Han remarked. Observe how eloquently this handsome man speaks. The misunderstanding has been resolved, the slightly plump woman added. She turned to Li Han, saying, Who resembles you? Rushing in to strike without a trace of decorum? Li Lan's expression darkened. You ought to say less, the woman who had been bitten retorted to the slightly plump woman. She then turned to Lin Han, revealing a faint smile. Now that the misunderstanding has been cleared, allow me to introduce ourselves. I am Long Shui, the leader of the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps. She gestured toward Suyu, saying this is Suyu. She pointed to the scarred woman. This is Chunjin. Finally, she indicated the slightly plump woman. And this is Zhang Yueqing. Chapter 24. A new neighbor Long Shui pointed to the indifferent man and introduced him. This is Yang Jinjue. The five of us formed the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps years ago. We were supposed to carry out a mission abroad, but unexpectedly encountered a plane crash. I see, Lin Han replied. As the other party had already introduced himself, he also said, I am Lin Han. What a lovely name. It seems to resonate with mine. Suyu remarked with a smile. Spare me your fantasies, Zhang Yueqing scoffed. Why don't you go away? Suyu retorted, feeling displeased. She was currently trying to flirt with her younger brother, and this oblivious Zhang Yueqing had interrupted her. Mr. Lin Han, it's a pleasure to meet you, Long Shui said with a smile. Lin Han offered a polite smile in return. Thank you. Li Lan's expression darkened. She felt a pang of discomfort upon seeing the two engaged in cheerful conversation. Long Shui glanced at the lake. By the way, I didn't expect there to be crocodiles in this lake. I was nearly bitten just now. Indeed, we also had a close call. The primeval forest is quite perilous. Lin Han replied. He was not particularly inclined to chat with Long Shui and merely responded to her remarks. The five individuals appeared to possess formidable strength, capable of easily overpowering both him and Li Han. Despite the pretense of civility, who could predict if they might suddenly turn hostile? He was fervently wishing for Long Shui and her group to depart soon. Captain Long, what are your plans for the next step? Lin Han inquired tentatively. Next step. Long Shui mused. I think this area is quite nice. There's a freshwater lake. Although it has crocodiles, as long as we are cautious, it should be fine. She turned to the other four. What do you all think? I trust your judgment, Captain, Zhang Yueqing responded. Whatever, suyuri plaid lasili. I think it's quite good. This place is indeed nice, Chunjin said. Yang Jinjue commented coldly. Hearing their conversation, Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine. He had hoped they would leave, but it seemed they intended to settle here. This was disastrous. A formidable threat would now be residing nearby. Li Lan's expression darkened further. This area is ours. You should go elsewhere. Long Shui looked surprised. Oh, so you two have already settled here. A hint of apology flickered in her eyes. I'm sorry for disturbing you today. No worries, no worries. We are all in the same boat. You're too courteous, Lin Han replied. Suyu's eyes lit up. So, if we settle here, Little Han, we'll be neighbors. Little Han is not a name you can use, Li Han snapped angrily. Why do you care? He hasn't complained. And you still have to meddle, Suyu shot back. Lin Han sighed inwardly. This Suyu, with her cold and aloof exterior, was in fact a lazy flirt. When there were no handsome men around, she appeared utterly lethargic. Upon the sight of a handsome man, one's spirit is instantly uplifted. Mr. Lin Han, may I inquire about the location of your camp? Long Shui inquired, her gaze already directed towards the forest behind Lin Han and his companion. Lin Han understood that, even without his response, Long Shui had likely deduced the answer. Thus, he opted to reveal, it lies not far from the forest behind us. I see, Long Shui pondered. If you do not mind, Mr. Lin Han, we shall set up our camp to the west of the lake. What do you think? A chill ran through Lin Han at her suggestion. However, under the weight of overwhelming power, he dared not voice his objections. It would be prudent to acquiesce. Rejection might lead to unforeseen consequences. I think that would be quite agreeable. It would allow for mutual assistance, Lin Han replied. Li Lan seemed poised to interject, but he caught the hem of her garment. With a glance, he signaled her to remain silent. Despite her reluctance, she complied with his unspoken request. Long Shui smiled and nodded. Thank you for your understanding. We shall be neighbors from now on. Do visit our camp when time permits. With that, she waved farewell and departed with her 4 companions, making their way towards the forest on the west side of the lake, presumably to establish their camp. Once Long Shui's group had left, Li Lan could no longer contain herself. Xiao Han, there's no need to be polite with them. I can handle them alone. Let be, Lin Han replied with a wry smile. Their combat prowess is formidable. You might manage to take on 1, but 5 would likely prove overwhelming. Are we to allow them to reside so close? It's perilous, and I worry for your safety, Li Lan expressed her concern. Lin Han spread his hands. There is little choice. We witnessed earlier that Zhang Yuqing is quite powerful, able to match you in combat. Against 5 adversaries, we would undoubtedly find ourselves at a disadvantage. Li Lan clenched her fists. Damn it. If only I were stronger, Xiao Han wouldn't need to lower himself to reason with those people. I must become stronger, much stronger. Lin Han watched as Long Shui's party entered the forest west of the lake. They would surely require water, and thus their camp would not be located too far. It was likely they would set up camp just a couple of 100 meters into the forest, similar to Lin Han and Li Lan. If that were the case, the distance between their camps would be merely a few 100 meters, an unsettling proximity. Yet, for now, it was the only viable option. Both he and Li Lan required fresh water, and this lake was the most favorable choice, being remote from the beach, sparsely populated, and rich in wildlife. Later, Lin Han and Li Lan fetched a bucket of water from the lake and made their way back to cave number 1. At noon, they made a meal of wild vegetables and smoked meat. In the afternoon, Li Lan engaged in rigorous physical training, leaving Lin Han slightly perspiring in concern. She was pushing herself to the limits, and he feared for her well-being. By evening, they lit a bonfire and shared dinner. Li Lan continued her arduous training, while Lin Han lay on the ground, lost in thought. At that moment, a youthful voice rang out. Hi, both individuals were taken aback. Lin Han abruptly sprang to his feet, while Li Lan swiftly rose and grasped the wooden spear that lay nearby. They turned to the source of the voice, only to find Su Yu standing several meters away. Lin Han was utterly astonished. When had Su Yu appeared there? Neither he nor Li Lan had noticed her arrival. It was as if she had materialized without a sound. It was evident that this woman was no ordinary figure. Her capabilities must be remarkably formidable. Su Yu disregarded Li Lan beside her and fixed her gaze upon Lin Han. A smirk played upon her lips as she adjusted her attire. Xiao Han, I mean no harm. I merely wish to see you and discuss a few matters. Chapter 25. We continue. Lin Han felt a twinge of confusion. It's rather late. May I inquire what brings you here? Su Yu stepped forward, a hint of earnestness in her tone. There are matters I wish to discuss with you privately. I wonder if I might have the honor? Absolutely not. Leave, Li Lan interjected angrily. Su Yu furrowed her brow. Repeat that if you dare. Do you truly believe I am to be trifled with? Before Li Lan could retort, Lin Han intervened, shaking his head subtly at her. Understanding his silent plea, Li Dan begrudgingly swallowed her indignation. Turning to Su Yu, Lin Han offered a polite smile. Ms. Su Yu, your visit at this late hour surely signifies the importance of your message. Shall we find a more secluded place to converse? Miss Su Yu sounds so formal. It feels distant, Su Yu replied with a beaming smile. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. You may call me Su Yu, or perhaps my wife. Ah, no, just Su Yu will suffice. Lin Han managed an awkward smile. Very well, Su Yu. Let us proceed to the lakeside. A flicker of joy illuminated Su Yu's eyes. Excellent. Let's go to the lakeside. Li Lan attempted to interject, but Lin Han's gaze silenced her. Leaning closer to Li Lan, he murmured, There is no cause for alarm. She is unlikely to harbor ill intentions. I shall return shortly. With that, he and Su Yu traversed through the woods until they reached the tranquil shores of the lake. Lin Han gazed up at the luminous moon. Su Yu, please share what weighs on your mind. A confident smile graced Su Yu's face. Xiao Han, do you realize how enchanting you look beneath the moonlight? Lin Han felt a chill run down his spine. An overwhelming sense of awkwardness enveloped him. This was a level of embarrassment he had never before encountered. Could she be contemplating a confession in this ethereal glow? Su Yu's eyes shimmered with fervor. Xiao Han, ever since I first laid eyes on you at the beach, you have etched yourself into my heart. I have been consumed by thoughts of you, day and night. I cannot forget you. You are my Prince Charming, and I, your princess. I understand this may be hard for you to believe, but I confess I have fallen for you. I am enamored by your exquisite visage, entranced by your every glance and smile. I know that extravagant words often fail to convey true feelings. Love is rooted in sincerity. My feelings for you are genuine and unwavering. As we journey into the future, I wish to walk alongside you. Will you accept this? The depth of Su Yu's gaze rendered Lin Han unable to meet her eyes. The extent of his embarrassment was a burden he bore alone. In this moment, he found himself at a loss. Should he acquiesce, or should he decline? In truth, his inclination was to refuse. Yet he feared that a rejection would ignite her wrath, leading to dire consequences. Conversely, if he consented, he would betray his own convictions. Moreover, if he were to yield under duress, how could he explain his decision to Li Han, who held such affection for him? If Li Han were to discover that he and Su Yu were in a relationship, he would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. Moreover, there were also Long Shui and her 3 companions to consider. If he agreed to Su Yu, encountering Long Shui and the others later would surely lead to an excruciatingly awkward situation. Thus, agreeing seemed unwise, yet refusing was equally daunting. What was he to do now? He found himself ensnared in a dilemma, fraught with difficulty in making a choice. Su Yu noticed Lin Han's evasive gaze, and his expression was one of utter bewilderment. She sensed his shyness. Taking the initiative, she pressed her hand against the back of Lin Han's head, her lips swiftly approaching. Lin Han's mind went blank, rendered incapable of thought. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the underbrush. Both Su Yu and Lin Han were startled and turned to look. It was Li Han, brandishing a wooden spear, charging towards them with wild abandon, aiming straight for Su Yu's head. Reacting with remarkable composure, Su Yu swiftly sidestepped the attack. Li Lang, now consumed by madness, relentlessly thrust the spear in a flurry of strikes. Su Yu continued to evade, aware that her lack of weaponry would significantly diminish her combat prowess. Li Lan, stop! Lin Han shouted from the sidelines. But Li Lan, having lost all sanity, was impervious to his cries. As she dodged, Su Yu expressed her displeasure. How dare you ruin my confession scene? I won't let you off easily. Seizing upon a moment of vulnerability, she executed a beautiful spinning kick, sending the wooden spear flying from Li Lan's grasp. The spear twirled twice in the air before landing a short distance away. Li Lan, opting to abandon her weapon, resorted to using her fists. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if she harbored a deep-seated grudge against Su Yu. She swung a punch aimed at Su Yu's face. With a cold smirk, Su Yu countered with a sweeping kick that sent Li Lan sprawling to the ground. As Li Lan attempted to rise, Su Yu delivered a precise knife-hand strike to the back of her head, rendering her unconscious. Li Lan, Lin Han rushed over, kneeling beside her. Are you all right? What happened? Su Yu shrugged her hands nonchalantly. Don't worry, she's merely fainted. She'll awaken shortly. That's a relief, Lin Han sighed, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Li Lan was his only ally. If she were to perish, he truly did not know how he would cope. Su Yu grasped Lin Han's arm, pulling him to his feet. Her gaze was filled with affection. Xiao Han, forget her, let us continue. As she spoke, she leaned in to kiss him. Lin Han quickly raised his hands to stop her. Unexpectedly, Su Yu seized both of his wrists, preparing to force a kiss. Su Yu, stop! Long Shui's voice rang out. Both Su Yu and Lin Han turned to see Long Shui approaching with her 3 companions. Long Shui swiftly pulled Su Yu away. What are you doing? Don't interfere. Su Yu protested, attempting to break free. Chen Jin and Zhang Yueqing hurried to assist Long Shui. Together, the 3 subdued Su Yu, who alone could not escape their combined hold. In despair, she cried out, "Ah, why? I was so close to kissing him. Long Shui cast a sharp glance at her. Fortunately, it was merely a near miss. Otherwise, you have brought disgrace upon my face. We were fortunate to have heard the commotion and rushed over. Or else you would have forcibly taken advantage of Min Nan. Zhang Yueqing remarked. Long Shui turned her gaze towards Lin Han, her eyes brimming with remorse. I am truly sorry. Suyu deceived me into thinking we were merely going for a stroll, only to discover she was seeking you. Are you unharmed? Lin Han shook his head. I am fine. He gestured towards Li Lan lying on the ground. However, Li Lan was knocked unconscious by Suyu while attempting to prevent her from forcibly kissing me. Long Shui appeared visibly embarrassed. I sincerely apologize. It is entirely my fault for being so careless. Chapter 26. Roasted wild boar. Look, if we hadn't arrived in time, what a grave mistake you would have made. Gambling remarked to Suyu. Get lost. Suyuri torti dangredi. Mr. Lin, let us take this troublemaker back. And we shall certainly pay a visit tomorrow morning to offer our apologies and compensation. What do you think? Long Shui suggested. Lin Han nodded in agreement. All right, that sounds good. Goodness, that Suyu nearly forced a kiss on me just now. I must ensure I extract a handsome sum from her tomorrow. Just because the tiger does not roar, they truly believe I am but dough to be molded, he mused. Jinju, please assist in bringing this person back to the camp, Long Shui instructed. Understood, young Jinju replied coldly. Soon after, Long Shui and her companions dragged Suyu back to the camp. Yang Jinju remained behind, approaching Li Lan and effortlessly lifting her up. It was hard to fathom how a man could possess such strength. He turned to Lin Han. Shall we proceed? Do you need assistance? Lin Han inquired. No need, Yang Jinju stated. Lin Han, feeling slightly awkward as he observed the cold features of his companion under the moonlight, said, this way. He picked up a wooden spear from the ground and headed towards the cave on Hill 1, with Yang Jinju carrying Li Lan following closely behind. The two soon returned to the cave on Hill 1, where the campfire still flickered, albeit dimmer than before. Lin Han added some firewood to the flames and pointed to a clear space beside the fire. You can place her there. Yang Jinju gently set Li Lan down in the designated spot. Thank you, Lin Han expressed. Yang Jinju replied as he retraced his steps. Lin Han settled beside Li Lan, massaging his temples. What a day this has been. We were living so well here, and then came Long Shui and her crew. Even if they are neighbors, it's not too bothersome. But they arrived this morning and stirred up such trouble by nightfall. I suddenly find myself missing the magic city. Ugh! Li Lan groaned as she opened her eyes, rubbing the back of her head in pain. Oh, you're awake. Lin Han quickly helped her sit up. Li Lan gazed at Lin Han, bewildered. I think I just had a dream where that bastard Suyu nearly kissed you. Lin Han chuckled. That was no dream. You were just carried back by Yang Jinju. What? What happened? What became of me? Li Lan exclaimed in a panic. Lin Han recounted the events that transpired after her fainting spell in detail. Li Lan pounded her fist against the ground, her face filled with indignation. Damn it. That's Suyu. I always knew she was trouble. She grasped Lin Han's shoulders, her eyes brimming with concern and guilt. I'm so sorry, Xiao Han. It's all my fault for being useless and letting you endure such grievances. All right, Lin Han reassured her, gently patting her shoulder. Suyu didn't succeed, so it's nothing to worry about. Once today passes, she will surely think twice before acting out again. Li Lan was deeply touched. Xiao Han, you're so kind to me. I will work twice as hard from now on. Lin Han smiled, then give it your all. Subsequently, the two swiftly extinguished the campfire and nestled into the cave, surrendering to slumber. A night passed. The following day, in the morning, Long Shui, accompanied by 4 team members, arrived at the cave on Hill 1. Observing the modest cave before her, she remarked, It is quite remarkable. You have excavated a splendid dwelling. Li Lan, however, offered her a frosty demeanor. Aware of her own shortcomings, Long Shui could only manage a couple of awkward chuckles. She nudged Suyu, who, though reluctant, stepped forward and bowed to Lin Han, uttering an apology. I am sorry. Long Shui interjected. Mr. Lin Han, you see, her only flaw lies in her proclivity for flirtation. We spent last night earnestly discussing her faults, and she has come to a profound understanding of her missteps. Although I am aware that such psychological scars are arduous to heal, I earnestly beseech you to accept Su Yu's apology. Furthermore, I shall procure a game weighing at least 200 pounds as compensation. This matter was indeed my oversight. I will not shirk responsibility and owe you a favor. From this day forth, I shall remember this favor and be at your service whenever you require my assistance. Seeing Long Shue's earnestness and the generous offer of compensation, Lin Han found himself at a loss for words, having not even initiated any extortion. Very well, Captain Long, your sincerity is commendable. I accept Su Yu's apology, he replied. Splendid. A glimmer of joy illuminated Long Shue's eyes. Upon my return, I shall double my efforts in guiding Su Yu. She shall not falter again. Lin Han nodded in agreement. All right, I trust you. Subsequently, Long Shue sat in the clearing for a while, engaging Lin Han in conversation, providing him with comfort, while Zhang Yuqing joined in. Su Yu sat aside, her expression despondent. Chun Jin, seated beside her, occasionally cast glances her way, seemingly apprehensive of any further indiscretions. Yang Jinke stood at a distance, surveying the surroundings. Throughout the encounter, Li Lan maintained a stern countenance towards Long Shue and her group. After a brief chat, Long Shue departed, assuring them that she would promptly deliver the game. Once Long Shue and her entourage left, Lin Han and Li Lan resumed their usual activities. Lin Han reclined on the ground, basking in the sun, while Li Lan fervently exercised. As midday approached, a torrential downpour ensued, accompanied by fierce winds. The two hurriedly sought refuge within the cave. The gusts penetrated the space, but were not cold, lacking the chill of a frigid breeze. A bit of wind posed no issue, provided they remained dry. Nevertheless, Li Lan insisted on shielding Lin Han in her embrace, preventing him from feeling the breeze. Lin Han felt a flicker of gratitude. Li Lan's kindness was truly remarkable. The prospect of a romantic relationship was not entirely out of the question. Should Li Lan express her feelings, he might very well contemplate a favorable response. 3 days elapsed. This morning, Long Shue and her group returned, of course, not empty-handed. Long Shue single-handedly carried the carcass of a wild boar and gently placed it on the open ground. Wow, what a massive wild boar! Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment. Long Shue beamed with a hearty smile. Indeed, this wild boar weighs around 270 pounds. It's quite a hefty creature. Impressive, Lin Han remarqued. What's so astonishing? I could do it too, Li Lan murmured softly. Subsequently, Long Shue and her companions assisted in processing the wild boar's carcass. After completing the task, Long Shue cordially invited Lin Han and Li Lan to visit their campsite in the afternoon. Given that Long Shue had gifted such a substantial wild boar, Lin Han graciously accepted the invitation. Once Long Shue and her group departed, Lin Han and Li Lan enjoyed a modest meal of roasted wild boar meat at noon. Chapter 27. Power rankings. By the time it was past 2 in the afternoon, Lin Han and Li Lan set off towards the camp of Long Shue and her group. Li Lan had also brought along a wooden spear, just in case. As they arrived at the forest on the west side of the lake and walked for a while, they soon spotted Long Shue's camp. It was a relatively open and flat area, devoid of trees, with all vegetation stripped away. 6 A-shaped shelters stood tall in the clearing, arranged in a semicircle facing the lake. An unlit campfire was positioned in front of the shelters, alongside a wooden barrel, quite similar to the one Li Lan had carved. Long Shue and her companions had already sensed their approach and were waiting in place. Long Shue waved her hand and greeted them. Hello, welcome to our humble abode. Good afternoon. Lin Han replied politely. Good afternoon. Come, have a seat, Long Shue invited. Zhang Yuqing and Chun Jin emerged from one of the shelters, bringing out dozens of skewers of roasted meat. The group settled down on the ground, enjoying the meat while engaging in conversation. Long Shue gestured towards the shelter where the roasted meat was stored, saying, That is where we keep our food. Quite nice, Lin Han remarked, maintaining a courteous demeanor in front of Long Shue. After all, she had provided them with a large wild boar and promised a favor in return, which was quite generous. In this primitive forest, a wild boar weighing over 200 pounds was undoubtedly of great value. Moreover, Long Shue herself seemed quite amiable. However, Lin Han did not extend the same cordiality towards Su Yu, who was well aware of the reason and could only sit gloomily at the side. Mr. Lin Han, I must apologize to you regarding Su Yu, Long Shui said. Captain Long, no need for such formality. You appear to be a few years my senior. Just call me Si Han, Lin underplead. Long Shui chuckled. Very well, then you need not call me Captain Long. Just refer to me as Long Jie. By the way, she suddenly recalled, last night, Jin Ju helped you bring someone back to the camp. He must not have treated you kindly, as he tends to be that way. Please don't take it to heart. Lin Han waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. How could I be upset over such matters? Everyone has their own personality. Indeed, Long Shui bit into a piece of meat. You must have noticed that Jin Ju is cold to everyone. This isn't innate. Jin Ju grew up in an orphanage after his parents abandoned him at its doorstep when he was very young. He did not possess the strength he has now, and, being an introverted boy, was often bullied by older children. However, as he matured, he became increasingly handsome. The female director of the orphanage, Long Shui, hesitated, feeling a bit embarrassed to continue. Yet, after taking a bite of roasted meat, she pressed on. She attempted to assault him, but Jin Ju was unwilling. The director then resorted to force. In his desperate struggle, Jin Ju accidentally fatally wounded her with a pen from the table. The court was relatively just. After an investigation, it ruled in favor of his self-defense claim. Following that, Jin Ju's demeanor transformed into one of extreme indifference. He departed from the orphanage, wandering through society for a time, until by a stroke of fate, he encountered me. These events, I came to understand only after conducting my own inquiries. So that was the case. Lin Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. It truly was a tragic experience. By the way, Long Shui pointed at Su Yu, remarking that this character had previously been harassing Jin Ju, but after a confrontation between them, Su Yu had since settled down. Of course, despite Su Yu's flirtatious nature, her combat prowess was on par with mine among the five of us. Is that so? She's that formidable? Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. Although he was aware of Su Yu's strength, having previously seen her knock Li Lan unconscious, he did not anticipate Long Shui asserting that Su Yu's abilities were comparable to hers. This suggested that Su Yu is indeed one of the elite forces of the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps. Long Shui nodded in affirmation. Yes, to put it this way, if we were to rank our combat capabilities, Su Yu and I would tie for first place, while Qin Jin and Jin Ju would be in second. Zhang Yueqing would bring up the rear. Lin Han was taken aback. He could hardly believe that Zhang Yueqing, who had managed to hold her own against Li Lan, was actually the weakest among the five. It was hard to imagine what would have happened had Su Yu unleashed her full power the previous night. Li Lan would likely have been severely beaten. After finishing their barbecued meat and engaging in conversation for a while, the time approached noon. Indeed, chatting can be quite a time-consuming endeavor. Long Shui sincerely invited Lin Han and the others to stay for lunch, and Lin Han, unable to decline, acquiesced. The seven of them indulged in another delightful barbecue feast, with Long Shui and her companions seemingly unconcerned about the consumption of food as they ate heartily. However, Lin Han understood. In a group composed of such formidable individuals, it was likely that no wild beast on Warren Island could threaten them. After lunch, Lin Han took his leave, along with Li Lan. Before departing, Long Shui remarked that they were always welcome to visit. Upon returning to Hill 1, Li Lan expressed her determination. Next time, I will definitely win against Su Yu. All right, I believe in you, Lin Han replied. Encouraged by his words, Li Lan seemed invigorated, throwing herself into her training with renewed vigor. A month passed without any notable events. The two occasionally ventured to the lakeside to fetch water or forage for wild vegetables. The boar skin they had dried was laid out in the cave. Their daily meals consisted of wild vegetables and animal meat. Though simple, it sufficed to satiate their hunger. This morning, Li Lan and Lin Han emerged from the cave. Armed with a wooden spear, they prepared to hunt, as their stored food was nearly depleted and needed replenishing. They headed northward from the hillside cave in search of prey. By noon, they had only managed to catch a few wild rabbits and some non-venomous snakes. Failing to find any larger game, Li Lan then set about creating fire by friction to roast 2 of the wild rabbits. After the 2 had finished their roasted rabbit meat, they deemed it sufficient for their midday meal. Subsequently, they returned to hill number 1 with the remaining game. As evening fell, while savoring the meat, Li Lan remarked, "Xiao Han, We must capture a larger prey. Otherwise, we will find ourselves with no time for anything else, solely occupied with hunting. No worries. It's quite satisfactory if we can catch something, Lin Han replied. 10 days passed, during which their daily hauls primarily consisted of wild rabbits and non-venomous snakes. They also managed to catch 2 frigate and a bird egg. Lin Han felt quite dissatisfied with this. She believed the size of their captures was insufficient. Chapter 28. The white-limbed bison Lin Han now spends her days hunting, leaving her no time for physical training. She is in urgent need of a sizable catch, which would provide sustenance for a considerable period, allowing her the opportunity to focus on her fitness. This morning, as Lin Han and Lin Han traversed the forest in search of game, Lin Han suddenly halted in her tracks. "What is it? Did you sense something?" Lin Han whispered. Lin Han nodded slightly and replied in a hushed tone. "There is some movement ahead. Let us approach quietly." The two crouched low and moved forward with utmost stealth. They concealed themselves behind a thicket, peering cautiously. Lin Han was taken aback. How magnificent! What a colossal bison! Before them, on the grassy expanse, stood a large bison, grazing peacefully. Its horns were thick and smooth, with a broad base tapering to sharp points, curving elegantly backward. The coat was relatively short, predominantly a rich dark brown, with a patch of gray-white on its forehead. The lower halves of its sturdy legs were white, and its muscular physique radiated strength. Joy flickered in Lilan's eyes. "It's a white-limbed bison. Our luck is extraordinary. This one is female." Lin Han looked puzzled. "What is the significance of it being female?" Lilan explained. "Female white-limbed bisons typically roam alone, unlike their male counterparts, and they are often larger than males." She scrutinized the grazing bison. "I estimate this one weighs around 1,800 pounds, which should sustain us for over 2 months." Lin Han expressed concern. "Perhaps we should reconsider. That bison seems too formidable. It could be dangerous." "High risk, high reward," Lilan replied with a slight smile. "Rest assured, it will be fine. You stay hidden here while I take care of the bison." With that, she brandished her wooden spear and stepped forward. The bison noticed Lilan, chewing its grass with a look of innocence. As she drew closer, it sensed the impending threat, emitting a warning call to deter her approach. Lilan pressed on, undeterred. The bison, now enraged, charged at her with alarming speed. Faced with a creature weighing over 1,000 pounds hurtling towards her felled akin to encountering a massive truck on the road. Yet Lilan stood her ground, spear in hand. As the bison bore down upon her, she sidestepped deftly, avoiding a direct collision. The bison skidded to a halt, preparing to pivot. At that instant, Lilan thrust her spear into the bison's rear. The animal bellowed in agony, frantically darting in all directions. In the chaos, Lilan's spear was dislodged from her grasp. The bison, now enraged, made a sharp turn and charged back at her, its eyes bloodshot with fury. Lilan poised herself, ready to strike. This time, she did not evade. With precision, she thrust her spear into the bison's left eye and then relinquished the weapon. Swiftly moving aside, the white-horned bison, in excruciating pain, collapsed on the ground, thrashing its head in a frantic attempt to dislodge the wooden spear. Realizing it was futile, it swiftly regained its footing and fled into the distance. The bison was not foolish. It could sense the looming threat posed by Lilan. At that moment, having lost one of its eyes, it was overwhelmed by fear. Lilan, however, would not let the white-horned bison escape. It was a creature of abundant meat. "Xiao Han, stay hidden," she called as she pursued the bison. Lin Han, witnessing Lilan's departure, had no choice but to conceal himself behind a thicket and wait. Time trickled by, and Lin Han felt a rising tide of anxiety. He feared for Lilan's safety, hoping against hope that she would return. If something were to happen to her, he would be left to fend for himself in the forest, and he could only seek refuge with Long Shui. After nearly an hour of waiting, Lin Han finally spotted Lilan returning. Her hands were stained with blood, and she wielded the bloodied spear as she approached. Lin Han sprang to his feet and rushed to her side. "Are you all right?" Lilan offered a reassuring smile. "I'm fine. I killed the white-horned bison." "Really? That's wonderful," Lin Han exclaimed, delighting in the news. Lilan's expression turned slightly troubled. "It's just what is it?" Lin Han inquired. "The bison was too large. I couldn't lift it alone," Lilan confessed. I see. It certainly is heavy. Lin Han mused thoughtfully. He proposed a solution. Shall we go back and seek help from Long Shui and the others? Her? Li Lan expressed her reluctance. I do prefer not to involve her. Oh, come on, Lin Han said, playfully tugging at her arm. We have no other choice. Li Lan, taken aback by Lin Han's playful demeanor, felt her heart swell with joy. She dismissed her reservations and agreed. All right, let's go. Lin Han chuckled inwardly, pleased that Li Lan was so easily swayed by his charm. The two made their way back to the cave on Hill 1. Li Lan washed her hands and then picked up the spear. Together, they headed toward Long Shui's camp. Upon their arrival, they found Long Shui and her companions enjoying lunch. Seeing Lin Han and Li Lan, Long Shui greeted them warmly. Ah, what a pleasant surprise. Cool, sit with us. Actually, Long Jia, we have a favor to ask, Lin Han replied with a smile. Long Shui raised an eyebrow in curiosity. What is it? Speak up. Xiao Han, I am more than willing to assist. Well, Lin Han began, Li Lan and I just hunted a white-horned bison weighing over 1,000 pounds. But we cannot lift it. We were hoping you could help us carry it back. Wow, Miss Li Lan is quite impressive to have taken down such a massive bison. Long Shui remarked, astonished. Li Lan remained silent, her expression sullen. Long Shui chuckled lightly. Xiao Han, you did well to come to me for such a trivial matter. I will gladly help. Thank you. Long Jia, Lin Han expressed his gratitude. Trivial matter indeed. Long Shui called out. Su Yu, Chen Jin, and Yu Qing. Come with me to help. Junju, you stay back to guard the camp. Understood, Yang Junju replied. Zhang Yueqing gently patted Chun Jin's shoulder, saying, come on. Lao Chun, let's get to work. Li Lan took the lead, and the group advanced towards the location of the carcass of the white-limbed bison. This forest is teeming with carnivorous creatures. I hope the bison's body hasn't been devoured, Long Shui remarked. By around 3 in the afternoon, the 6 of them arrived at the site of the white-limbed bison's remains. Its eyes were missing, evidently having been crushed by Li Lan. Fortunately, the carcass was intact and had not yet attracted the attention of any predators. What a massive creature, Zhang Yueqing exclaimed. Long Shui nodded, stretching her limbs. Here's the plan. The 4 women will each grab a leg and lift it up. What about the remaining person? Chen Jin inquired. Chapter 29. The white-limbed bison clear the path, Long Shui instructed. Upon finishing her words, she took the lead and grasped one of the bison's front legs. Come on, let us hurry. It will soon be dark. Li Lan, Chen Jin, and Zhang Yueqing each stepped forward to seize a leg of the bison. Together, the 4 of them hoisted the enormous creature. Do you need assistance? Lin Han inquired. Long Shui chuckled. No need, just follow along. Lin Han's question was merely a formality. Given his physique, the weight of the bison could easily overwhelm him. The group made their way back toward the lake, with Su Yu leading the way. Known for her laziness, she would not lift a finger unless called upon. Before dusk, the 6 returned to the cave on hill number 1. Long Shui and her companions placed the bison's carcass on the ground. Thank you for your trouble, Long Jia, Lin Han expressed gratefully. Long Shui brushed the dust off her hands. Don't mention it. It was a trivial matter. Indeed, it is our honor to assist the handsome Lin. Zhang Yueqing added with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, Lin Han replied politely. All right, it's getting late. We should head back. Long Shui called to her 3 teammates as they prepared to leave. Goodbye, Long Jia, Lin Han said. Goodbye, Xia Han. Call me anytime if you need help. Long Shui responded as they departed. Subsequently, Li Lan began to process the bison with a stone knife. The size of the bison made the task time-consuming. By nightfall, Li Lan had kindled a bonfire, and the 2 shared a meal. After dining, Li Lan returned to her task. Lin Han sat nearby, occasionally adding fuel to the fire. As the clock approached 11, Li Lan finally completed processing the bison. The entire hide was hung up to dry on a tree. Xiao Han, you should sleep now. I'll finish smoking the meat first, Li Lan said. All right, but make sure you rest afterwards. Don't overexert yourself, Lin Han replied. He crawled into the cave and lay down to sleep. Touched by Lin Han's concern, Li Lan felt a warm smile spreading across her face. Indeed, Xiao Han cares most about me. With renewed vigor, she began smoking the white-limbed bison meat. A night passed, and the following morning, Lin Han awoke to find Li Lan cooking meat. Upon seeing him, Li Lan raised a skewer of meat. Xiao Han, Come try this fresh white-limbed bison meat I saved from last night. Lin Han accepted the skewer and took a bite. This is delicious. By the way, you haven't slept since last night, have you? Yes, there is so much to do. I haven't had the chance to rest, Lin Han replied. After you finish eating, you should hurry to bed. Staying up late is not good for your health, Lin Han advised. Lin Han nodded with a smile, feeling elated. She thought to herself how Lin Han felt like a husband, scolding her while genuinely caring for her well-being. A month passed. During this time, the bison hide had dried and was laid out in the cave, providing a more comfortable bedding experience. During this period, Lin Han engaged in intense physical training, significantly enhancing her strength. After a month of consuming the white-legged buffalo meat, much remained sufficient to sustain her for over another month. This noon, Lin Han and Lin Han ventured to the lakeside to fetch water. Suddenly, Lin Han cast her gaze towards the forest across the lake. Lin Han, noticing her attention, inquired, "What is it?" Lin Han furrowed her brow. "There is something in the forest to the south, and its numbers are considerable." She grasped her wooden spear. "It might be some animals. We could kill them for meat." Lin Han also peered towards the forest, feeling a twinge of anxiety. After a few moments, figures emerged from the southern forest. To Lin Han's astonishment, a group of people appeared. Though the distance rendered their faces indistinct, it was evident they were all women. Lin Han counted a total of 12 individuals. The group seemed excited upon spotting Lin Han and Lin Han by the lakeside, swiftly running around from the east side of the lake. "Who are they?" Lin Han asked nervously. "I don't know," Lin Han replied, her eyes glinting with hostility. "I will eliminate anyone who poses a threat to your safety." As the two groups drew closer, they could discern each other's faces. Lin Han was utterly shocked to recognize the 12 individuals, their political science teacher, their language arts teacher, and 10 girls from their class. The 10 girls were the very ones eliminated by the hunting team. The political science teacher and her companions were equally astonished. Lin Han, exclaimed the political science teacher with delight. "We thought you were dead." The 12 individuals became increasingly animated, hastening towards Lin Han and Lin Han while shouting excitedly. Suddenly, Lin Han recalled something and shouted, "Be careful! There are crocodiles in the lake." No sooner had she spoken than a Siamese crocodile lunged from the water, clamping its jaws onto the language arts teacher's left leg. The crocodile, possessing immense strength, swiftly dragged her towards the lake. "No!" The language arts teacher cried out in despair. In the next moment, she was entirely submerged in the water. The remaining 11 were left in shock. "Language arts teacher!" The political science teacher shouted in anguish. Lin Han and Lin Han rushed over. "What should we do? There is no way to save her, right?" Lin Han said to Lin Han. Lin Han glanced at the lake's surface. "It's too late to save her. It's just her misfortune." Lin Han sighed. This Siamese crocodile had failed to catch Lin Han the first time and missed Long Shui the second. As the saying goes, there are second chances, but not third or fourth. This time, the crocodile finally succeeded in seizing its prey. The political science teacher lamented, "What a tragedy. We traveled so far, finally reaching this place, only to lose one to a crocodile." Language arts teacher, "Your fate is unfortunate." After a moment of sorrow, she wiped her tears and turned to Lin Han. "We thought you and Lin Han had perished long ago. That is a long story. Teacher, please tell us what happened." Lin Han replied. Sigh. The political teacher bore a weary expression, lamenting that it all stemmed from the fateful mango grove. Yesterday afternoon, a person named Jiang Xin arrived at the grove, accompanied by a large entourage, intent on seizing control of the area and claiming the boys in our class. The physical education teacher, along with classmate Wang Rui, led a valiant resistance against the encroaching group, urging the remaining students to flee swiftly. The Chinese and English teachers, along with 10 girls and all the boys, dashed northward in a frantic escape. Along the way, the English teacher and the boys lagged behind, ultimately captured by Jiang Xin's followers. The remaining 12 of us pressed on, running relentlessly from yesterday until now, not daring to pause until we finally encountered you here. "What? Such a thing has occurred?" Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 30. The gorilla the political teacher let out a sigh. "Indeed, that is the situation." "Lin Han, what about you? What is your status?" Previously, the physical education teacher, had discovered the bodies of the individuals who had kidnapped you. You and Lin Han were nowhere to be found, and we all thought you had perished. Upon hearing this, Lin Han fabricated a tale. At that moment, Lin Han came to rescue me, and as we were about to engage in battle, a group of guerrillas suddenly appeared and dispatched my captors. In the chaos, Lin Han and I seized the opportunity to escape, and we have settled here. Ah, so that is how it transpired. You have truly endured much, the political teacher lamented, shaking her head. What a predicament we find ourselves in. By the way, did the vice principal also fight valiantly? Lin Han inquired curiously. Given the vice principal's disposition, one would presume he lacked such courage, she replied. Do not even mention it. That coward was the first to kneel and beg for mercy. The political teacher exclaimed with indignation. Lin Han's suspicion was confirmed. The physical education teacher, however, was a person of integrity. It remained uncertain whether he was alive or dead. To Lin Han's astonishment, Zhang Xin and her group had managed to locate the mango grove and were intent on claiming it. Indeed, Zhang Xin, though appearing refined, harbored a heart full of malice. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Han asked. The political teacher glanced at the girls beside her. A deep sense of despair etched on her face. I am at a loss. The fate of the physical education teacher is unknown, and with the language teacher deceased, I'm left alone to care for these students. It is truly overwhelming. At that moment, Long Shui and her group emerged from the western forest. Long Shui looked astonished. Xiao Han, what is happening? Why are there so many people? Sister Long, these are all from our class, Lin Han replied. We heard someone shouting and came to see what was going on, Long Shui explained. Lin Han took a moment to introduce the political teacher and her companions to Long Shui and her group, then recounted the events that had transpired in the mango grove. Long Shui's expression shifted to one of realization. So that is the case. Zhang Xin is truly ruthless. She turned to the political teacher, Madam. What are your intentions moving forward? The political teacher and the girls had already collapsed onto the ground, their adrenaline having surged for so long. Now, having relaxed, they were utterly exhausted, hungry, and thirsty. After a brief pause, the political teacher sorrowfully responded, I do not know. It is a blessing to be alive. But I am uncertain of where to go from here. Go back and fetch a bucket. Bring some water for these people to drink, Long Shui instructed Zhang Yueqing. Zhang Yueqing nodded and ran toward the direction of the camp. Sister Long, there is no need. Our buckets are still over there, Lin Han interjected. No, it is merely a short run, Long Shui replied with a smile. Lin Han pulled Li Lan aside. What do you think? He asked. Li Lan shook her head. I do not know. I believe we should not concern ourselves with them, as it does not affect us. Do not say that. Lin Han wore a mysterious expression, observing the labor force around him. He remarked, they are all familiar faces. I believe we can enlist them. Li Lan immediately responded, absolutely. Lin Han was somewhat taken aback. You agreed so quickly? If it is your proposal, I am in full accord, Li Lan declared. Lin Han couldn't help but chuckle. All right, that's a bit sentimental. In the meantime, Zhang Yueqing had hurried back with a wooden bucket, having fetched water from the lake for the political teacher and the others. The teacher and the girls eagerly cradled the water, gulping it down, their throats parched after such a long time without a drink. Once Lin Han and Li Lan had conferred, they approached the political teacher and her group. Teacher, since you have no plans moving forward, Li Lan and I have a suggestion, and we wonder if you would consider it, Lin Han stated. What do you have to say, Lin Han? The political teacher inquired. We can assist you in establishing a camp, teach you how to start a fire, inform you about edible wild vegetables, and impart hunting skills, Lin Han offered. The political teacher's expression brightened momentarily, but she quickly composed herself. With a wry smile, she replied, there must be conditions attached, correct? You anticipated that, teacher? Lin Han responded in surprise. The teacher sighed deeply. Having been on Valen Island for such a time, our perspectives have undeniably shifted. While we are from the same school and somewhat familiar, we are not family. You and Li Lan would not assist us without reason. Rest assured, teacher, I understand this principle. Helping us is a kindness, while not helping is merely a matter of duty. Your willingness to assist is already a significant gesture. Please, Lin Han, do share your conditions. I am all ears. Truly commendable, teacher. Your awareness is impressive. Long Shui remarked with a smile. Very well, then, teacher. Allow me to outline the conditions Li Lan and I have. Lin Han continued. First, all 11 of you must accept our leadership moving forward, though rest assured, we shall not oppress you. Second, once your food supply stabilizes, you will need to contribute 10 pounds of food daily, with no restrictions on type, and Li Lan will weigh it by hand. Third, should you encounter threats from other humans or beasts, you must stand with us rather than flee alone. Naturally, if you find yourselves in peril, we will assist you to the best of our ability, provided conditions allow. These are our conditions, teacher. Do you believe you can accept them? The political teacher gathered the girls together to deliberate. After a while, they concluded their discussion. The political teacher turned to Lin Han, saying, everyone agrees, we accept your terms. With that, Long Shui, seeing no further matters at hand, led her team back to the camp. Lin Han and Li Lan then escorted the political teacher and her companions back to Cave 1 on Hill 1, providing them with some smoked meat to eat. Having endured hunger for so long, the political teacher and her group devoured the smoked meat ravenously. Once they were sufficiently fed and hydrated, Lin Han and Li Lan guided them into the forest on the eastern shore of the lake. They cleared a patch of land and subsequently constructed 7 A-frame shelters. Previously, the 10 girls had experience building such shelters at the Mango Grove campsite, which enabled them to work swiftly. In total, there were 7 shelters. The political science teacher occupied one alone, while the 10 girls paired up to share the remaining 5. The final shelter was designated for storing food. Li Lan instructed them on the art of friction fire making, and one by one, the girls began to practice. It took the political science teacher and the others an entire afternoon to master this technique. Chapter 31. The Deadly Technique. 8 days have elapsed. During this period, Li Lan imparted her knowledge to the political instructor and others on how to fabricate tools, assisting them in crafting 3 wooden barrels. She also educated them on distinguishing edible wild plants from toxic ones. Furthermore, Li Lan took them into the forest for hunting, enabling them to acquire fundamental hunting skills. She encouraged them to engage in physical exercise, dedicating their spare time daily to enhance their fitness. After several days of rigorous training, their physical capabilities have markedly improved. Yet, as the saying goes, Rome was not built in a day. Significant enhancements in physical condition require persistent effort and the passage of time. Now, the camp of the political instructor and her companions has largely found its rhythm. They have begun to contribute food each evening, consisting of a mix of wild vegetables and animal meat. Although their contributions are modest, they have alleviated some of Li Lan's hunting burdens. Notably, the young women have discerned the unique bond between Li Lan and Lin Han, leading them to affectionately address Li Lan as Sister Lan and Lin Han as brother-in-law. Li Lan takes great satisfaction in this development, while Lin Han, though slightly flushed, refrains from commenting. His tacit approval sends waves of exhilaration through Li Lan, as it seems to signify his acceptance of the title. Yesterday, Long Shui and her group paid a visit to the political instructor and her companions, as it is customary to introduce oneself to new neighbors. This morning, Lin Han and Li Lan were engaged in their respective activities in front of the cave on Hill 1. Li Lan was swiftly performing single-handed push-ups, while Lin Han reclined comfortably in the sun, savoring the moment. Life is meant to be enjoyed, regardless of the setting. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Both Li Lan and Lin Han sprang to their feet, having developed instinctual reactions from their time in the wilderness. The sound originated from the direction of the lake. Grabbing a wooden spear, they dashed towards the source of the commotion. Upon reaching the lakeshore, they discovered that the political instructor and Long Shui's group had also emerged from their woodland camp, indicating that all parties had heard the distressing cry. At the southern edge of the lake, a group of individuals was shouting frantically. A Siamese crocodile had clamped its jaws around one person's leg, dragging them toward the water. Some members of the group wielded wooden spears, jabbing at the crocodile, while others grasped the victim's arms, pulling in the opposite direction. Although they noticed Lin Han and the others, they were too preoccupied with the struggle against the crocodile to acknowledge them. Despite the immense strength of the Siamese crocodile, the combined force of the group proved formidable. In a desperate bid to escape, the crocodile unleashed its signature technique, the death roll. Whirling like a high-speed meat grinder, the crocodile spun violently, causing the victim's leg to twist and tear, ultimately severing it. Agonizing screams filled the air as the unfortunate individual writhed in pain. The crocodile, clutching the severed limb, retreated into the depths of the lake. The surrounding individuals rushed forward to hoist the injured person back to the shore, and Lin Han and the others hurried over to assist. As Lin Han approached, he discovered that the victim of the bite was a woman, her right leg entirely severed. She lay flat on the ground, wailing in anguish, pleading for her life. "I do not wish to die. Please save me." Blood gushed from her wound, and her complexion grew increasingly pale. The remaining dozen or so individuals were also women, standing in place, exchanging glances of bewilderment. "It's you," exclaimed the political teacher in shock. The group turned to face her, equally astonished. "Damn, so it's you all," one woman shouted. "Teacher, who are they?" Lin Han asked urgently. "They are from Jiang Xin's faction," the political teacher declared. The 10 girls behind her tightened their grips on their wooden spears, displaying signs of vigilance. Upon hearing this, Li Lan and Long Shue's expressions turned wary. Lin Han quickly counted. There were 17 members in Jiang Xin's camp. Ignoring the dying woman on the ground, that left 16. It seemed likely that they had pursued the political teacher and her group. However, with Long Shui and the others present, he felt relatively secure. To defeat Long Shui's group, one would need at least 100 individuals. "You truly can run." Managing to escape this far, the woman who had spoken earlier remarked, lifting her wooden spear. "Sisters, take them down and bring them back for the reward." One woman beside her poked her, saying, Sister, it seems they outnumber us now." The leader paused, then counted Lin Han and the others. There were 16 women and 2 men. They had originally numbered 17, but with one severely injured, only 16 could fight. Although the 2 men were handsome, they clearly lacked combat prowess and did not count. "Not to worry," the leader declared, waving her hand confidently. "We are all trained. Our combat strength is surely superior to theirs. 16 against 16, the advantage is ours." "Wait, don't attack yet. I believe I might still be saved," the dying woman weakly interjected. "Rest assured, sister, once you pass, we will bury you in a place of great fortune. Go in peace." The leader replied to the dying woman, "Your father." The dying woman could not finish her words, having already lost her vitality. Seeing that the woman had succumbed, the leader raised her wooden spear. "Sisters, for the sake of contributions, charge." A wave of confusion washed over Lin Han. What exactly were the contributions this woman spoke of? The other women, upon hearing her words, exhibited varying degrees of excitement. They raised their wooden spears, a united front rushing towards Lin Han and the others. The political teacher, eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "Students, charge!" The girls raised their spears in response. After a period of honing their skills, they were no longer as timid as before. Just as the political teacher and her group prepared to charge forward, Long Shui, Chun Jin, and Zhang Yueqing had already dashed ahead. Li Lan, ready to intervene, found herself forced to remain in place as the 3 collided with Jiang Xin's faction, plunging the scene into chaos. To be more precise, it was an overwhelming one-sided domination. The members of Jiang Xin's faction were unable to even graze the hem of Long Shui's garments. A wooden spear was thrust towards Long Shui, with a mere sidelong glance. She deftly deflected the spear with her left hand, while her right hand delivered a devastating blow to the assailant's temple. The woman struck instantaneously lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, her fate uncertain. Although Chen Jin and Zhang Yueqing's skills did not match the ferocity of Long Shui's, they were formidable in their own right. The skirmish concluded swiftly. Of the 16 individuals from Jiang Xin's faction, 15 lay defeated on the ground. Long Shui and her companions stood resolutely, with Long Shui gripping the collar of the leader, whose limbs contorted unnaturally, having been broken. Chapter 32, Interrogation. Long Shui and her companions fought barehanded, without even the aid of wooden spears. The political teacher and her group were left in utter astonishment. They had never anticipated that Long Shui and her allies possessed such formidable combat prowess. The display of skill by Lin Han had already rendered them speechless. But now it was evident that Long Shui's capabilities were equally remarkable. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Long Shui addressed the leader of the opposing group. I have no concern for your antics in your own territory, but should you dare to encroach upon this side, I will not hold back. The leader, trembling and powerless, pleaded, I'm sorry, please spare me. I have a family to care for. I'm merely working for others. Long Jia, Lin Han interjected as she approached. Let's not take her life just yet. She surely possesses valuable intelligence about Jiang Xian and her faction that we can extract. Indeed, I know much, the leader hurriedly affirmed. Do not kill me. I can be of use. I can guide you to our camp. All right, I trust your judgment. See ya, Han. Let us tidy up this place first, and then we shall interrogate her thoroughly, Long Shui replied. Subsequently, they cleared the remnants of the battle. The fallen had met their demise, which served to reinforce Lin Han's understanding of Long Shui's group strength. They disposed of the bodies in the nearby forest, where it was likely that wild beasts would consume them by dawn. The group then proceeded to the camp of the political teacher and her companions. Long Shui unceremoniously threw the leader to the ground, and the interrogation commenced. Speak. What became of the physical education teacher and the others? The political teacher demanded furiously. The leader appeared bewildered. Which physical education teacher? The strong woman who led the resistance in the mango grove. The political teacher clarified. Oh, that person, the leader stammered, her voice quivering. She and the others who resisted are all dead. What did you say? The political teacher roared. The girls were struck with shock and outrage, voicing their dismay. How cruel! A detestable bunch. Wah! How could such a wonderful person as the physical education teacher meet such an end? Jiang Xian is a monster with a heart of a beast. Lin Han felt a pang of sorrow as well. The physical education teacher had been genuinely admirable, and it was hard to believe that she had perished. After a moment of collective outrage, the political teacher regained her composure. Now, recount all events from that day and everything that followed, she commanded the leader. The leader shrank back slightly and replied, That day, it was the exploration team dispatched by Jiang Xian that discovered the mango grove. Jiang Xian then led a large force to seize the grove from you. You refused to yield, and that physical education teacher rallied her group to resist, while the rest of you fled. She was quite strong and injured several of us. But as the saying goes, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Ultimately, she was subdued. Those who stood in rebellion alongside her were swiftly subdued. Jiang Xian, a ruthless figure, commanded the execution of all dissenters, leaving no one alive. However, a middle-aged woman, along with the men who had been recaptured, was spared and brought back to the camp. They were the English teachers. The political instructor sighed in relief. Grateful for their survival, she inquired of the leading woman, What became of those men after they were taken back to your camp? They were imprisoned. Alongside the men from our own camp, replied the leading woman. Is it true that the men in your camp are also imprisoned? The political instructor asked, perplexed. With a wry smile, the leading woman responded, You may not be aware, but the men in our camp possess no freedom. Let me recount the story from the beginning. Jiang Xian initially led us westward from the beach, and after a considerable distance, we ventured into the forest. One must admire Jiang Xian's cunning. She taught us to create fire by friction, set traps for animals, and construct shelters. We swiftly regressed to a Stone Age existence, employing stone axes, knives, hammers, and chisels. Then why do you still use wooden spears? A girl interjected. Stone spears are heavier and more cumbersome to make. Ultimately, we found wooden spears to be more practical and have continued to use them, the leading woman explained. She continued, Our camp progressed quite rapidly under Jiang Xian's guidance. She had us build wooden houses using a system of mortise and tenon joints, despite the absence of nails. Jiang Xian is supported by 4 loyal subordinates, all robust individuals, each with their own handsome men. To summarize, in our camp, Jiang Xian holds the highest authority, followed by her 4 trusted aides, and then 5 group leaders. Each group leader also has a dedicated man. Although this was not the original custom, the men were once free until Jiang Xian instituted reforms, leading to the current state of affairs. Presently, Our camp operates with Jiang Xian and her 4 subordinates overseeing matters, while 4 groups venture out daily to gather food, with 1 group resting in rotation. Naturally, no one works without compensation. One of the subordinates maintains a ledger, recording what each person brings back and assigning contribution points based on the value of the items. In essence, these points serve as a form of virtual currency, redeemable for food to sustain our daily meals. Most significantly, contribution points can also be exchanged for men. All the men are confined within a large wooden house, adjacent to the food storage warehouse and the dwelling of the ledger-keeping subordinate. If one wishes to exchange for a man, they must approach the subordinate, who will guide them in selecting a man, allowing one to purchase his time for a day using contribution points. As the time draws near, one simply returns the man to his quarters. Of course, the men are not solely relegated to this task. They are often organized for labor as well. Well, it seems there is nothing more to add. This is essentially all there is to say. The leading woman wore a pleasing expression and addressed the assembly. Ladies, as you can see, I have concluded my remarks. Which group do you all belong to? Long Shui inquired. We are a temporary task force assembled to pursue the individuals who have fled, the leading woman replied. Once it appeared that all pertinent questions had been addressed, Lin Han and the others set the leading woman aside and began to deliberate. Sister Lan, what shall we do next? Should we proceed to rescue the English teacher and the others? The political teacher asked. Chapter 33. Army Ants. The political teacher felt no discomfort in addressing Li Lan, who was significantly younger than herself, as Sister Lan. Without Li Lan's support, she and her students likely would not have survived to this day. Moreover, she was now under Li Lan's leadership, and calling her Sister Lan was entirely appropriate. Li Lan turned to Lin Han and inquired, "What are your thoughts, Xiaoan?" Lin Han then looked to Long Shui for her perspective. Noticing the attention directed towards her, Long Shui stated, "If you ask me, I would suggest we refrain from taking any action." Refrain from action? The political teacher echoed. Indeed, Long Shui continued her analysis. Originally, this group came looking for you, but after we've eliminated so many of their members, we have undoubtedly offended Jiang Xian. Of course, she is still unaware that her hunting party has been completely annihilated. She surely understands the principle of uprooting weeds to prevent them from regrowing, which is why she dispatched the hunting team in the first place. If the hunting party does not return after a prolonged absence, she will certainly suspect they have encountered danger. However, the primordial forest is rife with wild beasts and perilous conditions. Coupled with the long journey they must undertake, it is unlikely she will send another team after this. Jiang Xian's camp must also function normally. Losing 17 laborers is a significant setback. She is no fool. She would not go to such lengths to pursue a mere dozen individuals, such as you and the political teacher. As long as she does not send anyone else, she will remain oblivious to who obliterated her hunting party. Therefore, if we take no action, it is highly probable that nothing will occur, and we can continue our lives as usual. Long Shui then turned to the political teacher. I understand that you and the English teacher share a deep bond. If it is out of affection that you feel compelled to rescue them, I can comprehend your sentiment. The political teacher sighed. Captain Long, you make a valid point. If we remain still, it is highly likely we will not encounter trouble. However, I have a good relationship with the English teacher, as well as with those male students. I am not a cold-hearted person. I genuinely wish to save them. Yet, I also realize that with just us, it would be akin to walking into death. Furthermore, we are currently under Sister Lan's command. We cannot simply leave without her consent. Li Lan maintained a composed expression. Though she felt a twinge of regret for the English teacher and the others, her priority was ensuring Xiaohan's safety. Xiaohan, do you wish to go rescue them? Li Lan asked softly. Lin Han shook her head. Let us not. Our strength is lacking, and our numbers are few. We would only be walking to our doom. Very well, then we shall not go, Li Lan concluded. The political teacher sighed deeply but did not voice any further objections, although the girls felt a pang of sadness. They understood the reasoning behind their decision. Zhang Yuqing glanced towards the leading woman not far away. What about her? Yang Jingjue picked up a wooden spear. Eliminate her. Wait a moment. Long Shui interjected as she approached and dragged the leading woman over. Forgive me for not asking earlier, but where is your camp located? Long Shui inquired. The leading woman promptly replied, just to the west of the mango grove, approximately 20 kilometers away. No sooner had she spoken than Long Shui delivered a powerful punch to her temple. The woman's skull fractured, blood streamed from her nostrils, and she fell lifeless. Subsequently, several girls discarded the woman's body into the distant forest. Lin Han, and Long Shui returned to their respective camp. All three camps continued to function normally. 3 days elapsed. This morning, Lin Han and Lin were at the entrance of Hill 1, engaged in their daily routines. Lin supported herself on the ground, performing push-ups in an inverted position. Lin Han, squinting, lay on the ground soaking up the sun. His days were now filled with little more than eating, sleeping, and basking in sunlight. With the provisions supplied by their political instructor and others, they would not starve even if they refrained from hunting daily. However, once the white-limbed wild buffalo meat was consumed, they would have to venture out. Lin consumed a substantial amount of food each day. 10 pounds of meat was hardly sufficient for two. Nevertheless, it was understandable given the exertion and energy expenditure. Furthermore, Lin's commitment to daily exercise only intensified her hunger. Lanjia, Jiefu, a girl rushed over. Lin returned her feet to the ground, furrowing her brow. What's the rush? What's the matter? There's a massive swarm of ants in the northeast corner of the lake. You must come and see, the girl exclaimed. What is so alarming about ants? They're everywhere in this forest, Lin retorted with displeasure. No, Lanjia, these ants are different, the girl gestured emphatically. It's not just a small cluster. It spans dozens of square meters. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin's eyes. Dozens of square meters? Are you certain? The girl nodded vigorously. Absolutely, it's quite terrifying. Soon, Lin and Lin Han accompanied the girl to the northeast corner of the lake, where their political instructor and others were gathered. On the lakeshore, an extensive procession of brownish-yellow ants was moving sluggishly. Upon seeing Lin and Lin Han arrive, the political instructor quickly remarked, Lanjia, look at this. What kind of ants are these? Such a vast multitude. Lin glanced down. These are army ants. No wonder they are so numerous. Lanjia, these ants won't pose any danger to us, will they? The political instructor inquired. Not at all. Army ants typically feed on insects, and besides, such a large colony could be easily incinerated with a single flame, Lin reassured. The army ant swarm continued its march along the lakeshore, aiming to circumvent to the opposite side. The girls watched with fascination, their curiosity piqued. Estimating, there must be millions here, one girl remarked. It's utterly astonishing. It resembles a grand army, another girl added. Seeing no threat, the girls settled in to observe the spectacle. With no mobile phones to occupy them, watching the ants became a delightful pastime. Lin Han and Lin later returned to Hill 1. Without phones, a group of girls can still become utterly engrossed in watching ants, Lin Han chuckled. While performing an inverted push-up, Lin remarked, Indeed, it must be exceedingly dull. Lin Han sighed, reflecting on their prolonged stay on Whalen Island. He seated himself on the ground, exhaling deeply, and pondered aloud. Do you think we will ever return to Huaxiao in this lifetime? With a swift motion, Lin brought her feet down, regaining her balance. She hurried to Lin Han's side, taking his hand in hers. Xiao Han, do you miss home? Lin Han nodded slightly, a little. After all, we grew up in the city. Spending too long in this primeval forest inevitably stirs feelings of homesickness. Chapter 34. Defining relationships. Lin Han felt a tinge of melancholy. He deeply missed his parents and wondered how they were faring. Upon learning about his disappearance, they must have been incredibly anxious, undoubtedly beside themselves with worry. Lin embraced Lin Han, her voice a gentle balm, assuring him, Do not despair. We shall surely return. I promise. Lin Han offered a wry smile. No need to comfort me. I understand that rescue is highly unlikely. Despite his transmigration, the merging of memories from two lives had fostered profound feelings for his family in this world. After spending such an extended period on Whalen Island, he yearned for home. Yet, everyone understood that they might very well never receive help. They might end up living their lives on this island. Who says we must wait for rescue? We can return on our own, Lin proposed. Lin Han looked at her, puzzled. What do you mean? Lin gazed up at the azure sky. Since we cannot rely on others, we shall build a ship and leave ourselves. Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that even feasible? This is a monumental undertaking. Besides, none of us have shipbuilding experience, and we must consider the materials and food for the journey. Do not worry, Lin Han smiled. Though this project is substantial, it is not insurmountable. If you wish to return, then we will find a way. Trust me. Lin Han felt a wave of emotion wash over him. No matter how many times she reassured him, Lin Han's kindness was overwhelming. He admitted to himself that he was profoundly touched. All right, I confess, I am utterly moved. He couldn't quite grasp why the term simp was deemed derogatory. What is a simp? They are simply deeply affectionate. When someone loves you to the point of madness, thinking of you incessantly, bringing you breakfast daily, and rushing to your dorm with medicine when you fall ill, all without seeking anything in return, only giving and caring, offering their very best. Can one truly label such a person as a simp? In a world so vast with billions of souls, to receive the entirety of someone else's love is a tremendous privilege. Lin Han bit his lip. Li Lan's gaze was suffused with tenderness. Speak. Xiao Han, I agree to be your boyfriend, Lin Han declared. Li Lan was momentarily taken aback. Then joy surged within her. Really? Xiao Han, you've agreed? Lin Han nodded. Indeed, I have. Li Lan was engulfed in elation. That's wonderful. Xia Han, resta surit. I will treat you well and ensure you never suffer even the slightest grievance. Lin Han smiled softly. All right, I believe you. Then, Li Lan's face flushed a delicate shade of crimson. Xiao Han, may we, kiss? Upon hearing this, Lin Han's face also reddened. He had never kissed anyone, neither in this world nor the previous one, and now he felt a rush of nervousness. However, as they had become lovers, sharing a kiss seemed entirely appropriate. Lin Han nodded gently, then go ahead. Li Lan gazed at Lin Han's exquisite visage, swallowing hard. She slowly approached, her entire body trembling slightly. Finally, she pressed her lips against Lin Han's. The two gazed into each other's eyes, the atmosphere becoming charged with intimacy. Lin Han gently pushed Li Lan's face away. His cheeks flushed. All right, enough. Li Lan licked her lips, savoring the moment. She looked at the person in her embrace, a blissful smile unconsciously curling her lips. Lin Han, feeling excessively embarrassed, sought to change the subject. So, about your plan to build a ship, do you have any concrete ideas yet? Upon hearing this, Li Lan retracted her smile and began to contemplate seriously. Not specifically, this idea just emerged. However, we could gather our political teachers to discuss it together. As she spoke, Lin Han added, Wang Rui knew quite a bit. She might have had some knowledge about shipbuilding, but alas, she has passed away. It's all right. We can manage on our own, Li Lan replied. As evening fell, after dinner, the two girls arrived to deliver the daily provisions. Once they set down the food, Li Lan said, Please notify everyone when you return. We will hold a meeting at your camp. The two girls looked somewhat surprised. Sister Lan, is there something important about the meeting? One of them inquired. I'll explain later. You should head back now, Li Lan instructed. Subsequently, the two girls left. Li Lan placed the delivered food into the cave on hill number 2. This storage cave was known only to Lin Han and Li Lan. Not even their political teachers were informed. In the current state on Warren Island, money had long lost its value. Food was the true currency. Unless one held absolute trust in another, it was wise to remain cautious. Li Lan and Lin Han arrived at the campsite on the east side of the lake. The political teachers and others had already lit a bonfire, awaiting their arrival. Sister Lan, I heard from the girls who delivered the food that you wanted to hold a meeting. Is there something significant happening? The political teacher inquired. Li Lan and Lin Han took their seats. Everyone gather around, Li Lan said. A group of people encircled the bonfire, their attention fully captured. To be straightforward, I plan to build a ship to leave Warren Island, Li Lan declared. At this revelation, the political teachers and others displayed expressions of astonishment. Sister Lan, are you joking? You want to build a ship? The political teacher exclaimed in disbelief. Oh my, that is fantastic. Does this mean we can finally leave this wretched place? One girl exclaimed excitedly. The others echoed her enthusiasm, having long grown weary of their existence on the island. Each day, they yearned to escape this desolate environment. Here, there are no phones, No restaurants, no beds. They had to hunt for their meals, while also maintaining their physical fitness to face any impending dangers. Living in constant fear, they struggled to eat properly and sleep soundly. They missed the comforts of human civilization, the soft beds, fried chicken, hamburgers, and hot pot. No longer did they wish to worry about food. They longed for the ease of ordering takeout and playing games when boredom struck, unlike their current existence, which had regressed to that of savages. The political teacher, unlike the girls, did not share their enthusiasm. She understood that shipbuilding was no simple endeavor. Sister Lin, embarking on shipbuilding is indeed a commendable initiative. Yet have you considered the materials and the location for this venture? The political teacher inquired. Lin Han shook her head. No. I have convened this meeting to discuss such matters. Upon hearing this, the girls gradually regained their composure. Indeed, the task of constructing a ship was fraught with complexities, requiring careful consideration of numerous factors. I believe that if we are to build a ship, it must be done by the seaside. Otherwise, we may find ourselves unable to launch it into the sea, one girl remarked. Yes, we could lay down logs beneath it beforehand to facilitate its launch into the water, another girl suggested. Chapter 35, Official Announcement. The young women eagerly shared their insights. I believe the sails should be crafted from animal hides, while the rigging can be made from sinew, one suggested. I have a vague understanding of Jiang Xian's mortise and tenon structure. We might experiment with it to join the wood, another added. We must also prepare ample provisions and fresh water, as we may drift at sea for a month or two. We cannot afford to be without sustenance. A lively exchange ensued, with each person contributing to the discussion, creating an illusion of coherence. The political instructor licked his lips and remarked, while what you propose is theoretically feasible, executing it is an entirely different matter. Most importantly, we have only 13 individuals in total. Our numbers are insufficient. If we were to build a ship with just these 13, it would take us several years at the very least. Upon hearing the lengthy timeline, the spirits of some young women visibly dampened. However, a few resolute souls remained undeterred. One young woman stood up, her gaze unwavering. Fear not, for as the saying goes, if I do not complete the construction, my daughter shall continue. And if she does not finish, my granddaughter will take up the task. If my granddaughter cannot complete it, my great-granddaughter shall carry on, and thus, through generations, the endeavor shall persist endlessly. Oberi! Exclaimed one young woman, clapping her hands. The surrounding ladies joined in enthusiastic applause, their spirits rekindled. The political instructor sighed with a wry smile, acknowledging their fervor. The sentiment is commendable, yet another adage rings true: strength lies in numbers. And we indeed require a larger group. How about we seek out the pilot and her crew? They currently represent the largest contingent on Whalen Island, suggested one young woman. That is a sound idea. We should certainly explore that option, the political instructor agreed, turning to Lin Han. Sister Lin, what are your thoughts? Lin Han furrowed her brow slightly. The ship must be constructed by the seaside. Even if we do not seek out the pilot, we will need to head to the shore. Here is the plan. Tomorrow, I will set out with Xiao Han to speak with the pilot and also check on the mango grove. You all should continue with your daily lives. Sister Lin, why not take us along? More people would ensure our safety, one young woman proposed. No need. You move too slowly to keep up with my pace. We will return swiftly and do not require additional company, Lin Han replied. Seeing that Lin Han had made a definitive decision, the political instructor and the others ceased further discussion. Soon after, Lin Han and Lin Han returned to Hill 1's cave, where they quickly settled in for the night. The next morning, the political instructor and Long Shui's group gathered on the southern shore to bid farewell to Lin Han and Lin Han. Being neighbors, it was customary to inform each other before embarking on a journey. Xiao Han, perhaps I should send someone to accompany you? Long Shui offered. There is no need. Sister Long, we will return shortly. And besides, there is likely no one on this island who could catch up with Lin Han politely declined. Long Shui smiled, visibly relieved. Then I shall rest easy. Come back soon. I'll treat you to barbecue. Xiao Han, please stay safe, Su Yu added, somewhat reluctantly. Lin Han chose to disregard her. Ha ha, Su Yu, you've been ignored. Zhang Yueqing laughed heartily. Su Yu, filled with indignation, exclaimed, Are you seeking death? Do you dare challenge me? Zhang Yueqing responded provocatively. Come on, with the team leader present. Do you really think you can strike me? Go ahead, give a try. Just as Su Yu raised her fist, ready to act, Long Shui seized her wrist. With a look of exasperation, Long Shui said, Su Yu, she's just joking. There's no need to resort to violence. Su Yu forcefully pulled her hand away, sulking. Long Shui chuckled helplessly and turned to Lin Han. By the way, Xiao Han, I've noticed that our political teacher has been calling you brother-in-law lately. Are you and Li Lan truly an item? Lin Han recalled something and replied, all right, I almost forgot to tell you all. Just yesterday morning, Li Lan and I officially became a couple. The girls displayed expressions of astonishment. Oh my, brother-in-law, is it true? It's official. Ah, my idol is now someone else's boyfriend. My youth has come to an end. Congratulations. Cheers to Li Lan and brother-in-law becoming lovers. Li Lan is amazing, securing such a beautiful partner and reaching the pinnacle of life. Congratulations to Li Lan and brother-in-law. Lovebirds finally united. The political teacher remarked with a smile. Long Shui was elated. Xiao Han, congratulations to you both. May your love last forever. Suddenly, a youthful voice cried out, ah. Everyone turned to see Su Yu, looking anguished, kneeling on the ground with her head clutched in her hands. Seriously, Su Yu? Is it that severe? Your jealousy is giving you a headache, Zhang Yueqing joked. Ah. Su Yu sprang to her feet, shouting and running off into the distance. Sigh. Zhang Yueqing shook her head. Jealousy truly transforms one's appearance. Li Lan observed the frenzied Su Yu, unable to contain her amusement. The last time Su Yu had forcefully kissed Xiao Han, she had been just as wild as Su Yu was now. The tides had turned, and it was Su Yu's turn to experience such anguish. Long Shui chuckled resignedly. This Su Yu has had her share of men in Huaxia, and now, facing repeated setbacks with Xiao Han, she probably can't bear it any longer. She deserves it, Yang Jinjue remarked coldly. Qinjin, could you go after her? We don't want her to get lost, Long Shui instructed. Qinjin nodded and hurried after Su Yu. Subsequently, Li Lan and Lin Han departed amidst the well wishes of their companions. After walking a distance, Li Lan paused and crouched down. Come on, Xiao Han, let me carry you. No way, there's no danger now. I don't want to be unable to run when danger actually strikes, Lin Han replied. Li Lan smiled. It's all right. I'm perfectly fine. Seeing this, Lin Han reluctantly climbed onto Li Lan's back. Li Lan supported Lin Han's hips with her hands and swiftly sprinted forward. The weeds and tripping plants along the path seemed non-existent to Li Lan. With astonishing speed, she ran from morning until noon, taking breaks intermittently. She set Lin Han down, found a straight branch, and skillfully fashioned a wooden spear by sharpening it against a stone. Together, they caught a few non-venomous snakes nearby and enjoyed a meal of grilled snake meat. After their meal, the two continued their journey. After running for a while, they arrived at the stream they had encountered earlier. The bodies of the muscular woman and her subordinates had long since vanished, presumably devoured by wild beasts. The two replenished their water supply and pressed on. By the time dusk descended, they found themselves near the mango grove. Naturally, they dared not stroll brazenly past. Instead, they concealed themselves behind a nearby thicket to assess the situation. 4 days had elapsed since the annihilation of Jiang Xian's pursuit team. Though this span of time could be considered lengthy, it was likely that Jiang Xian had yet to sense anything amiss. Adjacent to the mango grove, the camp previously occupied by the physical education teacher and her group remained intact. Chapter 36. The fire axe. A few women meandered across the open ground, busily gathering mangoes. It appeared that these women were subordinates of Jiang Xian. Li Lan and Lin Han chose not to raise any alarms and stealthily departed, continuing their journey southward. As night fell, the two finally arrived at the beach and beheld the wreckage of an aircraft. Under the moonlight, the doors of the aircraft remained firmly shut. Beside the wreckage, a campfire flickered, where 3 women engaged in conversation, seemingly keeping watch. Wooden spears and kitchen knives were laid nearby, the latter likely sourced from the aircraft's galley. Li Lan and Lin Han concealed themselves within the grass at the forest's edge. Upon assessing the surroundings for threats, they emerged from their hiding spot and approached the aircraft wreckage. The beach was devoid of cover, and the 3 women quickly noticed them. They rose hastily, brandishing their wooden spears and knives. Who goes there? What do you want? One woman demanded, her voice laced with caution. "We seek the captain. I have matters to discuss with her," Lin Han replied calmly. As they drew nearer, the woman recognized them. "Aren't you the ones who had a conflict with Yi Xiao?" she inquired. "Indeed, we have important matters to address with the captain," Lin Han affirmed. The woman scrutinized them for a moment, her gaze lingering on Lin Han. "Very well. I will fetch the captain. Wait here," she said, turning to open the aircraft door and stepping inside. After a brief interval, the woman re-emerged, accompanied by the captain. Upon seeing Lin Han and Lin Han, the captain appeared somewhat surprised. "It's been a while. What brings you to me?" Lin Han glanced at the three women on watch. "This matter, we wish to discuss it privately with you." "All right." The captain gestured toward the eastern beach. "Let's walk and talk." "Captain, you should bring a few others with you. It is too perilous to go alone," one woman cautioned. The captain waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I'm aware of the risks. I shall return shortly." With that, Lin Han, and the captain strolled along the coastline. After covering some distance and ensuring that the three watchful women could not overhear, Lin Han spoke candidly. "I will be direct. I wish to collaborate with you to construct a vessel to leave this place and return to Huaxia." The captain's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Construct a vessel? That is a monumental undertaking." She scrutinized Lin Han, verifying that he was not jesting. With a wry smile, she continued, "I, too, yearn to leave. But building a ship is no simple task. This endeavor presents significant challenges for us and is nearly impossible. How can we know it is impossible without making the attempt? Do you wish to remain here for eternity?" Lin Han countered. The captain sighed softly. "I am not saying it cannot be done. It would simply require immense time and effort, with uncertain results. First, we need blueprints, timber, various materials, and tools. Given our current state, reverting to primitive living, where will we procure such resources? Furthermore, our tools are fashioned from stone, and we lack even a proper saw. It is exceedingly daunting." Lin Han frowned and said, "In a word, I wish to unite with you to construct a vessel to return to Huaxia. Will you agree?" The captain gazed into Lin Lan's eyes and asked, "Are you serious?" "I am indeed serious," Lin Han replied. "Very well, I consent," the captain responded. "That was straightforward," Lin Han remarked. The captain chuckled. "In life, one must strive for oneself at least once. Furthermore, I have agreed, but I must convene a meeting upon my return to consult with the others. By the way, how many of you are there?" The captain inquired. Lin Han looked at Lin Han and replied, "Excluding him, there are a total of 12 women." The captain clicked his tongue. "We have 123 women and 42 men on our side, given that it is already quite late. You shall stay here with me tonight. I will assemble my team for an urgent meeting to gather their opinions, and I will provide you with a response by tomorrow morning, if that suits you." "That will do. Please expedite," Lin Han said. Subsequently, the two followed the captain back to the wreckage of the aircraft. They entered the fuselage, where everyone was sleeping in the cabin, covered with blankets likely provided by the plane. Lin Han couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy, while he and Lin Han were sleeping on animal hides. These individuals were fortunate enough to have modern blankets. The two were assigned a corner in first class. The captain roused everyone and called them outside for an emergency meeting. Lin Han's keen eyes spotted 3 fire axes in the cabin, but he mused that in combat, the axes would be too heavy and likely less effective than wooden spears or kitchen knives. Lin Han gently wrapped her arm around Lin Han's shoulder. He stiffened momentarily and looked at her. "What are you doing?" Lin Han replied softly, "If you are tired, you may rest in my embrace." Lin Han attempted to push her away, but found himself unable to muster the strength. With a hint of resignation, he said, "No need, I can lie down by myself." "But it's warm in my arms," Lin Han insisted. Lin Han chuckled lightly. "Oh, your courage has certainly grown," though Lin Lan's face flushed slightly. The darkness of the cabin concealed it. Relenting, Lin Han lay down in her embrace and soon drifted off to sleep. A gentle smile of happiness graced Lin Lan's face as she looked at the person in her arms. As the night passed, morning arrived. Lin Han awoke, still in a daze. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and sat up from Lin Lan's embrace. She was already awake and asked, "How did you sleep, Xiao Han?" "Quite well," he replied, glancing around. Some individuals were seated and chatting, but most were absent. "Where's the captain? What was the outcome of the meeting?" Lin Han inquired. "She's outside. After the meeting last night, She told us to rest, and she would inform us this morning, Lin Han explained. Then let us go outside to find her, Lin Han suggested. Thus, the two exited the cabin and arrived at the beach, where several men were engaged in light physical labor. Some were crafting wooden spears, others were weaving wrought tan, while some were fashioning stone tools. The captain stood not far away. Lin Han and her companion approached him. Lin Han could not help but inquire, "Captain, from where do you source your fresh water?" The captain smiled and replied, "We have constructed our own wooden barrels. There is a small stream in the forest to the northeast, from which we transport water using these barrels. It is not far, merely about 5 kilometers. With over 20 barrels, we can store enough water to last for many days." Lin Han then asked, "Now, can you share the results of the meeting?" "Certainly," the captain responded with a smile. "I noticed you both slept soundly last night and did not wish to disturb you. The proposal to build a ship has been unanimously agreed upon." Chapter 37. Shipbuilding Plans Wonderful. "With so many hands, our strength is amplified," Lin Han remarked. "Indeed, everyone is eager to return to Huaxia, so we have unanimously agreed," the captain responded with a smile. "Let us now deliberate on how to construct the ship," Lin Han suggested. The captain scratched his head, pondering. "Yes, we have agreed, but what should be our first step?" The three contemplated for a moment. "Il propose 10." The captain offered a plan. "Let us gather everyone, pool our ideas, and draft a meticulous design blueprint. Meanwhile, we can continue our regular hunting activities and utilize any spare time to fell trees and create the various components of the ship. After all, we shall proceed step by step, crafting the sails, masts, and keel. None of us have built a ship before, so we must adapt as we go." After thorough discussion, the three reached a consensus. Lin Han and her companion decided to return and summon their political teacher and others. "We need to assemble everyone, at least not too far apart," Lin Han stated. Subsequently, they planned to hold a general meeting to collaboratively create a design blueprint. Only once the blueprint was finalized could they commence the subsequent tasks. After their discussion, Lin Han and Lin Han informed the captain that they had a few friends who could potentially be called upon to assist. These friends, of course, referred to Long Shui and her group. With their formidable strength, if they could be enlisted to help with the shipbuilding, the efficiency would increase significantly. Then Lin Han inquired, "Captain, do you know the current situation of Jiangxing and Yishao?" The captain shook his head. "I am quite unaware, since the first day on Valen Island. I have not seen either of them." Lin Han recounted the tragic events surrounding the physical education teacher and others. The captain listened in disbelief. "Is this true? That Jiangxing is so ruthless. Let me take a moment to process this. So, you were kidnapped and then escaped from the mango grove. Following that, the physical education teacher and her group were robbed and murdered by Jiangxing. More alarmingly, she has abducted a group of men and forced them into servitude. She has committed, at the very least, murder, sexual assault, and illegal detention. She is flagrantly violating the law. How could she act in such a manner?" The captain's brow furrowed in concern. "I knew she was no good, but I never anticipated her cruelty to this extent. If I return to Huaxia, I shall report all these matters to the police." Lin Han scoffed. "What we know is merely the tip of the iceberg. There may be countless more unknowns." The captain sighed. "Once the constraints of law are removed, the malevolence of humanity is magnified infinitely." Shortly thereafter, Lin Han and her companion prepared to return to Hill 1 Cave. The captain wished to send a few individuals to protect them on their journey, but they politely declined. The two set forth in the direction of Hill 1 Cave, circumventing the mango grove, replenishing their water supply at a stream before continuing onward. The following day, in the morning, after a series of stops and starts, the two finally returned to Hill 1 Cave. Everything here bears no traces of human alteration. After a brief respite, the two ventured to the cave on Hill number 2 to procure a modest supply of smoked meat. Subsequently, they made their way to the lakeside to fetch a bucket of water, replenishing their hydration. Following this, they summoned their political instructor and others to the banks of the lake. A girl was dispatched to fetch Long Shui and her group, who soon arrived. Long Shui raised her hand in greeting. "Xiao Han, you're back. How'd it go?" "Not bad, quite smoothly," Lin Han replied. "That's good to hear." Long Shui smiled. "By the way, what did you call us for?" Lin Han recounted the specifics of their meeting with the pilot, sharing their observations from the mango grove and the shipbuilding plan with the group. Upon learning that Lin Han and her companion sought the pilot to unite in constructing a vessel, Long Shui expressed a hint of surprise. Zhang Yueqing, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "So, Captain, does this mean we can leave this island?" Long Shui stroked her chin thoughtfully. "Indeed, building a ship to escape is certainly a viable option." Lin Han added, "Yes, Sister Long, we return not only to escort the political instructor and others, but also to invite you to join this endeavor, to construct a ship back to Huaxia." Long Xuan nodded slightly. Although shipbuilding is a formidable task, it does represent a glimmer of hope. It's certainly preferable to remaining here for eternity. Personally, I am willing to join you, as we all yearn to leave this island. She turned to her four comrades. "What are your thoughts?" "Of course I agree. I've had more than enough of this place," Zhang Yueqing stated. "I concur," Chen Jin added. "I agree," Su said, somewhat disheartened. "All right," Yang Jinjue affirmed. The entire group unanimously consented to join the shipbuilding initiative. Without hesitation, Long Shui and her companions abandoned their camp, gathering wooden buckets and spears in preparation for departure. However, after Lin Han's persuasion, they decided to take along some provisions. The political instructor and the others equipped themselves with spears, buckets, and food, while Lan and her companion carried in excess of several hundred pounds of smoked meat, which Long Shui's group helped to distribute. The group officially set out at noon. 3 days elapsed. This afternoon, they finally reached the site of the aircraft wreckage. After deliberation, Lin Han and her companions resolved to take up residence in the fuselage. The pilot sent aides to assist them in moving their belongings, clearing space in the first-class cabin for their accommodation. Naturally, provisions remained the responsibility of their respective owners, with no sharing mandated. Each individual was tasked with foraging for their sustenance daily, while others could offer occasional assistance. No one raised objections to this arrangement, as all parties understood the effort that had gone into securing their food. Once everything was settled, Long Shui's group and Li Lan's party ventured northeast to a nearby creek to collect water. As night fell, everyone retired for the evening. The first-class cabin was not overly crowded, allowing Lin Han and her companions to feel comfortable. The following morning, all gathered on the beach. In the midst of the crowd lay an A4 sheet of paper, a pencil, an eraser, and a ruler, items salvaged from the luggage of the plane's passengers. Though none were edible, they proved invaluable in the current circumstances. Without these, it seems unlikely that anyone could even produce a design blueprint. The captain scanned the crowd, inquiring, "Has anyone here ever worked as a designer?" The collective response was a resounding no. He then asked, "Who among you has experience in shipbuilding?" Participation in any capacity counts. Once again, the crowd shook their heads in unison. Regrettably, none present had ever been involved in such an engineering endeavor as shipbuilding. Moreover, the vessels to be constructed are modern ships, utilizing materials such as steel or titanium alloy. Thus, the initial step of the shipbuilding plan has encountered a significant obstacle. If they cannot even create a design blueprint, constructing the ship is an even greater challenge. The captain sighed repeatedly, lamenting, "Despite our extensive discussions, it ultimately amounts to mere rhetoric. When it comes time to take action, we face insurmountable difficulties at every turn." Chapter 38. The Tale of Long Shui. Everyone possessed a rudimentary understanding of wooden sailboats, yet their knowledge was only superficial. The task of sketching design blueprints was typically reserved for those with profound insights into shipbuilding. Over 100 individuals gathered here, all bewildered by the challenge. Ultimately, one person suggested, "Why don't we seek out others on Valen Island? Perhaps someone has experience in shipbuilding and can help us draft a design." This proposal garnered unanimous agreement. The group deliberated and decided to first approach Yi Xiao and his companions to discuss the shipbuilding plan and ascertain their interest in participating. After all, strength lies in numbers. The more hands involved, the better. Constructing a vessel would benefit everyone, and Yi Xiao and his team would presumably have no reason to decline. Consequently, Long Shui's group, alongside Li Lan and the crew, formed 3 factions. They were represented by Li Lan, Lin Han, Su Yu, and Yang Jinju, as well as 30 women dispatched by the captain. A total of 34 individuals set forth to seek out Yi Xiao and his companions. Long Shui wished for Lin Han to remain behind. considering it perilous for a lone man to accompany them on this venture. Conversely, Lin insisted that Lin Han stay by her side, believing it to be the safest course of action. Their disagreement escalated into a quarrel. Long Shui was typically amiable. She would not turn hostile unless provoked. However, she found Lilan's decision rather excessive. With a slight furrow in her brow, she remarked, "Miss Lilan, you are overstepping. It is unwise to send a man like Xiao Han into danger alongside you." Lilan, unfazed, retorted, "Who are you to dictate our affairs?" Long Shui's expression darkened. "Lilan, I seldom lose my temper, but should someone truly provoke me, the consequences could be dire." Lilan pulled Lin Han behind her, displaying no fear. "If you dare, come at me." Long Shui's irritation transformed into a wry smile as she clenched her fists. "Very well. Let us set aside the matter of Xiao Han for now. I shall be forthright. I find you quite displeasing and wish to challenge you. Will you accept?" Her anger was palpable. She held Xiao Han in high regard. His beauty was complemented by his gentle, understanding, and kind nature. Such a remarkable man was rare to find. Yet Lilan seemed to take him for granted by involving him in this perilous escapade. Long Shui's desire to teach Lilan a lesson grew stronger. Lilan smirked coldly. "Why should I fear? I accept your challenge." Lin Han grasped the hem of her garment, worry etched on his face. "Please, everyone is friends here. We shouldn't resort to violence." Long Shui reassured him. "Xiao Han, this is a matter between women." Lilan gently ruffled Lin Han's hair, speaking softly, "It's nothing serious. We'll merely spar. You can stand by and watch." In the end, unable to dissuade the two adversaries, Lin Han positioned himself to the side. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lilan and Long Shui commenced their duel. Long Shui stood her ground, feeling little pressure, while Lilan assumed a combat stance, her demeanor alert and ready. Suddenly, Lilan charged towards Long Shui with astonishing speed, delivering a right hook aimed at her chin. Long Shui deftly retreated a step, effortlessly evading the blow without even raising her hands. Following swiftly, Lilan unleashed a left jab, her speed intensifying. In response, Long Shui quickly crouched and executed a sweeping kick. Lilan leapt backward just in time, narrowly avoiding the strike. "Impressive, you've grown stronger," Long Shui remarked with a cold smirk. Lilan's expression darkened, sensing the mockery in her opponent's demeanor. Long Shui twisted her neck and, like an arrow released from its bow, dashed towards Lilan in an instant. She delivered a straightforward punch to Lilan's abdomen. Lilan barely managed to pivot to the side, just evading the blow as it grazed her clothing. Before she could brace herself, another punch from Long Shui targeted her stomach. Lilan had just adjusted her position when Long Shui's fist landed heavily against her belly, causing her insides to churn violently, almost making her retch. Long Shui followed up with a punch that struck Lilan's left cheek. The force of the blow sent Lilan crashing to the ground, her left cheek quickly swelling. Just as she attempted to rise, Long Shui stepped on her back, pinning her down. Her chest pressed firmly against the sandy ground. She struggled in vain to rise. The weight on her back felt as heavy as a truck, immobilizing her completely. "Ugh," Lilan growled, exerting every ounce of strength she possessed. Yet, her efforts proved futile. Long Shui's voice echoed from above. "Is this your limit? Pathetically weak. I expected more from you." Enraged, Lilan felt utterly constrained. Long Shui continued, "Let me enlighten you. Protecting someone involves more than mere words. Do you fancy yourself invincible? Do you truly believe you can safeguard Xiao Han? Do you think that merely keeping him close grants you the power to fend off any danger? What you perceive is merely an illusion. To protect someone, you must find ways to shield them from harm, not confine them by your side. You, who would recklessly charge ahead with your boyfriend in the face of danger, what right do you have to claim love?" Long Shui retracted her foot and took a few steps back. Lilan scrambled to her feet, looking disheveled as she regarded Long Shui. Long Shui, filled with a sense of disappointment, began, "Let me share a story with you. There was a time I loved a boy with an intensity that made me wish to pluck the stars from the sky for him. Fortuitously, he loved me back, and I felt like the happiest person in the world. I believed I could protect him with my fists for a lifetime. However, when he fell ill with cancer and needed an enormous sum of money, I found myself powerless." Long Shui stepped closer to Lilan, fixing her with a piercing gaze. So, when your boyfriend requires financial support, what good is your love? You cannot even defeat me now. Do you honestly believe your affection can overpower me? Breathing heavily, Li Lan's eyes were filled with complexity. She was no fool and certainly understood the implications of Long Shue's words. Brushing off the sand from her body, she walked towards Lin Han. Lin Han hurriedly approached, gently caressing Li Lan's swollen left cheek. "Are you all right? Your face is all swollen," he inquired. Li Lan offered a soft smile, grasping Lin Han's outstretched hand. Her gaze was imbued with tenderness as she said, "Xiao Han, I was wrong. You are not a canary meant to be caged." She extended her right hand to stroke Lin Han's head, confessing, "I have truly been foolish, making you follow me around without considering your feelings." "Not all. I think it's quite nice." "You are certainly not foolish," Lin Han reassured her. Chapter 39. Who gave you the courage? Li Lan turned to Long Shui and said, "In my absence, I wish to entrust Xiao Han to your care. Can you ensure his safety?" Long Shui smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, should a single hair be harmed, you may pierce me with a wooden spear. No need for that." "I can manage," Lin Han interjected. Li Lan gently caressed Lin Han's face. "Be good and obey." Lin Han's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, feeling awkward under the watchful eyes of so many around them. Subsequently, Lin Han stepped away from the group. The remaining 33 individuals gathered their weapons, slung their provisions, and set off. They journeyed eastward along the shoreline. Yi Xiao had initially led his group in this direction, so they hoped to find him. After 2 hours of walking, covering approximately 8 kilometers, they encountered a small group of humans, 3 women and 4 men. This group was stationed at the forest's edge, residing within a rudimentary shelter constructed from branches and leaves. They possessed a few wooden spears and several coconuts serving as cups. To Li Lan's astonishment, 4 of the men were former members of the muscular women's faction, those whom she and Lin Han had previously let go. Upon seeing Li Lan, the 4 men displayed expressions of shock. However, Li Lan shot them a warning glance, urging them to remain silent. The men, displaying intelligence, refrained from making any unnecessary movements. The small group regarded Li Lan and her companions with apprehension, fearing that over 30 newcomers might be there to rob them. Yet, after some communication, they learned that Li Lan's party was in search of Yi Xiao and his group. In turn, Li Lan discovered that the small group originally consisted of only 3 women. Recently, the 4 men had fortuitously encountered the women as they sought the pilot but had lost their way. Fortunately, the 7 individuals banded together, cooperating for survival. Their daily water supply came from a small stream, which, upon further inquiry, was revealed to be the same stream from which the pilot and his group sourced their water. However, their collection points differed, preventing any prior encounters. The small group's food came from foraging for shellfish and crabs along the beach. The local biodiversity proved ample, sustaining the 7 individuals adequately. Occasionally, the women ventured into the forest to catch wild rabbits or pilfer bird eggs. They were wary of snakes and could not discern which were venomous, thus never daring to catch them for consumption. Naturally, even in the forest, the women hesitated to venture too deep, sticking to the forest periphery in hopes of fortune. In this manner, the 7 individuals led a fairly satisfactory existence. Each day was filled with sustenance and hydration, providing a sense of fulfillment. Although they lacked mobile phones and occasionally felt boredom, they found solace sitting on the beach, witnessing sunrises and sunsets, feeling the ocean breeze, and marveling at the vastness of the sea. They realized that life here was, in fact, quite pleasant, free from the cacophony of the city, devoid of deceit and treachery, and liberated from the relentless grind of early mornings and late nights. Without car loans or mortgages, free from the incessant chatter of family and relatives, devoid of the morning and evening rush to squeeze onto buses and subways, and liberated from the pressures of societal competition. One would not be looked down upon for lacking a respectable job or savings. Those 4 men were quite amiable, having previously aligned with a muscular woman merely for survival. The joyful little family of 7 functioned rather well. Aware that Li Lan and her companions were not there to seek them out, they exhibited a friendly demeanor. One woman gestured toward the eastern beach. "If you wish to find Yi Xiao, just head that way." We investigated over there not long ago. It would take approximately another 30 kilometers to reach the camp of Yi Xiao and her group. What is their camp like? Lilan Inguit? The woman contemplated before responding. We visited not long ago. It is a camp of over 100 people, developing quite nicely. Like us, they are stationed at the edge of the forest, adjacent to the beach, with shelters constructed from branches. We dared only to observe from a distance, without approaching, thus we could not discern many details. Subsequently, Lin Han and her companions sent someone to fetch water from a nearby stream using wooden buckets, allowing everyone to sit down and replenish themselves. By around 2 in the afternoon, they bid farewell to the small group and continued onward at a leisurely pace. As dusk fell, they paused to rest. The beach was adorned with numerous coconut trees, from which they gathered some to quench their thirst. As night descended, they ignited a bonfire and lay down on the sand to sleep. Lin Han and Su Yu took the first watch, while several women were assigned to guard the latter half of the night. As the group settled into slumber, Su Yu cast a hostile glance at Lin Han, who, undeterred, met her gaze with equal intensity. Neither was willing to yield, locked in a silent standoff. As the night progressed toward its latter half, Yang Jin-ju awoke, grasping a wooden spear to practice his combat skills on the sandy ground. In the latter part of the night, Su Yu roused a few women to take their turn on watch while Lin Han and Su Yu succumbed to sleep. The night passed, and by morning, everyone awoke. They gathered their belongings and resumed their journey. By midday, they finally arrived at the territory of Yi Xiao and her group. Lin Han beheld the full landscape of the camp. Just as the woman who had directed them had said, the camp was filled with shelters constructed from branches. This area, once not a clearing, had been deliberately cleared of plants and trees. Dozens of shelters were scattered across the open ground, where many individuals were engaged in various activities. Upon noticing Lin Han and her companions, they all became vigilant. A few women approached, armed with wooden spears. The leading woman was someone Lin Han recognized, one of Yi Xiao's 6 attendants. This attendant bore a tiger tattoo on her right arm, quite intimidating. The tattooed woman recognized Lin Han and raised her wooden spear, exclaiming, "Aren't you that scrappy girl we slapped before? Quite impressive. I see you've done well for yourself, with so many followers." She cast a glance at Yang Jinjua and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, this one seems rather impressive. Have you switched partners? What became of the previous one? Has your taste diminished?" Lin Han stepped forward, her expression darkening. "I have no time for idle chatter. I require an urgent conversation with Yi Xiao." The woman from the Wen Hudio scoffed, her disdain palpable. "How presumptuous to address our leader so casually. Who granted you such audacity?" Lilan Shage Hadeng, a flicker of menace igniting within her. "You would do well to heed my request. Otherwise, do not expect my courtesy to endure." The Wen Hudio woman laughed derisively, surveying the crowd behind Lin Han. "Oh, how terrifying, so many of you." Su Yu advanced, growing increasingly impatient. "Enough with the banter. We have pressing matters to discuss with Yi Xiao. Please summon her forth without delay." Chapter 40. The model maker, the woman known as the Tiger Stripe, scoffed derisively. "And who might you be?" Su Yu took a deep breath and responded, "I advise you to temper your arrogance. You're also part of this underworld, and should have heard of a mercenary group in a magic city." "Huh, want to boast? Let us hear it," the Tiger Stripe woman retorted dismissively. A glint of frost appeared in Su Yu's eyes. "Have you ever heard of the Tyrannosaurus Rex?" "Oh," the Tiger Stripe woman suddenly realized, "the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I even have a Triceratops beside me." She gestured toward another woman, "And she is a Velociraptor." Su Yu rubbed her forehead in exasperation. "Honestly, conversing with you minions is quite a chore." She massaged her temples and stepped closer to the Tiger Stripe woman. "Let me make this clear. Jokes aside, do not invoke the name of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. And what if I do? You think you can intimidate me?" The Tiger Stripe woman boasted. Su Yu's patience had reached its limit, and she was about to raise her hand to obliterate the insolent woman before her. "Who is making all this noise?" Yi Xiao approached with his entourage. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, the Tiger Stripe woman quickly exclaimed, "Boss, it's that little girl we slapped before. She came here with her people, acting all high and mighty, completely disregarding us." Yi Xiao turned to Lin Han, a smirk playing on his lips. "I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's that little girl who plays the damsel in distress." What is this? Seeking revenge? You think gathering 2 or 3 dozen people makes you formidable. Boss, we must teach her a lesson today, the tiger-stripe woman declared arrogantly, and that person beside her too. She claims to be from the Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary group, and she is boasting as if it's true. Tyrannosaurus Rex? Yi Xiao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he glanced at Suyu. No way. I must be seeing things. The tiger-stripe woman, bewildered by Yi Xiao's reaction, asked, Boss, could there really be such a group? There is indeed. The Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary group, consisting of 5 individuals, each a formidable fighter, Yi Xiao stated solemnly. He looked at Yang Jingjue. It matches perfectly. These two are indeed Suyu and Yang Jingjue. The tiger-stripe woman was left in a state of confusion. Suyu exhaled deeply. Finally, someone who possesses a modicum of sense. Yi Xiao clasped his fists together. Ladies, I am Yi Xiao. I was unaware that your Tyrannosaurus Rex mercenary group was on the same flight as us. Today, I apologize for not greeting you properly. I am curious as to why you have brought such a large entourage to seek me out. Suyu pointed at Lin Han. I'm too lazy to explain. You can talk to her. Yi Xiao felt a bit awkward and turned to Lin Han. Sister, please enlighten us. Lin Han, wishing to avoid further trivial conversation, outlined their purpose for being there and the shipbuilding plan. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes widened in understanding. I see. So the captain has partnered with you to construct a vessel to return to Huaxia. Enough chatter. Will you join us? Lin Han inquired. Absolutely, Yi Xiao replied without hesitation. I have long overstayed my welcome here. Joining is a must. Is there anyone here capable of drafting designs for large wooden sailing ships? Lin Han asked. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao summoned everyone present, even calling for those who had ventured out to hunt. However, the hunters were at a considerable distance, necessitating a brief wait. Yi Xiao provided food and fresh water to Lin Han and the others, who did not hesitate to indulge, savoring the meat and quenching their thirst. Approaching Lin Han, Yi Xiao inquired, My dear sister, what is your name? After taking a sip of water, Lin Han replied nonchalantly, Lin Han. So you're Miss Lin Han. I was unaware of your connection to the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps. My apologies for any offense, Yi Xiao stated. Lin Han chose not to respond. Yi Xiao's eyelids twitched momentarily, but he ultimately refrained from further comment. By noon, all the hunters were urgently summoned back, and Yi Xiao's group was finally assembled. They gathered in the open space as Yi Xiao shared the shipbuilding plan. Excitement rippled through the crowd, with many expressing a desire to return to Huaxia. Yi Xiao scanned the group, asking, Among us, is there anyone skilled in drafting designs for large wooden sailing ships? The crowd exchanged glances until a woman stood up, declaring, I can. Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. You come forth. The woman hurried over, stating, Boss, I can draw the designs. She appeared to be a middle-aged woman, exuding an air of intellect. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. I had no idea my camp housed such talent. What is your name, and what is your profession? Boss, my name is Bad Luck, and I am a model maker, the woman replied with a smile. Bad luck? Is it the kind of bad luck I am thinking of? Yi Xiao exclaimed in surprise. Bad Luck nodded. Indeed, it refers to being quite unfortunate. Egg refers to a chicken's egg. Is your surname really bad? Does that surname exist in Huaxia? Yi Xiao asked, astonished. Bad Luck chuckled. Yes, there's indeed a surname Dao, but it is exceedingly rare. In my lifetime, I have never encountered another individual with that surname. Laughter erupted among the group, and Yi Xiao, unable to contain himself, queried, What was your mother thinking when she bestowed such a name upon you? Bad Luck sighed with a hint of bitterness. My mother's name is also Bad Luck. The laughter intensified, though Bad Luck felt a twinge of embarrassment, as she typically refrained from sharing her name due to its awkwardness. After a brief period of laughter, the group composed themselves, recognizing the need to address serious matters. Yi Xiao asked, You mentioned you're a model maker. What does that entail? Bad Luck explained. It is a profession that involves the design and crafting of models. Realistic, proportionally scaled models or figurines of film characters are produced by model makers. Regardless of that, can you draw designs for large wooden sailing ships? Yi Xiao repeated. Bad Luck nodded vigorously. Yes, I have previously created proportionally scaled models of wooden sailing ships. Good. Yi Xiao responded, his spirits lifted. With the design in hand, we shall likely be able to depart from this island before long. Subsequently, she instructed her subordinates to begin packing their belongings in preparation for relocating to the captain's quarters. Yi Xiao and the others left all the shelters behind, as disassembling them for transport would be excessively laborious. They took with them their weapons and tools, as well as containers for water, all of which had required considerable effort to create and were thus deemed essential. Equally important was their food supply, which they stored in woven net bags crafted from vines, carried upon their backs or shoulders. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the group had completed their preparations. At Yi Xiao's command, the formidable procession advanced toward the western beach. Chapter 41. A lack of courtesy as twilight descended. The group had traversed nearly 10 kilometers. The sun began its descent, prompting everyone to settle upon the sandy shore to rest. Bonfires were ignited, and after spending considerable time on Valen Island, the majority had learned the art of friction firemaking. Many scoured the beach for shellfish to roast and enjoy. Lin Han produced some smoked meat and began to eat. Once satisfied, she searched the vicinity for something to quench her thirst. Unfortunately, the nearby coconut trees had been stripped bare by others. Fortuitously, Lin Han discovered a cactus and skillfully extracted its flesh, which proved to be quite hydrating. After a discussion, it was decided that Lin Han and her companions would guard the first half of the night, while Yi Xiao and her group would take the latter watch. Among those on Lin Lan's watch were the crew members. With no pressing matters at hand, Lin Han quickly succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke the following day, the group awoke, some heading to the shore to wash their faces. They retrieved their provisions and filled their stomachs. Once everyone had gathered their belongings, they resumed their journey. By approximately 10 o'clock in the morning, they arrived at the settlement of the small human group. The 7 individuals there gazed in astonishment at the approaching throng. After a brief discussion, they shared the shipbuilding plan with the 7. Upon hearing of the proposal, the 7 were filled with excitement. Although life on the deserted island was pleasant, they had families back in Huaxia. If given the chance to return, they would seize it. The 7 promptly decided to join the shipbuilding endeavor, packing their belongings to march alongside the main group. After approximately 2 more hours of travel, they finally reached the site of the airplane wreckage. The crew relayed the details of the journey to the captain and others. The captain welcomed Yi Xiao and her group. "Yi Lauda, it has been quite a while. How have you fared during this time?" The captain inquired. Yi Xiao scoffed lightly. "I am on the verge of boredom. Surviving on this deserted island is rather tiresome. This dismal place lacks bars, KTV, or any form of entertainment. I find myself utterly restless." The captain offered an awkward smile. Acknowledging the situation, indeed, it is a deserted island. However, we can soon draft the design plans, and then we may construct a vessel to depart this place. Yi Xiao exhaled deeply, extending her hand. "Let us collaborate harmoniously and avoid any complications." The captain grasped Yi Xiao's outstretched hand, a fruitful collaboration. "I too hope for smooth sailing." Subsequently, Yi Xiao and her companions made themselves comfortable within the aircraft cabin, as did the small human group, with the captain assigning them their places. The captain welcomed the addition of more members to the shipbuilding project, recognizing that greater numbers would expedite the endeavor. Upon her return, Lin Lan's first priority was to locate Lin Han. At that moment, on the beach, she engaged Lin Han in warm conversation, inquiring about his well-being, whether he had been eating and sleeping well, and if Long Shui had taken good care of him. Long Shui stood aside, feeling like an extraneous presence. Lin Han smiled gently. "Lin Han, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. Sister Long has taken excellent care of me." "That is wonderful," Lin Han replied with a smile. Lin Han glanced at the left side of Lin Lan's face. "Your swelling has subsided. Does it still hurt?" Lin Han shook her head with a smile. "It no longer hurts. I've fully recovered. You should go eat something. You must be exhausted from the journey," Lin Han suggested. Lin Han grasped Lin Han's hand. "I am not tired. As long as you are here, I feel an inexhaustible strength within me." Unable to bear the moment any longer, Long Shui stepped away, sensing that her continued presence would be impolite. Upon hearing Lin Lan's words, Lin Han's face flushed slightly. He had always been somewhat introverted, and the memories of this world had only intensified that trait. Moreover, Lin Lan's overly affectionate words left him feeling quite embarrassed. Li Han wore a teasing smile. You are blushing. Feeling shy, are we? Lin Han playfully punched Li Lan's shoulder. Go away. You're starting to tease me now. Gazing at the stunning figure before him, Li Lan's breath quickened. Xiao Han, I wish to kiss you. Lin Han's face turned crimson. What are you saying? Such matters should be discussed later tonight. Li Lan had no choice but to suppress her desires, looking visibly distressed, but it's still a long way until tonight. I can hardly contain myself. Lin Han laughed. What is there to contain? Your self-control is rather lacking. Li Lan reached out to caress Lin Han's face. In truth, I usually possess strong self-discipline. It's simply that you are far too enchanting. Lin Han pushed Li Lan's hand away. Oh dear, please stop. This is utterly embarrassing. With that, he quickly walked away. Li Lan hurriedly followed. The scene shifted to the following morning. Most of the women had ventured out in search of food, while a few remained behind to guard against potential dangers. On the beach, a crowd gathered around the unfortunate woman, observing her as she sketched the design for a wooden sailboat. The captain and Yi Xiao stood nearby. Madam, how long do you anticipate it will take to complete this design? The captain inquired. The unfortunate woman looked up. At the earliest, it will take about a week, as each component must be carefully considered. Of course, that is merely the fastest estimate. It could take 2 weeks or even 3. It is quite uncertain. The captain nodded. There is no need to rush. Haste often leads to mistakes. Ensure that everything is precise. Understood, the unfortunate woman replied, returning her focus to the A4 sheets before her. Despite the lengthy timeline, those around her remained intrigued, as this design represented their potential escape from the island. Yi Xiao observed for a while, but soon found it lackluster and decided to leave. The tattooed woman swiftly followed. Boss, what shall we do now? How should I know? I'm just bored and wandering about, Yi Xiao replied. Suddenly, she noticed Li Lan performing handstand push-ups on the beach not far away. The striped tiger woman glanced over, exclaiming, well, what a show. Just because she has some connection with Captain Long and the others, she thinks she is invincible. Indeed, one must admit that being able to perform a handstand push-up indicates a certain level of prowess, remarked Yi Xiao. The striped tiger woman patted her muscular arm and confidently declared, Boss, to put it plainly, with these muscles of mine, I could deliver a punch that would leave her father unrecognizable. Yi Xiao, displaying evident disdain, retorted, Can you not boast for once? I dare say you are more pretentious than she is. The striped tiger woman chuckled awkwardly. Boss, when we are out and about, we must exude an air of confidence. However, to be frank, no matter how formidable Li Lan may be, she could never match your strength. One right hook from you would be enough to defeat her. Chapter 42. Bonus points indeed. This statement holds true, Yi Xiao remarked. At that moment, she noticed Lin Han lounging nearby under the sun. Her eyes sparkled. Look, that handsome man named Lin Han. The tattooed woman glanced over. Yes, I've heard he is now Li Lan's boyfriend, which is infuriating. However, Yi Xiao felt little jealousy. Love is a complicated affair. Out of 100 people, 99 will ultimately part ways. Besides, she smirked. What does it matter if he is someone else's boyfriend? Isn't that just a bonus? The tattooed woman, slow to grasp the meaning, took a few seconds to comprehend Yi Xiao's words. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Boss, you really know how to play the game. Yi Xiao flicked her golden hair and gracefully approached Lin Han, with the tattooed woman closely following. They arrived beside Lin Han, who was basking on the beach. One must admit, amidst the serene seaside, devoid of the city's clamor, enjoying the sun was quite pleasant. It's no wonder the wealthy often favored tropical islands for their vacations in the past. Just then, he noticed 2 figures entering his view, Yi Xiao and the tattooed woman. Lin Han was startled, quickly rising to his feet. He looked at the 2 before him, swallowing hard. Hello, is there something you need? The young lad is quite polite. Yi Xiao smiled brightly, noticing his relaxed demeanor. Since we both have time, why not sit down and have a good chat about life? What do you think? Lin Han forced a slight, awkward smile. Well, in his heart, he was quite reluctant. After all, he was aware of Yi Xiao's previous actions. She was no gentle soul, known for breaking bones at the slightest provocation. Although he did not know her well, his impression was certainly not favorable. However, given that Yi Xiao was the second most influential group on this island, just behind Captain Ji and Lin Han, was merely an ordinary person with no means to fight back. He felt compelled to maintain appearances. How could he politely decline without inciting her ire? Just as he pondered this dilemma, a savior appeared. "Get away! Don't come near Xiao Han." Lin Han stormed over, her face filled with anger. She positioned herself protectively behind Lin Han. He sighed in relief. Thank goodness Lin Han arrived. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for words. One must admit, having a fiercely capable girlfriend is indeed a blessing. Upon seeing Lin Han intervene, Yi Xiao felt disheartened and quite irritated. Yes, Lin Han had connections with Captain Long, and she could afford her a modicum of respect. However, their previous encounter at the beach had resulted in conflict. At that time, freshly traumatized by a plane crash, she had little desire to engage with this brash girl and had let her off the hook. Later, when Lin Han confronted her with disrespect, she had again chosen to overlook it. Subsequently, she had approached Lin Han to apologize, but Lin Han had ignored her. She was filled with rage, desiring to strike someone. However, due to the intimidation of the tyrant mercenary corps, she chose to spare Lin Han. Yet now, Lin Han dared to provoke her once more. Should she continue to show mercy? Absolutely not. How preposterous. I shall not grant her any leniency. Yi Zhao's eyes blazed with fury, his tone menacing. Have I given you too much respect? Do you truly believe that knowing members of the tyrant makes me fear you? Lin Han stood her ground, not conceding an inch. Enough with the idle chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us fight. Just as Yi Xiao raised his fist, Long Shui approached. Halting his action, she looked at Long Shui, uncertain whether to engage or refrain. Long Shui smiled slightly. Yi Xiao, what seems to be the matter? Let us sit down and discuss it calmly. It is rather unbecoming to brawl like young lovers. Yi Xiao lowered his fist, suppressing the urge to unleash his wrath. He gestured toward Lin Han. Commander Long, it is not that I lack respect for you. I am aware of your connection with Lin Han. However, she has provoked me today, and I can no longer tolerate it after granting her mercy time and again. Long Shui stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Yi Zhao's neck. We are allies now, and our priority is to construct a ship to escape this place. That is what truly matters, is it not? Do not be angry. Come, I shall treat you to some wild boar meat. Yi Xiao recognized that Long Shui was saving face for him, and thus he took the opportunity to relent. The two made their way toward the wreckage of the airplane. The tattooed girl glanced around, following them. Lin Han, disregarding them, embraced Lin Han with a sympathetic expression. Little Han, have you been wronged? Did she hurt you? Lin Han smiled gently. No worries. Yi Xiao merely exchanged a few words with me before you arrived. Lin Han pressed her cheek against Lin Han's. Fear not. No one shall harm you. I will drive them all away. Lin Han's face turned slightly red as he pushed her face away. All right, what are you doing? This is rather embarrassing. Lin Han smiled softly. Are we not in a romantic relationship now? It is entirely normal for lovers to engage in such affectionate gestures. Yet, I truly find this quite awkward. I am not accustomed to such things, Lin Han admitted. Lin Han gently caressed Lin Han's back. It is fine. Do what you like, and refrain from what you do not. Lin Han huckled inwardly. Since he and Lin Han became lovers, her boldness had grown immensely. Not only did she openly display affection, but she also uttered sweet nothings that left him blushing, wishing to vanish into a crevice. A week passed. After conducting various material experiments, the unfortunate soul began revising the designs once more. The completion date of the blueprints remained uncertain. However, the shipbuilding project brought hope to everyone. Spirits lifted as anticipation grew for the day the sailboat would be finished. Life on the deserted island was still perilously fraught with danger. One must seek out food independently, procure fresh water through one's own efforts, and craft tools with one's own hands. Despite this, many still prefer life in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. After all, even though the routine is a daily 9 to 5, at least there is no imminent danger to life. Whatever one desires to eat or drink can be readily purchased. Any item one wishes for can be acquired. As long as one possesses wealth, in Shanghai, one can revel in nightly festivities. On this desolate island, however, the daily fare is rather monotonous. The options are limited to just a few varieties. Although these are wild delicacies not found in the city, their flavors pale in comparison to the culinary delights of urban cuisine. In the city, a plethora of ingredients undergoes various cooking methods, frying, boiling, steaming, and roasting, before being adorned with a multitude of seasonings. The resulting flavors are truly unparalleled. Chapter 43. Sun Mian. Although the shipbuilding plan is progressing slowly, it continues to advance, instilling hope in everyone's hearts. With hope comes motivation, and one feels invigorated. It is akin to an enthusiast of the two-dimensional world striving diligently to acquire a cherished figurine. She seeks a part-time job, working tirelessly every day, for she knows that in a month, upon receiving her salary, she will finally be able to purchase that beloved figure. This exemplifies the essence of having a goal. With a goal in mind, one's path forward becomes clear. Currently, the daily food supply remains relatively stable. The inclusion of Long Shui and her companions has made the acquisition of food less challenging. However, Long Shui and her group are under no obligation to share their provisions with others. At times, they offer assistance to the captain and others, particularly when large prey is encountered. Their support is a reflection of their alliance. Helping others ultimately aids themselves. Without the substantial labor force provided by the captain and Yi Xiao, the shipbuilding endeavor would face significant difficulties. Lin Han now enjoys a daily diet that includes fish. Previously, while living by the lake, he dared not fish due to the presence of Siamese crocodiles. Now residing by the sea, he has the opportunity to catch fish whenever he desires. Though he lacks the skill to do so, all the fish are caught by Lin Han, his girlfriend. It is only natural for him to partake in the fish she provides. During this period, Lin Han has contemplated exercising to enhance his combat abilities, but his frail physique limits him, leaving him unable to train for long. Instead, he learned some wilderness survival skills from Lin Han. Today's weather is less than favorable. It is a rainy day. A torrential downpour lashes against the windows of the cabin, accompanied by fierce winds that send raindrops pelting against the glass. The cabin is dimly lit, and the group sits resting in their seats. So unable to sleep, decide to gather and chat. It is a rare moment for the unfortunate souls to relax. They have been tirelessly sketching designs for days, their minds nearly overwhelmed. With the poor lighting rendering continued drawing impossible, it can be seen as a small reprieve granted by fate. The accommodations of the political science teacher and others are not far from Lin Han, allowing them to see one another. Lin Han nestles in Li Lan's embrace, feeling the warmth emanating from her. One of her hands gently strokes his long hair, while the other mischievously roams. Lina hurkles softly, a hint of helplessness surfacing within him. He captures her wandering hand and gazes up at her, saying, "That tickles. Haven't you had enough?" Li Lan smiles slightly. "Not at all. You are simply too soft, and I can never seem to get enough." Lin Han's ears flush with warmth, and a trace of shyness glimmers in his eyes. He buries his face in Li Lan's embrace, wishing to conceal his expression from her. Yet his reddened ears betray him. "Are you feeling shy?" Li Lan ingui. Lin Han's muffled voice replies, "Is it really that amusing to ask what you already know?" Li Lan chuckles, finding the bashful version of him utterly adorable. Typically, Lin Han presents a serious demeanor, leading others to perceive him as aloof and distant. Only when the two of them find themselves in a moment of leisure will he reveal such a demeanor. This stark contrast strikes at the very heart of a woman's excitement. Lin Han buried his face in Li Lan's embrace, feeling a deep sense of shyness. Despite being a transmigrator, one would presume his mental fortitude to be sufficiently robust. However, in his previous life, he had never experienced love, nor had he ever even held a girl's hand. He generally preferred solitude in his room, reluctant to venture outside. In matters of romance, he was utterly inexperienced. When faced with Li Lan's sweet nothings, he found himself utterly defenseless, blushing in an instant. In contrast, Li Lan seemed to have transformed from her previous shyness into an increasing ease. Now, she could casually utter teasing remarks with a perfectly composed expression. In summary, Lin Han felt that Li Lan's audacity was indeed growing. Not far from Lin Han and Li Lan, Yi Xiao and 6 of her companions were engaged in idle chatter. The tattooed woman glanced at the couple, her lips curling into a smirk. That granddaughter of Li Lan is truly insufferable, flaunting her affection all day long. Another companion remarked with disdain, Humph. If it weren't for the current circumstances, I would have taken her down myself. This companion, adorned with a tattoo of a lioness on her right arm, was known as the Lioness. One of the group chuckled mischievously, commenting on her boyfriend's striking looks. He must be quite something. Another companion, marked with a snake tattoo on her right arm, responded, "Haha, your candor is refreshing." The wolf girl, another of the group, chimed in, but she carries herself with such an aloof demeanor. You wouldn't understand. The thrill lies in conquering such a challenge. That little girl has been feasting at a royal banquet. It drives me mad, exclaimed one companion, whose right arm bore the tattoo of an eagle. Known as the Eagle Girl, she turned to another companion, Sun Mian. Do you think that little girl Lan is asking for a beating? Sun Mian, with a grin, replied, Oh, she certainly is. I will deal with her sooner or later. Her striking appearance, complemented by a dragon tattoo on her right arm, exuded an air of dominance. If no one were to speak, one might mistake Sun Mian for the leader among the 7 present. In terms of presence, Sun Mian overshadowed Yi Xiao significantly. Yi Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Sun Mian, her brow slightly furrowed. Although Sun Mian was her subordinate, her ambitions were far from modest. She was no fool. She had long perceived that Sun Mian was not content merely to be a follower. Sun Mian aspired to lead. However, given that Sun Mian had been by her side for quite some time, if she could keep her ambitions concealed, Yi Xiao would remain oblivious. Yet, should Sun Mian dare to reveal any intentions, Yi Xiao would not hesitate to make her regret ever being born into this world. The lioness patted Sun Mian's arm, inquiring, Tell me, do you think Li Lan and Lin Han have been intimate? Sun Mian chuckled lightly, glancing over at Lin Han. I don't know, but I'm sure it must be quite exhilarating. The others erupted into a chorus of mischievous laughter. Not far away, Long Shui and Chun Jin were engaged in a game of chess. This chess set had been discovered among the passengers' luggage. Since it was not food, it held little significance. Zhang Yueqing observed from the side, occasionally shaking Chun Jin's shoulder to offer her unsolicited advice. The constant shaking disoriented Chun Jin, causing her to fumble with the pieces in her hand. Frustrated, she grasped Zhang Yueqing's wrist and said with exasperation, Please stop shaking me. I can't concentrate on the game. Zhang Yueqing chuckled awkwardly, withdrawing her wrist. All right. I was just a bit too excited. I won't shake you anymore. Chun Jin resumed her game, while Zhang Yueqing glanced at the 2 players before turning her attention to Yang Jinjue. Chapter 44, I Want to Kiss You. Yang Junju was resting with his eyes closed. Zhang Yueqing glanced at Su Yu, who wore a look of despair as she watched Lin Han and his companion display their affection. She leaned closer and lightly touched Su Yu's shoulder. Hey, are you feeling envious and resentful? Su Yu turned to her, irritation flickering in her eyes. Leave me alone. Zhang Yueqing chuckled mischievously. Stop staring. It's useless to be jealous. You can't have him anyway, so why bother looking? Su Yu's brows twitched, a dangerous glint in her gaze. Do you want to die? Zhang Yueqing wore a teasing smile. Not at all. I'm merely speaking the truth. Why are you getting so worked up? Su Yu extended her right index finger and poked Zhang Yueqing's shoulder. If you're looking for fun, go somewhere else. If you provoke me again, I won't hold back. Zhang Yueqing laughed awkwardly and patted Su Yu's back. Calm down, sister. We've been comrades for so many years. I know you well. It's just a minor issue. Trust me, don't dwell on it. Lin Han is already taken. As they say, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why fixate on just one? When we return to the Magic City, I'll treat you to a foot massage. How about that? Su Yu sighed. She looked at Lin Han, her eyes filled with complexity. He's different. He is unlike any man I've ever encountered. I feel he is not the materialistic type. He seems like a pure white lotus, untouched by the mud, captivating in his beauty. I think I might be falling for him. Zhang Yueqing was taken aback. Wait, you, the legendary femme fatale, are actually ensnared by love? Wow. After a brief pause, she sighed heavily and placed a hand on Su Yu's shoulder. You're in trouble. You've fallen head over heels. As Su Yu stared intently at Lin Han. Is this love? Zhang Yueqing clicked her tongue. Who would have thought that the once invincible seductress, with countless conquests, would one day experience genuine feelings? Truly, there is always someone stronger out there. Isn't it pitiful? Su Yu paid no heed to Zhang Yueqing's words. Her gaze fixated on Lin Han, as if she were on the verge of being entranced. Zhang Yueqing, feeling exasperated, thought, "She's completely oblivious to what I'm saying." Resting in her seat, she shifted from side to side, feeling utterly bored. Sigh, what a drag. On a rainy day like this, there's nothing to do but huddle in this cabin. She glanced out the window at the darkened sky. I wonder what time it is now, and how long this rain will last. It's truly frustrating. The torrential rain and fierce winds continued unabated throughout the day. By nightfall, there was still no sign of abatement. Some people, having slept all day, found themselves unable to rest any longer. The cabin became even noisier than during the day, with voices rising and falling in a cacophony. Now it was night, rain pouring outside, with no moonlight to illuminate the darkness. The cabin was pitch black, rendering everything invisible. Lin Han reached into the obscurity and said to Li Lan, "Could you bring out some smoked meat? It's time for dinner." Anzai, Li Lan ziplit. She relied on her sense of touch to retrieve some smoked meat from the net bag beside her. The two of them began to eat in the darkness. After satisfying their hunger to a considerable extent, Lin Han reclined on his seat. Li Lan reached out and brushed against his side, causing him to involuntarily squirm with a ticklish sensation. "What are you doing?" Lin Han inquired. "Are you about to sleep?" Li Lan asked. "Yes, it's already evening. It's time to rest," Lin Han replied. Li Lan leaned closer, her warm breath grazing his face. "Xiao Han." Lin Han sensed a foreboding. "What do you intend to do?" Li Lan smiled slightly and caressed Lin Han's face. "Xiao Han, I wish to kiss you." Despite the surrounding noise, her words were clear in his ear. Lin Han's face flushed. "Perhaps not. There are quite a few people around." "It's all right. They cannot see us," Li Lan reassured gently. Lin Han attempted to decline further. "Let's just forget it for today. Maybe next time." Li Lan's soft lips had already sealed his mouth, rendering him speechless. He reached out in an attempt to struggle, but Li Lan effortlessly restrained his arms. Her kiss was both tender and assertive, fervently desiring to consume the person before her. Lin Han could only passively defend himself, utterly powerless to retaliate. Their breaths mingled, warm and damp against each other's faces. Lin Han felt lightheaded. Li Lan was being overwhelmingly forceful. He had clearly rejected her, yet she still pressed forward. The kiss was prolonged and profound, the surrounding chatter fading into mere background noise. After a few minutes, Li Lan's hands began to wander restlessly over Lin Han's body. He felt an overwhelming ticklish sensation and could not help but squirm away. Yet, at that moment, one of Li Lan's hands held both of his captive, her weight pressing down upon him. He had nowhere to escape, compelled to surrender to her whims. Li Lan's hand glided down from Lin Han's neck, slowly descending to his soft abdomen. Just as her hand was about to venture lower, Lin Han began to struggle violently. Sensing his resistance, she released him. Lin Han gasped for air, his face flushed. He realized he had come perilously close to losing himself, and he was far from prepared for that. Li Lan's cheeks were tinged with red, not from shyness, but from a surge of desire. However, it was too dark for anyone to notice. Lin Han reached out and pinched her side firmly. His Lilan inhalet sharply, instantly regaining her composure. "What were you just doing? There's so many people in this cabin, and I wasn't ready for that," Lin Han exclaimed, both embarrassed and indignant. Lilan kikli apologiza. Im suri, xiaufan. "I lost control just now. I promise it won't happen again." She leaned closer, gently nuzzling him. "Xiao Han, please don't be upset. I recognize my mistake." Lin Han, feeling bashful, replied, all right, I'm no longer angry. Just stay still. Let us get some sleep." Li Lan chuckled softly. "Thank you, Xiao Han. You are too good to me. I will surely strive to do better in the future." A hint of helplessness surged within Lin Han. "All right, let's sleep. It is indeed quite late," he remarked. "Okay, Li Lan ziplit," reclining on a spacious chair and tightly embracing Lin Han. Lin Han shifted slightly, pondering why Li Lan was so clingy, even needing to hold on while sleeping. Yet, it felt quite comfortable, so he decided to indulge her. After all, they were in a relationship. They had already shared kisses, so a mere embrace during sleep was hardly an issue. Outside, the rain pattered incessantly, indicating that the downpour was still quite heavy. However, The cabin was fortified with tempered glass, remarkably sturdy. Lin Han closed his eyes, allowing his entire body to relax. A night passed. The following morning, Lin Han opened his eyes to the sunlight streaming through the window, warming his face. Chapter 45. The tiger's presence. Raindrops clung to the exterior of the window, glistening under the sun's warm embrace. The sky outside was a radiant blue, seemingly cleansed by the torrential downpour of the previous night. Seabirds soared gracefully above, creating a picturesque scene. Were there a camera at this moment, it would surely capture a stunning landscape. Lin Han sat up from Li Lan's embrace, who followed suit, having awakened earlier and patiently awaited Lin Han's arrival into consciousness. As Lin Han gazed out at the scenery, a pleasant mood enveloped him. The day's fair weather infused him with optimism. "It's a beautiful day," Lin Han remarked. Li Lan reached out to gently stroke Lin Han's hair. "Indeed," she replied. Lin Han turned away, evading her hand. "Please, no need to touch my hair." With a soft smile, Li Lan withdrew her hand. "I find it quite enjoyable, akin to petting a cat." Lin Han chuckled in resignation. "Well, if it pleases you, carry on." Li Lan resumit her gentle caris. And Lin Han felt akin to a cherished pet under her affectionate touch. Others around them began to awaken gradually. As the adage goes, the early bird catches the worm. Most of the women, having finished breakfast, armed themselves and ventured into the forest for hunting. Lin Han and Li Lan had ample supplies of smoked meat saved up, sufficient to last them a while, so they felt no urgency to hunt. After breakfast, the two strolled to the beach to stretch their limbs. A hapless soul sat on the sand, diligently sketching designs, while Long Shui and her group also enjoyed leisure time on the beach. With their formidable prowess, there is little doubt about their ability to fend for themselves. Most of Yi Zhao's entourage had been dispatched, leaving only a woman adorned with tiger tattoos. This small group busied themselves collecting shells and crabs, seemingly unperturbed, while they planned to forage for wild vegetables in the forest later that afternoon. Thanks to Long Shui's group, everyone had gained some knowledge about foraging. The day swiftly passed, yielding to night. The group returned to the cabin, shared dinner, and then succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, they awoke to embrace another day. Around 8 in the morning, Lin Han and Li Lan sat on the beach, engaged in conversation, when suddenly, a woman burst forth from the forest, exclaiming in distress, "Help! Help! Someone!" The beachgoers turned to behold her. She was covered in blood. Numerous wounds marred her body, and her face bore the marks of sheer terror. The captain stood abruptly, astonished. "What happened? Why are you covered in blood?" The woman staggered towards them, breathless, leaning on her knees. After a brief pause, she exclaimed, "It's a dire situation. I went hunting in the forest with 4 companions, and we encountered a tiger. They all perished. I barely escaped with my life." "What? A tiger?" The captain gasped in shock. Panic swept through the group. "Father, there are tigers in this forest. How terrifying. What should we do?" "For lives lost in an instant. How can we ever dare to hunt in the forest again? What shall we do now? Are we to organize a team to hunt down that tiger? Surely, that is out of the question. The tiger is a ferocious beast, the king of all animals. How could one even contemplate such a task?" The captain arranged for several individuals to accompany the injured woman to cleanse her of the blood and wounds. They attended to her injuries with a rudimentary treatment. The aircraft was equipped with basic medical supplies and medications, albeit intended solely for emergencies. The wounds on the woman's body were disinfected with iodine and then bandaged. For the moment, that was all that could be done. Fortunately, most of the blood on her was not her own, and the wounds were not particularly severe. She was, in fact, quite fortunate to have survived. Subsequently, the captain summoned everyone for an urgent meeting. However, at that moment, most individuals were still absent. A consensus was reached to wait until all had returned before delving into the matter concerning the tiger. As dusk descended, everyone had reunited at the site of the aircraft wreckage. Thankfully, no one had encountered the tiger again that day. A large assembly convened on the beach to deliberate on how to address the issue of the tiger's predation. Yi Xiao and her companions appeared rather indifferent. After all, it was the captain's people who had perished, and it did not greatly concern them. Nevertheless, as allies, Yi Xiao and her followers were cautious not to display their disinterest too overtly. Long Shui's position was unequivocal. She advocated for a proactive approach, proposing to send individuals to hunt the tiger. After all, this tiger posed a persistent threat to everyone. Moreover, Long Shui's faction wished to return to Huaxia as soon as possible. If the tiger continued to roam the forest, the shipbuilding endeavor would become increasingly arduous. The captain's thoughts aligned with Long Shui's. Both supported the idea of eliminating the tiger. Lin Han and Lin Han held the decision-making power on their side. Lin Han, however, was rather unconcerned about the tiger, choosing to follow Lin Han's lead. Ultimately, Lin Han opted to support the perspectives of Long Shui and the captain, sharing their belief that the tiger would impede their shipbuilding efforts. If the tiger remained a threat, the future acquisition of food might become even riskier. The small group of 7 expressed no strong opinions, indicating their willingness to comply with whatever decision was made. As for the political instructor and others, they would undoubtedly align themselves with Lin Han and his companion. Ultimately, a round of voting concluded with the pro-war faction emerging victorious. Once a decision was established, preparations began to assemble a team to hunt the tiger the following day. Long Shui's group contributed 2 members, Su Yu and Chun Jin. The captain's faction volunteered 30 women. The small group of 7 provided 1 woman, ensuring that their participation seemed respectable. It would have felt somewhat inappropriate to contribute no one at all. Lin Han's side offered 1 member, Lin Han. Unfortunately, the political instructor and others possessed insufficient combat prowess, rendering them unsuitable for the task. Thus, Lin Han was selected. However, her abilities were well understood by all, and her commitment was considered commendable. When it came to Yi Zhao's group, she designated 25 women to join the endeavor. She squinted her eyes, pondering for a moment before turning to Sun Mian. You should go too, Mian, lead our team to take the lead. My dear leader, I have entrusted you with a significant responsibility, so do not bring us disgrace. Bring back the head of that tiger. Sun Mian smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, my leader, I will handle this matter with utmost clarity. The tattooed woman patted her shoulder. Sister, you are so impressive. Do stay safe. Sun Mian nodded. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Xiao, her eyes brimming with fierce determination. Damn it, Yi Xiao, that scoundrel always sends me for these perilous tasks. Just wait. Even if you're constantly on guard against me, I will eventually displace you from your throne. Chapter 46. The Tiger-Killing Squad at long last. A formidable team of 60 was assembled. At the break of dawn, this contingent would venture into the forest to seek out the tiger and ultimately bring it down. Following this, the gathering dispersed, and everyone went about their own activities. Lin Han and Lin Han returned to the cabin, where their political teacher and others had congregated. With an air of concern, the teacher remarked, Sister Lan, as you embark on this tiger hunt tomorrow, do exercise caution. Such a creature is not to be trifled with. The girls chimed in, affirming, Indeed, I've heard that a tiger's paw can exert several tons of force, capable of shattering a human skull. Sister Lan, you must be exceedingly careful. Let others take the lead if necessary, while you remain at a safe distance. Though your combat prowess is exceptional, safety is paramount. You still have your brother-in-law to consider. Yes, Sister Lan, should anything happen to you, your brother-in-law would be left in mourning. With a swift motion, the political teacher delivered a light slap to one girl's head. What are you saying? Can't you offer something more positive? The girl, realizing her misstep, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Sister Lan, my tongue slipped. Li Lan, unfazed, replied calmly. I understand. I will take care to ensure my safety. As night fell, everyone had dined and settled into their seats for rest. Lin Han nestled in Li Lan's embrace, drifting into a tranquil slumber. Suddenly, an insistent hand caressed Lin Han's face. With a sigh, he opened his eyes and turned onto his back. He found himself gazing into Li Lan's penetrating eyes. It is time for sleep, Lin Han murmured softly. A faint smile graced Li Lan's lips as her fingers delicately traced Lin Han's cheek. Xiao Han, I wish to kiss you. Lin Han, feeling summevat exasperated, replied. It is night. Let's sleep, shall we? You need your rest for the tiger hunt tomorrow. Li Lan buried her face into Lin Han's neck, inhaling deeply. Since I am to hunt tigers tomorrow, could you consider this evening as a reward for me? She whispered. Lin Han chuckled. Are you truly so enamored with kissing? I had no idea it was so delightful. Li Lan's warm breath brushed against Lin Han's neck. It is because of you that I am captivated, she confessed. Lin Han bit his lip, his cheeks tinged with a soft blush. How embarrassing it was to receive such sweet nothings in a cabin filled with sleeping companions. It felt as though I could scrape together a 3-bedroom apartment for my awkwardness. Li Lan propped herself up, pressing Lin Han beneath her. Eagerly, she leaned in to kiss him. Lin Han quickly raised his hand to cover her mouth, whispering, "Not now. Let us wait until you return tomorrow." Li Lan seized Lin Han's wrist, pushing his hand aside as she leaned down, intent on continuing her pursuit. Lin Han's eyes widened, a fierce expression crossing his face. "No kissing. If I say no, it's final." Li Lan paused, and Lin Han felt a sense of satisfaction. It seemed necessary to assert oneself at times. Otherwise, she might believe me to be easily trifled with. If I continued to indulge Li Lan, my authority would surely diminish. Most importantly, I am, after all, the belle of the university in a magical city, akin to the premier courtesan of ancient brothels. No, that is not quite right. In any case, do I not deserve some dignity? Today, under no circumstances must I allow Li Lan to run amok. Yes, precisely that. I cannot permit this woman to grow increasingly audacious. Men of Huaxia, stand tall. Lin Han widened his eyes, his mouth sealed by Li Lan's lips. He struck her shoulder repeatedly with his hands. Yet was to no avail. This kiss lingered for several minutes. Ultimately, Lin Han was left dazed and disoriented, reclining in Li Lan's embrace. A satisfied smile danced upon Li Lan's lips as she tenderly stroked Lin Han's head with a look of sweetness. A night passed. At dawn the next day, the tiger-killing team assembled on the beach, ready for action. This operation was fraught with peril, as it involved battling fierce tigers. Many members of the team made heartfelt farewells to close friends, uttering sentiments such as, "If I do not return, please look after my ailing father when you come back to the magical city." Su Yu and Qin Jin stood there, appearing utterly unafraid. Long Shui seemed to have great faith in the two of them. Meanwhile, Li Lan was conversing with Lin Han. "Xiao Han, while I am away, you must take care of yourself. Don't go hungry or thirsty," Li Lan said gently. Lin Han nodded. "I understand. I'm fine here, but you must ensure your own safety." Li Lan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I am quite capable and will be just fine." After a while, the team members finished their preparations, and the tiger-killing team officially set forth. The group entered the forest under the watchful eyes of onlookers. Qin Jin served as the commander of this operation. She possessed formidable combat skills and was a seasoned mercenary, making her the ideal choice for leading this tiger-killing mission. Following an interrogation of an injured woman, the team had gathered intelligence about the tiger's whereabouts. Everyone remained on high alert, not daring to let their guard down. They had also brought along 2 fire axes, a valuable addition, one held by Su Yu and the other by Li Lan. Currently, the worth of a fire axe far surpassed that of wooden spears or stone weapons. This demonstrated the captain's level of seriousness regarding the operation. Su Yu, wielding a fire axe, sauntered along the path as if she were on holiday. The surrounding members dared not comment on her demeanor, for she belonged to the Tyrannosaurus Mercenary Corps, a formidable force. As for the lesser members, they would do well to focus on their own standing. Sun Mian, grasping a wooden spear, did not exhibit the same ease as Su Yu, yet she was not overly cautious either. She had a clear understanding of her own combat prowess. Confronting a tiger was not a significant challenge, especially with so many companions at her side. She felt no anxiety. However, she still harbored resentment towards Yi Xiao for sending her out to hunt tigers, believing it was unfair that she was burdened with the burdensome tasks while others reaped the benefits. She merely sought to eliminate Yi Xiao and ascend to the position of leader. As the saying goes, individuals strive to rise while water flows downward. She was unwilling to remain just a subordinate to a leader. She had committed no wrongdoing. After traversing a considerable distance, the group quickly discerned from the traces along the way that they were nearing the scene of the incident. Qin Jin instructed everyone to maintain silence and proceed with caution. Each individual remained on high alert, their wooden spears poised for action. The group harbored great confidence in this operation to hunt the tiger. After all, there is a common adage that a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. With 60 individuals united, they were resolute in their ability to take down a tiger. Even if each person merely prodded with a wooden spear, they could exhaust the beast. Moreover, with several skilled fighters present, their success was virtually assured. Chapter 47. The Tiger's Roar. After a considerable journey, the group finally arrived at the scene of the crime. Numerous signs of struggle were evident, with bloodstains dotting the underbrush. Fragments of clothing and remnants of human bones littered the ground, suggesting that the 4 victims had been devoured. It remained uncertain whether they had fallen prey to the tiger or other carnivorous beasts, though it seemed likely that both were involved. The area was undoubtedly the site of the incident. However, the tiger had long since departed. Fortunately, Chun Jin was adept at tracking and quickly determined the direction in which the tiger had fled. The group continued onward. After a brief interval, Chun Jin raised her hand in a signal. The others, understanding the cue, immediately halted, crouching low and maintaining silence. Gathering everyone's attention, Chun Jin whispered, "There is something ahead. It is unclear whether it is the tiger or another animal. For safety's sake, we should send someone to investigate. Who will go?" The group exchanged glances, each hesitant to take the risk. Observing their reluctance, Chun Jin turned to Sun Mian. "You seem quite capable. You should go." "Why aren't you going?" Sun Mian retorted, displeased. Chun Jin frowned. "I am the commander and must consider the greater good. Do you wish to defy my orders? You're something else." Sun Mian muttered as she cautiously advanced ahead. Despite her reluctance, she had to comply. As the commander, Chun Jin's orders were to be followed, as had been agreed upon before their departure. Sun Mian strove to remain silent, lest she alert the unknown creature ahead. She stealthily approached a distance close to the enigmatic being. Concealing herself behind a thicket, she carefully peeked out. Before her lay a powerful tiger, its muscular frame and well-defined lines exuding an air of dominance. The unique stripes and the distinctive mark resembling a crown on its forehead proclaimed its status as the king of beasts. At that moment, the mighty feline was fast asleep. After taking several deep breaths, Sun Mian retraced her steps back to where Chun Jin awaited. "What did you find?" Chun Jin inquired. Though Sun Mian wore a disgruntled expression, she reported honestly, "There is a tiger ahead, and it is currently asleep." Chun Jin nodded. "It is likely the very one we seek." She turned to the group. "Everyone, follow my lead. We will form a perimeter around the tiger. Upon my command, we shall launch a coordinated attack to eliminate it swiftly." Heeding Chun Jin's instructions, the group moved forward cautiously, ensuring not to disturb the resting tiger. They successfully encircled the unsuspecting beast, which remained blissfully unaware of its perilous predicament. Suddenly, Su Yu and Sun Mian burst forth from the underbrush. The abrupt noise roused the tiger, which opened its eyes just in time to see an axe hurtling toward its forehead. With a swift contraction of its muscles, the tiger evaded the strike, rolling on the ground to regain its balance, momentarily bewildered by the sight of its 2 assailants. However, it swiftly assumed a combat stance and emitted a thunderous roar, reverberating through the air with the majesty of a king. Many birds in the forest took flight in alarm. Observing such a formidable tiger, Sun Mian felt a flutter of trepidation within her. Although previously confident in her ability to fell a tiger with ease, the reality of the situation proved starkly different from her imagination. The tiger's roar unnerved her. After all, her past confrontations had only been with humans. Now, she found herself facing a beast, and the adjustment was daunting. In contrast, Su Yu appeared remarkably composed, treating the tiger with an air of nonchalance. Armed with a fire axe, she charged towards the tiger. The tiger swiped a paw towards Su Yu's head, but she deftly rolled on the ground, evading the attack. With a swift motion, she swung her axe at the tiger. The creature reacted with impressive agility, leaping back just in time to avoid the descending blade. Seeing Su Yu engaged in battle with the tiger, Sun Mian took a deep breath, clutching her wooden spear. According to their strategy, it was her and Su Yu's role to draw the tiger's attention while the others awaited the opportune moment to strike. The tiger's speed was formidable, making escape impossible for anyone lagging behind. Therefore, they needed to ensure the tiger had no chance to catch its breath, swiftly cutting through the chaos. Sun Mian sprinted towards the tiger, joining the fray. The ensuing clash between the trio and the tiger unfolded fiercely upon the grass. Though the fire axe was not light, Suyu wielded it as if it bore little weight, her movements fluid and confident. Sun Mian, with her wooden spear, occasionally lunged in support. After a few seconds, Suyu landed a blow on the tiger's foreleg, eliciting a pained roar from the beast. Now, Chunjin shouted as she burst forth from the underbrush. The others surged forward, their wooden spears aimed at the tiger. The sudden appearance of a group startled the tiger, leaving it disoriented, surrounded by foes with no escape route. In that moment, Su Yu's axe struck its back, and the tiger let out a shriek before bolting away. It dashed towards a group of people ahead, who were panic-stricken and brandishing their spears. The tiger, undeterred, leaped over the outstretched weapons, knocking one person down before continuing its frantic escape. "Chase it," Chunjin commanded. The group hurried after the tiger, but after a few moments, most were left behind. Although Su Yu, Chunjin, Lin Han, and Sun Mian were swift, they had to consider the pace of their companions. Moreover, the dense foliage of the forest obscured their vision, making the pursuit even more challenging. Soon, the tiger vanished from sight. Its speed had made tracking it exponentially more difficult. Chunjin led the group in a series of stops and starts, ultimately losing the tiger's trail. "What now?" Sun Mian inquired. "Perhaps we should return. The tiger has likely escaped far beyond our reach," someone suggested. Chunjin pondered for a moment and determined that their best course of action was to head back. She sighed and remarked, "Very well, let us return now." She glanced at the woman who had just been knocked down by the tiger and asked, "Are you unhurt?" The woman waved her hand dismissively. No, I'm fine. Not injured at all." Subsequently, the group made their way back to the wreckage of the plane. By the time they arrived, it was already noon. Upon learning of the failed attempt to slay the tiger, the captain urgently convened a meeting with everyone present. During the meeting, Chunjin succinctly recounted the entire sequence of events from the departure of the tiger hunting team to the moment the tiger escaped. Once she finished, everyone grasped the situation. The captain sighed deeply. "I never imagined we would allow this tiger to escape. This is akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. It will surely be even more challenging to locate it in the future." Chapter 48. Completion of the blueprint. Not only that, but Long Shui wore a serious expression. "After we wounded that tiger, it escaped, and it will undoubtedly pose a future threat. One can never tell when it might emerge to seek revenge. Consequently, we must exercise greater caution during our future hunts. It is truly frustrating that even the 60 individuals could not bring down a mere tiger," Yi Shao lamented. The captain chuckled softly. "Yi Lao, your words are misguided. The tiger is indeed the king of beasts, a true predator. Moreover, our tiger hunting team lacks professionalism. There is an inherent fear among us. Coupled with our inferior weapons, it is a stroke of luck that no one has perished. Father," Yi Shao raked his fingers through his hair. "What do we do now? Are we to remain in this precarious state?" The captain pondered for a moment before responding. "As it stands, this is the only course of action. Having wounded the tiger, its vigilance will undoubtedly be heightened, making it improbable for us to locate it easily again. In the future, everyone must be exceedingly cautious while foraging for food. Each team should consist of a larger number of individuals to avoid encounters with any ferocious beasts." Thus, after deliberation, the tiger hunting mission could only be declared a failure. Lin Han returned the fire axe to the captain's subordinate. One must admit, the axe was quite handy. However, as it belonged to another, she could not retain it indefinitely. Lin Han and Lin Han made their way to a section of the beach. Lin Han conducted a thorough inspection of Lin Han, checking here and there. "Are you truly uninjured?" Lin Han inquired, visibly concerned. Lin Han smiled and affectionately ruffled Lin Han's hair. "I assure you, I am perfectly fine." Lin Han nodded. "That's a relief, as long as you're unhurt." Lin Han playfully pinched Lin Han's cheek, her face brimming with joy. "Are you so worried about me?" Lin Han's face flushed crimson as she swatted Lin Lan's hand away. "Enough. I genuinely am worried, and here you are joking." Lin Han embraced Lin Han. "You are the best, my little Han." Lin Han's cheeks turned a deeper shade of red, her entire body stiffening. "How awkward. What should I do?" Not far away, Su Yu watched the two with evident jealousy. Beside her, Zhang Yueqing chuckled mischievously. "What a strong scent of jealousy. Do not envy. Loving a man is not a mistake. But loving another's man is where the fault lies, Su Yu retorted angrily, glaring at Zhang Yueqing. Zhang Yueqing laughed and raised her hands in mock surrender. All right. I shall remain silent. You carry on. She then turned her attention to Long Shui and Chun Jin, who were engrossed in a game of chess, their faces reflecting intense concentration. Recently, their favorite pastime had been playing chess. Zhang Yueqing shook Chun Jin's shoulder. Hey, you cannot be so serious. Chun Jin's pieces wobbled in her hands, failing to settle into their intended positions. With a resigned sigh, she replied, Yueqing, could you please refrain from shaking me? I have mentioned many times that I need to concentrate while playing chess. Zhang Yueqing scratched her head, offering an awkward smile. My apologies. I find myself utterly bored watching you play chess and cannot resist the urge to offer some advice. Long Shui chuckled, suggesting, Yueqing, if you're feeling dull, why not take a stroll in the forest? You might encounter some large game, which could bolster our food reserves. Zhang Yueqing sighed. Fine, sitting here is equally tiresome. Honestly, life on this deserted island is becoming increasingly monotonous. With that, she grasped a wooden spear and ventured into the woods. 8 days have passed. During these days, everyone has been exceedingly cautious while hunting in the forest, fearful of encountering that tiger. Each hunting party now comprises more than 10 individuals. However, since the last tiger hunt, no one has spotted the creature again. Perhaps it is nursing its wounds and hiding, or, fearing the presence of so many, has refrained from roaming this vicinity. Today, however, a stroke of good fortune has befallen us. The design plans have finally been completed. Everyone gathered on the beach, marveling at the numerous detailed blueprints. The unfortunate one beamed with pride, declaring, Everyone take a look. If we build according to this, we will surely succeed. Yi Shao patted the unfortunate one's shoulder, exclaiming, You've done well. Truly worthy of being my protege. The unfortunate one scratched his head, somewhat bashful. No, it's all thanks to your excellent guidance, boss. The captain was elated, announcing wonderful. Now that the design plans are ready, if we commence construction, we will undoubtedly craft a vessel and depart from here. A chorus of cheers erupted. Fantastic. I thought I would be stuck here for eternity. The unfortunate one is incredible. I must give you a thumbs up. We are finally going home. I long for my husband and children. Ha. Through adversity, one's aspirations soar. There will be a day of triumph. After a brief moment of celebration, the captain began organizing the crew for shipbuilding. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm. They started felling trees, stripping them of branches, and crafting logs. Night fell swiftly. The task of chopping wood was indeed laborious, leaving everyone drenched in sweat. Yet, not a single soul complained, for the desire to return home outweighed the fatigue. The women retreated to the cabin, collapsing into sleep. A night passed. The following morning, some women went hunting as usual, while others engaged in shipbuilding. Following the unfortunate one's advice, they began selecting suitable trees to serve as the keel for the sailboat. Amidst their industrious efforts, 3 unfamiliar women approached uninvited. The workers on the beach paused, turning their attention to the newcomers. The 3 women, armed with wooden spears, advanced from the western shore. As they drew near, the captain inquired, Who are you? The leading woman smiled. Captain, it has been a while. We are from Jiangxing, sent by her to discuss matters. The captain furrowed her brow. Jiangxing? What business does she have with us? Why doesn't that wretched woman come herself? Yi Shao remarked, visibly displeased. The leading woman revealed an awkward smile, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. She turned to the captain, addressing her. Captain, our leader has no ulterior motives. We merely wish to invite you esteemed leaders to join us for a discussion of great importance. Get lost. Yi Shao stepped forward, instructing Jiang Xin that if they were to discuss matters, they ought to come to him instead. The leading woman appeared flustered, glancing back at the captain. Captain, do you not understand human speech? The woman adorned with tiger tattoos brandished a wooden spear and charged forward with several subordinates. The 3 women, terrified, hurriedly fled down the path they had come. It was only after pursuing them for a couple of 100 meters that the tattooed woman and her group returned. Chapter 49. The arrival of Jiang Xin. If I catch up with them, I shall surely strip their skins. exclaimed the tiger-tattooed woman. The captain turned to Long Shui, asking Commander Long, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Long Shui shrugged, offering a faint smile. "I am not entirely certain. However, it appears that Jiang Xin is already aware of our alliance." The captain furrowed his brow slightly. "Are you implying that Jiang Xin has sent someone to surveil us?" Long Shui replied, "It seems so. Otherwise, she would not know we have gathered together and sent someone to invite us." "Damn it!" Yi Shao expressed his displeasure. "That bespectacled one loves to employ such underhanded tactics. Heaven must be blind to have allowed her to survive until now." The captain pondered. "So it follows that Jiang Xin has indeed monitored us in the past. Today, if she has sent someone to invite us for discussions, could it be that she has seen our plans to fell trees and construct a ship?" Long Shui mused. "I suspect that is highly likely. Even if she does not know we are building a ship, she can certainly surmise we are up to something." "Commander Long, do you think Jiang Xin will come tomorrow?" the captain inquired. Long Shui stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I cannot predict that. However, I believe we should arrange for night patrols." "Indeed, we must remain vigilant against that vile Jiang Xin," Yi Shao affirmed. Subsequently, the group resumed their shipbuilding efforts. The manufacturing of the dragon bones was arduous, and everyone was exceedingly busy. The unfortunate soul, measuring the wood with a ruler, would frequently declare that one piece was unacceptable or another was inadequate, causing a flurry of activity as everyone rushed about, drenched in sweat. In the sweltering heat of the tropical island, where temperatures were already high, the labor-intensive tasks left them needing to rest on the ground after a while. Daylight swiftly passed, and night fell. The women who had gone hunting returned, bringing back a considerable amount of food. After dinner, the captain assigned personnel to patrol the vicinity around the aircraft wreckage to prevent Jiang Xin's people from continuing their surveillance. Jiang Xin's actions felt akin to having a surveillance camera installed right at one's doorstep, an unbearable intrusion. Living under constant observation would be intolerable for anyone. Lin Han participated in the dragon bone manufacturing process that day. However, she did not find it exhausting. She regarded it as a form of physical exercise. The number of night watchmen had increased over the past 2 days. The semi-finished dragon bones and rolling logs were piled on the beach and required vigilant oversight. This represented the collective hope of everyone, as they all depended on the shipbuilding to return home. Night passed, and morning arrived anew. The group continued their regular activities. The men engaged in lighter physical tasks while the women undertook the heavier labor. As the saying goes, when men and women work together, labor is less burdensome. Among the men were certainly those who were young and handsome. The women found joy in watching these handsome men at work. Not only was it pleasing to the eye, but it also invigorated their spirits. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, a group of women arrived. It was Jiang Xin and her companions. Gone was the tailored suit jacket Jiang Xin had worn earlier. She was now clad solely in a white shirt. Perhaps it was the sweltering heat of Valen Island that prompted her to remove her outer garments. However, her gilded spectacles remained perched upon her nose, exuding the aura of a person of accomplishment. Trailing behind her was a contingent of several dozen individuals, clearly prepared for an encounter. Jiang Xin beamed at the gathering, exclaiming, "It has truly been a long time since we last met." She turned her gaze towards the captain, chuckling, "Ah, Captain, how have you been of late?" The captain, unable to ignore Jiang Xin's cheerful demeanor, felt compelled to respond. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Even if her smile were feigned, a modicum of respect was warranted. The captain managed a faint smile in response. "I am well. I wonder, Ms. Jiang, what brings you here today?" Jiang Xin replied with laughter. "Yesterday, I sent someone to invite you esteemed leaders to my encampment for a visit. To my surprise, I learned that you keep dogs here, which frightened my personnel away. Thus, I had no choice but to come personally to extend the invitation. Ha ha ha. What nonsense are you spouting? Repeat that." Yi Shao roared in fury. The woman known as the Tiger Tattoo stepped forward, brandishing a wooden spear, undeterred by the throng surrounding her. "Who dares to call us dogs?" she shouted, her anger palpable. Jiang Xin's youthful companion stepped forth defiantly. "Yes, I am addressing you. What of it?" The woman, her physique robust and muscular, resembled a bull. "Enough. Do not stoop to their level," Jiang Xin advised the woman, who nodded and retreated behind Jiang Xian once more. With a smile, Jiang Xian addressed Yi Xiao. Why the ire, big brother Yi? I did not imply that you are a dog. Why take offense? She gestured towards the woman beside her. This is Lin Han, one of my trusted confidants. I sincerely apologize for her temper. She may have inadvertently caused offense. Yi Xiao inhaled deeply, letting out a cold chuckle. Jiang Xian, you wretched creature. Do you think we are unaware of your intentions? You even sent someone to surveil us. Such treacherous tactics could only be conceived by someone as despicable as you. Jiang Xian's expression darkened. Big brother Yi, I must ask you to temper your language. We are all victims of the same calamity and should strive for amicable communication. I will speak as I please. Do you think you can dictate my words? Yi Xiao retorted arrogantly. Jiang Xian felt a surge of anger, but stifled it. She addressed the assembly. I confess I did send individuals to observe you. There is no shame in this. After all, it is no small feat for anyone to survive until now. It is only reasonable that I check on the captain and her crew from time to time to ensure their safety, is it not? Moreover, Jiang Xian's gaze shifted to the political instructor and others. There are more serious matters at hand that I have yet to disclose. Lin Han's heart raced. It appeared that Jiang Xian was already aware of the political instructor's arrival to the captain's location. Jiang Xian had undoubtedly deduced the connection between the disappearance of her pursuit team and the political instructor's group. The expressions of the political instructor and others were grave. What a laugh! Yi Xiao let out a cold, mocking laugh. What could possibly be more severe than the actions you have committed? Who was responsible for the deaths in the mango grove? Who abducted the man? And why are the men from your camp imprisoned? These sordid and repugnant deeds. We are utterly unaware of their origins. Jiang Xian's expression darkened. That was merely a conflict born of necessity for the survival of our camp. I had no other choice. Yi Xiao displayed a sardonic smile. Ah, how amusing. You have abandoned any pretense and openly admitted to it. Haven't you? Very well, Jiang Xian. I must admit I underestimated your audacity. Your shamelessness is thicker than the city walls and harder than titanium alloy. Chapter 50. The six-party talks, seeing Jiang Xian bypass the topic of the political instructor and others. Lin Han let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, although he had informed everyone about the incident in the mango grove, the matter concerning the pursuit team was currently known only to him, Lilan, Long Shui, and Jiang Xian's group. After all, it involved murder, and the fewer people who knew, the better. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain upon returning to the Magic City. There were no surveillance cameras on Whalen Island, making it even more challenging to clarify such matters. Jiang Xian, incensed by the insults, retorted, Yi Xiao, let us not discuss anything else. Just this man? Do you dare claim that since we split at the beach, you have not slept with any men? Yi Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. I cannot deny it. I have indeed slept with men. See, you have slept with them, yet you still have the audacity to criticize me? Jiang Xian scoffed. Why should I feel shame? Yi Xiao replied, astonished. She continued, I have indeed shared a bed, but I have never coerced any man into my company. You may inquire freely. Every man I have slept with has been a transaction made with food. Though I may live a rough life, I'm still a person of integrity. These men chose to follow me, and I must honor their trust. In this world, loyalty is paramount. Yes, when who shouted, her voice resounding. Yi Xiao's subordinates rallied in support. The boss is right. She is truly the most loyal. Our leader is a real woman. Jiang Xian, you are the petty one. Our leader's character is beyond reproach. Every word she speaks is true. We stand with our leader. Laughing, Yi Xiao raised her hands. Do you see this, Jiang Xian? This is strength. This reflects my character. Look at you, engaging in those treacherous deeds. You are but a fool. How could you possibly compare yourself to me? What do you have to contest with? Jiang Xian's expression darkened. Her face flushed with anger. Taking a few deep breaths to calm her emotions, she finally conceded. All right, Yi Xiao, you are formidable. Turning to the captain, she stated, Captain, these trivial matters are long past. I believe that even if we clarify everything now, it will make no difference. I have come today not for these petty grievances, but to discuss some very important matters with the leaders of your alliance. My presence here signifies my sincerity. Captain, you wouldn't refuse such a modest request, would you? The captain hesitated, responding, well, I truly cannot make that decision alone. I need to consult with the other leaders. Jiang Xian nodded. Very well. I will wait for 10 minutes. With that, she and her companions walked over 100 meters toward the western beach. Once Jiang Xian had distanced herself, the captain gathered everyone together, forming a circle. The captain turned to Long Shui and inquired, Captain Long, Jiangxing wishes to discuss matters with us. Do you agree? Long Shui smiled faintly. I am open to a conversation. Let us hear what she has to say. The captain then addressed Lin Han. Mr. Lin, what is your stance? I am agreeable, Lin Han replied. After all, it is merely a discussion. Even if it does not yield fruit, Jiangxing would not resort to violence. There is no harm in listening to her perspective. The captain surveyed the small group of 7, asking, what do you all think? One woman among the 7 responded, no problem. Let us see how it goes. The captain turned to Yi Xiao. It's up to you all now. What do you say? Yi Xiao expressed his displeasure. I am uncertain of Jiangxing's intentions. Long Shui remarked, it is highly likely related to shipbuilding. Having seen the timber on our beach, she must have made some deductions. Fine. Let us converse with her and see what tricks she has up her sleeve. Yi Xiao concurred. Thus the captain, along with Yi Xiao, Long Shui, Lin Han, and the 7-member group, unanimously agreed to proceed. The captain beckoned Jiangxing and her group to approach. How did it go, Captain? Jiangxing inquired. It's all settled. We may now engage in discussion, the captain replied. Subsequently, the group convened on the beach. The leaders of the 6 factions forming a circle. The captain, Yi Xiao, Jiangxing, Long Shui, Li Lan, and Lin Han, along with a representative from the 7-member group. Their respective subordinates stood behind their leaders. Jiangxing scanned the circle, her gaze lingering on Lin Han for a moment before clasping her hands in greeting. Greetings, esteemed leaders. I am Jiangxing. I am familiar with the captain and Yi Xiao. Might the remaining 4 introduce themselves? Long Shui came to reply. Li Lan, another introduced. Lin Han followed suit. Zhang San, the woman from the 7-member group, stated. Jiangxing nodded. You are all remarkable individuals. Of course, she smiled at Lin Han. And there are also exceptional men among you. She addressed the group. I trust you can surmise my purpose for being here. Let's be frank. Are you engaged in shipbuilding? The captain acknowledged. It appears you have discerned our intentions. To be forthright, we 5 factions have united to construct a vessel to depart from Valen Island and return to Huaxia. Jiangxing smiled. That is indeed a commendable plan. It is certainly preferable to languishing on this deserted island for eternity. Enough with the pleasantries. What exactly do you mean? Yi Xiao interjected. Jiangxing stated. My intentions are quite straightforward. I wish to join your ranks. She spread her hands. We are all victims of this calamity, longing to return home, setting aside other matters. At least on this issue, our objectives align. Jiangxing surveyed the leaders once more. What are your thoughts, esteemed leaders? Who is in favor? Who opposes? I oppose, Yi Xiao declared. She pointed at Jiang Xian, exclaiming, you treacherous and despicable scoundrel. We have prepared everything and begun our work, and now you wish to join us? You can forget about it. May you wallow in filth. Jiang Xian's expression darkened. Yi Xiao, do not presume that I am intimidated by you. I am attempting to engage in a civil conversation, and I hope you will reciprocate. We are here to negotiate. This is not a realm governed solely by your whims. I care not for your opinions, Yi Xiao retorted. If you wish to be part of this, you must first release those men you have imprisoned. Chapter 51. My opposition, the captain spoke. Ms. Jiang, Mr. Yi presents a valid point. The men you have detained in Mango Grove are indeed the teachers and classmates of Li Lan and Lin Han. You see, holding their teachers and classmates is quite unreasonable. Jiang Xian nodded. Yes, I'm aware of that. She turned her gaze towards Li Lan and Lin Han. It appears you two are a couple. How delightful. Speak plainly, Li Lan replied coldly. Jiang Xian offered an apologetic smile. I truly apologize. At the time, I was unaware of your existence. It was only after the vice principal informed me. Indeed, keeping your teachers and classmates imprisoned must weigh heavily on your hearts, making it difficult for you to agree with my proposal. Therefore, I shall take the initiative to release your teachers and classmates. What do you think? Is there a condition? Long Shui inquired. Jiang Xian looked at Long Shui and smiled. This Miss Long is indeed quick-witted. I admire that. Long Shui smiled faintly. You need not call me Miss Long. I prefer to be addressed as Commander Long. Ah, Commander Long, my apologies, Jiang Xian said, clasping her fists in respect. Long Shui nodded in acknowledgement. Jiang Xian then addressed Li Han and Lin Han. Of course, should I release them? I do have a small condition. If you both agree to my joining your ranks, I shall immediately secure their release upon my return, without any further discussion. Get lost. Do you think you have any credibility? Yi Xiao retorted. Jiang Xian chose to ignore Yi Xiao. She continued to look at Li Han and Lin Han. So what do you think? Li Han turned to Lin Han and whispered, Xiao Han, what should we do? Lin Han looked at Jiang Xian. You said that if we agree, you will release them, correct? Jiang Xian smiled and nodded. Indeed, Mr. Lin Han, I assure you, I will keep my word. Unfortunately, we must decline, Lin Han stated. Jiang Xian's expression stiffened. Why is that? Lin Han replied, because you have taken the lives of our physical education teacher and female classmate, and have also apprehended our English teacher and male classmates. You have committed grave offenses, and there should be no conditions for negotiation. You ought to release them. Yet now, you are using the freedom of our English teacher and male classmates as leverage to coerce us into accepting your proposal. Ms. Jiang, do you not find your actions rather inappropriate? Jiang Xian's demeanor grew awkward. Mr. Lin Han, you are quite eloquent. Indeed, my actions are rather improper. Very well, let us move past this topic. Let's pretend I said nothing. She turned to the assembly. Everyone, let us proceed to vote. Excluding myself, each faction shall cast one vote. The majority will prevail. I oppose, Yi Xiao declared. Zhang Xingao Dwight. We also oppose, Lin Han stated. Well said, Lin Han. We cannot allow someone like Jiang Xian to join us. Yi Xiao laughed. Li Han glanced at Yi Xiao, her expression icy. Who is your brother? Get lost. Yi Xiao was exceedingly irate. Your father, he began, but was interrupted by one who urgently grasped his arm. Enough, enough. Let her go this time. Don't behave like a petulant child. Get lost. Yi Xiao forcefully extricated himself from one who knew's grasp. Do not mention the phrase, let her go in my presence. Ven Hao Yu was momentarily bewildered. I didn't say anything offensive. Why does the boss become so agitated upon hearing those words? Is it possible he has an aversion to horses? Jiang Xian observed that 2 dissenting votes had already been cast, her expression growing grave. This indicated that if one more opposing vote were to be added, her proposal would be doomed to rejection. How infuriating! That barbarian Yi Xiao will meet a fitting end. And this man named Lin Han, who dares to oppose my suggestion despite being male. Curse man, appearing so earnest while harboring who knows what debauchery beneath. If I catch him, I shall make him pay dearly. Jiang Xian turned to the captain. Captain, what is your stance? The captain offered an awkward smile. Well, let the others vote first. Even if I cast a supporting vote now, it would be of little consequence, wouldn't it? She provided a non-committal response, neither affirming nor opposing. Lin Han could not help but admire the captain's diplomatic finesse. It was clear why she had ascended to such a position. Jiang Xian then turned to Zhang San. Zhang San, what about you? Zhang San appeared quite anxious, glancing left and right, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. After all, she had been thrust into this position, lacking the assertiveness of a true leader. Stammering, Zhang San began, well, actually I think it goes like this. Logically speaking, if I were to vote in favor, you should receive an additional affirmative vote. I don't really have much to say. If I must express an opinion, I feel it should be as such. You see, I actually think that we should let Captain Long vote first. Jiang Xian wore a rigid smile. Was this person truly so foolish? She rambled on yet conveyed little of substance. How had such a person come to hold a leadership position? Was this not sheer folly? She turned to Long Shui. Captain Long, what do you think? Long Shui responded with a calm smile. I oppose. Her answer was unequivocal, devoid of any hesitation, as if she held Jiang Xian in utter disregard. Jiang Xian's gaze grew venomous. Captain Long, do we harbor any enmity? None at all. I did not know you previously, Long Shui replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Xian's eyes narrowed with malice. What, then, does our opposition signify? I can comprehend Yi Xiao and Lin Han's dissent, but you and I have no ties. Why do you oppose me? Long Shui stroked her chin thoughtfully. Well, it's simply because Xiao Han voted against it. Moreover, your character is rather unimpressive, which is why I chose to side with Xiao Han. When Jiang Xen heard Long Shui openly criticize her, a shadowy smile crept across her face. Commander Long, you truly are a forthright individual. You grant me no regard whatsoever. Thank you. I too consider myself quite candid, Long Shui replied with a smile. Jiang Xin retorted, Very well, Commander Long, I shall remember you. Begone. Are you still lingering here, waiting for your comeuppance? Yi Xiao interjected. Jiang Xin, her face ablaze with fury, exclaimed, Yi Xiao, mark my words, individuals like you meet their demise swiftly, far swifter than your own existence. Now depart. Yi Xiao responded. Jiang Xin turned her gaze towards the captain, who offered an apologetic smile. I am truly sorry, Ms. Jiang Xin, but I am unable to assist you in this matter. Chapter 52. The Blessing of the Golden Bull at long last. Jiang Xin departed with her subordinates. Once she left, the remaining individuals congregated to converse. The captain sighed. It seems we have thoroughly offended Jiang Xin. Why fear her? If she dares to cause trouble, I'll knock out her front teeth, Yi Xiao retorted. It's the covert attacks I'm worried about, the underhanded tactics, Long Shui remarked. Yi Xiao frowned. Damn it, I have no respect for such treacherous individuals. If we are to fight, let it be in the open. Resorting to sneaky maneuvers is utterly despicable. The captain sighed again. For now, we can only take it one step at a time. We must heighten our vigilance and not let our guard down. Subsequently, the group resumed their shipbuilding endeavors. Lin Han assisted in moving lighter items along the beach. Despite his inclination towards laziness, he recognized that everyone else was laboring. It would be unreasonable for him to simply lounge about while others worked. Meanwhile, Jiang Xin returned to the camp with her followers. She summoned her 4 trusted confidants and 5 team leaders to her wooden cabin, undoubtedly one of the most opulent in the camp. Inside, there was a wooden bed adorned with straw, a basin for washing, and even several pairs of wooden chopsticks and bowls. The craftsmanship of such fine wooden items must have taken considerable time. Niu Lanshan pounded his fist on the ground in anger. Boss, those people are too arrogant. Especially Yi Xiao and her crew. They hardly regard us as worthy. 2 of Jiang Xin's trusted aides, who had accompanied her to the airplane wreckage, listened intently as the remaining 2 aides and 2 team leaders recounted their experiences. Indeed, boss, they refused to let us join the shipbuilding effort, which is a blatant insult. One aide stated, They clearly have no intention of including us and might even wish to abandon us on this desolate island. Another aide added, What should we do? Can we even return to Huaxia? I miss home. A team leader expressed, his worry evident. Niu Lanshan lightly punched the team leader. Look at you, so hopeless. If they won't take us, we can build it ourselves. But how? Ziang Xin In Gui. Niu Lanshan's expression faltered. Well, like this and that. I think it seems quite simple, right? Just a few tweaks here and there, and it's done. Jiang Xin scoffed. Without design plans, without a substantial labor force, and lacking modern shipbuilding tools, do you expect to construct it with your head? Niu Lanshan forced an awkward smile, scratching his head. My apologies, boss. I was just speaking off the cuff. Haha, just talking. Jiang Xin's gaze turned steely. Yi Xiao, Lin Han, and Long Shui. Those 3 I shall remember. Rest assured, we will not permit them to construct a vessel and depart unimpeded. Boss, are we going to deal with them? One aide inquired. Jiang Xin nodded slightly. A team leader hesitantly remarked, But, boss, this might not benefit us in any way, right? They intend to construct a vessel. Even if we're not included in the endeavor, once they return to Huaxia, at the very least, they can summon assistance for us. If we continue to obstruct their efforts, I fear that none of us will make it back to Huaxia. Jiang Xin chuckled coldly. Is that so? Are you certain they will call for our rescue? The leader's gaze faltered. Well, they should, right? Once they return to Huaxia, there would be no reason for them to conceal our situation from the authorities. Moreover, I find that pilot to be quite decent, possessing a strong sense of justice. There is no reason for her to hide the truth. Jiang Xin scoffed. Indeed, the pilot seems fairly reasonable. But are you certain that what we will receive is a rescue team and not the police? Do not forget the lives we took in a mango grove. Everyone is aware that we have committed murder. Once the pilot returns to Huaxia and reports to the police, do you truly believe we will have any chance of survival? I fear we will all find ourselves imprisoned. The leader's expression stiffened, but those bodies were long since devoured by wild beasts. The police lack evidence. They cannot simply arrest us without cause. Who can say for certain about such matters? Ziang Xin Zipli. Boss, have you already devised a plan? One of the confidants inquired. Jiang Xian licked her dry lips. There's no rush. Today is merely a reconnaissance of their intentions. When their vessel is nearly complete, we shall discuss this matter in greater detail. By the way, has that man named Lu awakened? His name is Lu Jingyu. Yes, he has awakened. I just checked on him, Niu Lanshan replied with a smile. Jiang Xi nodded. Very well. Although he is your man, do not overextend yourself. Be cautious not to exhaust him completely. With Niu Lanshan's physique and several of us together, we nearly pushed it too far last night. One confidant remarked with a sly grin. The group shared knowing smiles. Jiang Xian smirked. Enough. Let the camp resume its normal operations. Everyone go about your business. The meeting is adjourned. After the meeting, Niu Lanshan and a confidant walked out of the wooden cabin, arms draped over each other's shoulders. This confidant was responsible for bookkeeping and wielded significant authority over contribution points. The accountant yawned. I'm truly exhausted. Last night was quite the wild affair. She looked at Niu Lanshan with envy. Lanshan, your physical prowess is truly commendable. You must have gone for over 2 hours last night, right? Indeed, Niu Lanshan replied proudly. I was the one who lasted the longest. Although your group is quite strong, none can compare to me. To be honest, half of my muscle is due to unwavering training, while the other half is sheer talent. Is there really talent involved in this? The accountant laughed. Certainly, Niu Lanshan smirked. Do you know how I came by my name? I know, it's derived from Nulinshin Ergotu, right? The accountant teased. I suppose there is a significant connection. Niu Lanshan admitted. The accountant's confidant expressed a hint of curiosity. Is it possible that I haven't guessed everything correctly? Niu Lanshan nodded. I was born in the capital, where Niu Lanshan is located. It is both a mountain and the birthplace of the liquor that bears its name. I grew up in the embrace of Niu Lanshan, and my mother often told me tales of a golden bull dwelling in its legends. She wished for me to receive the protection of the golden bull coincidentally. Our family surname is Niu. Thus, she bestowed upon me the name of this mountain. As I matured, it seemed I truly did gain the blessing of the golden bull, becoming particularly robust. What an intriguing tale, the accountant's confidant remarked. She patted Niu Lanshan's shoulder. Enough of the stories. Let us go see your man. Chapter 53. Kill Me. Niu Lanshan and his trusted accountant arrived at the wooden cabin of Niu Lanshan. Inside, on the bed, lay a young man, Lu Jingyu. If Lin Han were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by Lu Jingyu's current state. Once a vibrant youth, he now resembled a lifeless corpse, motionless on the bed. His eyes were devoid of any glimmer, shrouded in a dull haze. His long black hair fell disheveled around him, and he appeared as if he had not eaten for 3 days, lacking any semblance of vitality. The accountant clicked her tongue, observing, it seems he has suffered a considerable psychological blow. Niu Lanshan scratched his head, pondering, it does seem that way. Could it be that last night was indeed too much? He looks as if he has passed away. Although he was reluctant before, at least he could still move about. Now, he has become like this. Has he fallen ill? I'm going to check, the accountant declared, moving to Lu Jingyu's side. She pinched his cheek gently, asking, hey, pretty boy, are you still alive? Lu Jingyu's lips twitched slightly as he uttered 3 words, though the accountant could not discern them. Leaning closer, she inquired, what did you just say? I couldn't catch that. Lu Jingyu slowly replied, kill me. The accountant chuckled softly, giving his face a playful pat. That won't do. You are now Niu Lanshan's man. You can't just wish for death. Besides, you don't have to work daily, and you have food and drink. What's so bad about that? Just behave yourself, and I promise you will continue to enjoy a life of comfort. A tear trickled from Lu Jingyu's eye, falling slowly onto the bed. The accountant turned to Niu Lanshan, saying, it's nothing serious. I believe he was simply overwhelmed last night. Trust me, I know this situation well. A few more days, and he will adjust. Adjust? Lin Han approached Lu Jingyu, running his fingers through the boy's hair. Let us take a break for a few days. This isn't something we can ignore. If he truly succumbs, where will I find another handsome college student like him? The accountant flashed a mischievous smile. All right, yes, your man. I'll heed your wishes. Meanwhile, at the site of the airplane wreckage, dusk fell as the hunting women returned. After a lively conversation, everyone learned of Jiang Xin's experiences that day. They paused their tasks to share a meal. The unfortunate one, drenched in sweat, though not engaged in heavy labor, was tasked with guidance and measurements. Yet, she was the only one knowledgeable on site, having run back and forth on the beach, exhausting her energy. The captain was especially concerned for her safety, ensuring she had 2 guards by her side as she ate. After all, if anything were to happen to her, the shipbuilding project would be in jeopardy. Once dinner was concluded, most returned to the cabin to rest. It had been a fulfilling day. At the very least, everyone is aware of their efforts to return home. As night falls, Lin Han leans back in his seat, gazing at the vast expanse of twinkling stars outside. In the bustling metropolis, such a breathtaking night sky is a rarity. It is truly magnificent. It is curious how, at times, human emotions can be so perplexing. While at home, the incessant chatter of family can be quite irksome, prompting an irresistible desire to escape and wander alone. Yet after spending a considerable time away, one finds solace in the comforts of home. Lin Han yearns for home, not the home of this world, though he longs for that as well, but rather the home of his previous existence. Even though that home was devoid of material possessions, with both parents having passed away long ago, he finds himself nostalgic for it. At this moment, he wishes to revisit that place, but alas, it is impossible. Nevertheless, there is nothing of great consequence to cling to. Having arrived in this new world, he must embrace a new identity and face a fresh life. As the night passes, dawn breaks. Some women set out for their customary hunt, while others continue their shipbuilding endeavors. The unfortunate one, armed with a ruler, begins to oversee the work at the site. The keel remains unfinished, and it is the very essence of constructing a large wooden sailing vessel. The captain stands beside the unfortunate one, inquiring, based on your assessment, how much longer will it take to complete the keel? The unfortunate one ponders, stroking his chin. If I had to estimate, perhaps 2 to 3 months? The captain's expression darkens. 2 to 3 months? That seems quite lengthy. The unfortunate one chuckles wryly. Given our crew's inexperience and the lack of proper tools, achieving that would be quite commendable. The captain nods in agreement. And according to your estimation, how much longer until we can construct the sailing ship? If all goes well, a year. If things drag on, perhaps a year and a half, or even 2, the unfortunate one replies. The captain gives a slight nod. Around 10 in the morning, a group of women returns from the hunt. They are members of the Yi Shao faction, and the others gather around them. Yi Shao inquires, what has transpired? Any unforeseen circumstances? One woman responds, Boss, we have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Observing that none of the returning women are injured and all appear well, Yi Shao decides, let's hear the good news first. The woman beams. The good news is that we have discovered a grove of fig trees. The crowd erupts in delight. Wow, that's wonderful. Does this mean we can finally enjoy some fruit? Someone exclaims. The mango grove was claimed by Jiang Xin, but now we have found a fruit grove of our own. I haven't had figs in ages. Yi Shao, filled with joy, praises, well done, everyone. She pats the woman's shoulder. You truly are my troops. Such fortune is remarkable. After a brief pause, she asks, and what is the bad news? The woman revealed an awkward smile. The bad news is that this fig grove has already been claimed. The leaf owl nonchalantly waved her hand. What a trivial concern. Given the number of our alliance here on Valen Island, who would dare to confront us? The woman replied, to be precise, it is not a matter of humans. It is a group of gorillas. The crowd was taken aback. Upon hearing the word gorillas, Lin Han experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. How strange, he thought, have I mentioned gorillas somewhere before? His gaze fell upon the political teacher nearby, and a sudden realization struck him. Indeed, it seemed that he had once told a fib to the political teacher and her colleagues. To his astonishment, there truly were gorillas in this tropical forest. Chapter 54. A dream unraveled. Where is the fig grove you discovered? The captain inquired of the woman. It lies approximately 20 kilometers from here, she replied. Start from the beginning. Elucidate the situation, the captain urged. The woman nodded and began her narration. In general, we were quite fortunate. We stumbled upon a vast expanse of fig trees, each laden with ripe, edible figs. We had merely plucked a few when, out of nowhere, a troop of guerrillas charged at us, leaving us utterly astounded. In that split second, my reflexes kicked in. I grabbed my companions and fled. Yet those guerrillas pursued us relentlessly. Thankfully, my intellect proved invaluable as I led my companions in a series of evasive maneuvers, ultimately allowing us to escape unharmed. Subsequently, the group convened to deliberate. After considerable discussion, it was decided that a reconnaissance mission would be dispatched to the fig grove the following day. This esteemed task fell to Chunjin and Sun Mian, with Chunjin appointed as the commander. It goes without saying why Sun Mian was chosen. She had gained significant favor with Yi Xiao. Whenever there was a perilous undertaking, Yi Xiao was eager for Sun Mian to undertake it, as it absolved her of any obligation should misfortune befall Sun Mian during the mission. Long Shui initially contemplated sending the more capable Su Yu, but reconsidered, realizing that Su Yu's laid-back demeanor might hinder her effectiveness. Thus, she entrusted the more prudent Chunjin with the reconnaissance task. The rest of the group resumed their regular activities. Since Chunjin and Sun Mian were to scout the fig grove the next day, they were excused from labor today. Lin Han handed a stone chisel to a woman just as the political instructor approached. What brings you here, political instructor? Lin Han asked. With a smile, the instructor replied, Oh, nothing much, just inquiring casually. Do you think the guerrillas from the fig grove are the same ones that encountered you and Sister Lan before? Are you referring to the ones that saved our lives? Lin Han questioned. The instructor nodded. Yes, I sense a strong possibility. Lin Han smiled, thinking, not just a possibility, it's utterly improbable. I merely jested with you, yet you took my words to heart. Meanwhile, Chunjin and Sun Mian sat on the beach, taking a moment to rest. Sun Mian, observing Chunjin's calm demeanor, felt a surge of frustration. She remembered how Chunjin had sent her to investigate the tiger during the tiger operation, and now, once again, Chunjin was the commander. Why must I always be the one under someone else's command? I shall rise above, aiming to be the greatest. As night fell, the group finished their dinner and returned to the cabin to rest. On the beach, a dozen individuals were stationed to keep watch, while many others patrolled the surrounding area, ensuring a formidable security presence. Even if Zhang Xian were to send someone to monitor, their efforts would be in vain. Inside the cabin, Li Lan pressed Lin Han beneath him, an expression of intimacy gracing his features. Lin Han had grown accustomed to this routine. Almost every night, Li Lan engaged in such playful antics. He felt a diminishing sense of shyness compared to before, no longer blushing and trembling at the slightest touch. Yet, despite his newfound confidence, a hint of bashfulness remained, as evidenced by the flush creeping into his ears. Li Lan smiled gently. You're blushing, Xiao Han. Why do you always seem so shy? Lin Han touched his ear. I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just my nature. If you're going to kiss me, please do it quickly. I'm feeling a bit sleepy. No sooner had he spoken than Li Lan's lips silenced him. They kissed for a while. Lin Han's gaze gradually becoming hazy as they both surrendered to the moment. Now, Lin Han was no longer the passive figure he once was. He fervently responded to Li Lan's advances. Much like love itself, a mutual pursuit is the most beautiful form of affection. Not far away, Su Yu, illuminated by the moonlight and aided by her keen eyesight, could clearly see Li Lan and Lin Han locked in a passionate embrace. She bit down on her molars in frustration, her eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. A small portion of the cabin's occupants remained awake, their conversations masking the sounds of Li Lan and Lin Han's intimacy. Su Yu suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over her. Despite possessing the strength to overshadow Li Lan, she found herself unable to change the course of events. Watching the one she cherished kiss another woman caused her heart to ache profoundly. She admitted, as Zhang Yueqing had said, that she had fallen in love. A poignant thought surfaced in her mind, something she had encountered online. What is the most painful thing in the world? Some say it is death without having spent all your money. Others argue that the greatest agony is living while being broke. For Suyu, the most excruciating pain was witnessing the scene before her. She even envisioned a future where, upon their return to Huaxia, Lin Han would marry, yet not to her, but to that insufferable Li Lan. After what felt like an eternity of kissing, Li Lan finally pulled away, his breath heavy and warm against the night air. "Siya, your kissing skills have improved." Lin Han blushed, turning his head away. "Everyone progresses. I can't always let you take the lead." Li Lan chuckled, "Indeed. Xiao Han is quite thoughtful, caring for my feelings." Lin Han turned to meet Li Lan's gaze. "We weren't lovers before. Our relationship hasn't always been this close. But now we are, and I want to treat you as I would others. You hold a special place in my heart." Li Lan paused, a sweet smile spreading across his face. "All right, I understand." With that, they embraced and drifted off to sleep, Lin Han quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. She. Lin Han abruptly opened his eyes and beheld an unremarkable young man with a buzz cut. The buzz-cut youth, upon noticing Lin Han's awakening, expressed his excitement. "Goodness, brother, you have finally come to. Let me tell you, you were on the night shift at Xinglong yesterday when a metal bar from the factory ceiling knocked you unconscious. You nearly became a vegetable." After a brief pause, Lin Han recognized the buzz-cut youth as his former colleague from the electronics factory, Wang Xiaohu. Lin Han was taken aback. "Brother, why are you crying?" Wang Xiaohu exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Han, tears streaming down his face, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Damn it! What kind of matriarchal world is this? What about the campus bell of Magic Capital University? It was all a mere illusion, a figment of my imagination as I hovered on the brink of death." Chapter 55. A Dream of Yellow Millet. As Lin Han shouted fervently, Wang Xiaohu found himself utterly perplexed. Could it be that his brother, Shi, had suffered a blow to the head, rendering him daft? Lin Han gasped for breath, surveying his surroundings. They were in a hospital room containing 2 beds, one of which was unoccupied. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room with a warm glow. Wang Xiaohu tentatively inquired, "Brother, are you sure your mind has fully returned? Should I fetch a doctor to examine you?" Lin Han was filled with discontent. How could this be? Was it possible that the Blue Star, the matriarchal world, Magic City, and Valen Island were all mere figments of his imagination? No, he refused to accept such a notion. Well, Li Lan, all the love shared between them, the myriad experiences they had endured together, were they all just illusions? With unwavering determination, Lin Han asked, "Xiaohu, where exactly are we?" Wang Xiaohu appeared bewildered, replying, "We are in a hospital." "And which planet are we currently on?" Lin Han said. Wang Xiaohu was even more confused, stating, "No, brother, we are on Earth. Where else could we be? Is this the solar system?" Lin Han queried. "It should be, I think." Wang Xiaohu responded uncertainly, shaking his head. No, I almost let you confuse me. Brother, what is wrong with you? Why are you speaking nonsense right after waking up?" "Do not interrupt me. Please continue answering my questions," Lin Han insisted. Wang Xiaohu sighed. "All right, go ahead and ask. Which country are we in?" "Lin Han queried. "China." Wang Xiaohu replied. "What city are we in?" Lin Han pressed further. "Shanghai." Wang Xiaohu answered. "Is the Earth round?" Lin Han asked. "Yes," Wang Xiaohu confirmed. "What was Qin Shi Huang's name?" Lin Han continued. "Ing Zheng," Wang Xiaohu stated. "Who is the current president of the United States?" Lin Han queried. Understanding Wang, very reliable. Wang Xiaohu replied. "What is the phrase he repeats most often?" Lin Han asked. "No one understands China better than I do," Wang Xiaohu said. Lin Han's face fell in despair. How can this be? Is this truly my original world? Is a matriarchal realm merely a fleeting dream? Unable to restrain himself, Wang Xiaohu exclaimed, "Brother, what on earth is happening to you?" Lin Han forced a bitter smile. "Xiaohu, I must tell you I had a dream." He recounted his journey to Blue Star to Wang Xiaohu. "Ha ha ha ha." Wang Xiaohu laughed heartily. "No wonder you seemed so delirious earlier." "Ha! The matriarchal world. What a splendid dream it was." He sighed heavily. "Brother, as delightful as dreams may be, they are ultimately just that, dreams. Upon waking, we must confront the harsh realities of this society." With that, he patted Lin Han on the shoulder. "I'll go fetch a doctor for you." With urgency, He exited the hospital room. After a while, Wang Xiaohu entered with a middle-aged doctor clad in a white coat. The doctor examined the wound on Lin Han's head and exclaimed, "What a miracle! I initially believed you had suffered damage to your cranial nerves. To my astonishment, you have awakened and recovered so well. It seems my medical skills require further refinement." He continued, "By the way, it would be prudent to leave the bandage on for a few more days. You appear to be in good condition now. Would you like to discharge yourself? Or shall we observe you for a few more days?" Lin Han nodded. "Let us discharge me." Subsequently, Lin Han and Wang Xiaohu proceeded to the hospital's payment desk. "How much?" Wang Xiaohu exclaimed in disbelief. 1,005. This is equivalent to our weekly wages. He turned to Lin Han. "Brother, that is a week's salary for us." With a gentle smile, Lin Han replied, "It's all right. There is no one at home. So one person eating well suffices for the family." "Well, how about I cover it for you?" Wang Xiaohu offered. No, I will pay for myself," Lin Han insisted. After some back and forth, Lin Han ultimately took the initiative and settled the bill. Having completed the discharge formalities, they exited the hospital and walked along the bustling street, alive with the cacophony of traffic and vibrant life. "Brother, where are you headed now? Back to the factory?" Wang Xiaohu inquired. Lin Han shook his head. "No, I'm not going back." By the way, he recalled, did Xinglong not provide me with compensation? Isn't this considered a work-related injury? "No, they haven't." Wang Xiaohu replied. Lin Han frowned. Does Xinglong refuse to compensate? Wang Xiaohu waved his hand dismissively. No. Xinglong indicated they would compensate. But you have yet to have your work injury officially recognized. Without a work injury certificate, they cannot provide you with compensation. Lin Han nodded. Understood. "Brother, since I took the day off, shall we go get that work injury certificate now?" Wang Xiaohu suggested. "No need," Lin Han said, gazing at the lively street. "I don't want the money. I plan to resign from my position at Xinglong in a few days." Wang Xiaohu was taken aback. "Brother, are you serious? You're quitting?" "Yes," Lin Han affirmed. Wang Xiaohu was perplexed. "Why? Everything was going well. And you're willing to forfeit the compensation? That's a substantial amount." Lin Han smiled faintly. "No particular reason. I just feel a deep discomfort within." Wang Xiaohu expressed concern. "Are you feeling unwell? Should we go back to the hospital for a checkup?" Lin Han shook his head. "It's not a physical ailment, just an emotional one." "Brother, what is wrong? If there is something on your mind, you should share it. Bottling it up isn't good," Wang Xiaohu urged. "Let us find a place to sit and talk." Lin Han suggested. "All right," Wang Xiaohu agreed. The two found a public bench and sat down. Leaning back against the chair, Lin Han sighed. "I keep thinking about that dream. Suddenly returning to Earth makes my heart ache severely." Wang Xiaohu revealed a bittersweet smile and asked, "What? Still pondering over your beloved from that matriarchal world?" "Indeed," Lin Han replied. With a hearty laugh, Wang Xiaohu reclined in his chair, resting his arms upon its backrest. He remarked, "My brother, to be honest, your words resonate with me profoundly. I too have delved into such novels, and they are nothing short of exquisite. One must wonder, which ingenious mind conceived such a captivating theme? Just consider it. A world where women outnumber men and hold the reins of respect. Women earn a livelihood while men possess beauty akin to flowers. What is this? It is nothing short of paradise, even surpassing the very notion of paradise itself. I confess, I once entertained the thought of how splendid it would be to traverse into that matriarchal realm." Chapter 56. A visit from Uncle and his family. Wang Xiaohu chuckled. "If I were to traverse back in time, I would undoubtedly prefer death over returning." He patted Lin Han's shoulder and continued, "Brother, heed my words. Those things are mere illusions, entirely fabricated by others. We must look forward. We cannot remain ensnared in a world of fantasy." He rose to his feet, giving Lin Han's shoulder another pat. "Come, it is just noon. Let us dine. A couple of drinks can alleviate a myriad of sorrows." Subsequently, the two found a restaurant. Wang Xiaohu called out to the front desk, "Bring us a cold dish and 2 plates of stir-fried vermicelli. Also, a bottle of Nolangshan ergot." Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. Nolangshan, such a familiar name. Alas, it is but a figment of my imagination. Once the dishes arrived, the two indulged in their meal and drinks. Lin Han raised a glass, downing it in one go. "Brother, do take it easy. you've just sustained injury. Wang Xiaohu cautioned. Lin Han touched the bandage on his head. I'm fine, just a minor wound. It has already begun to scab. In a few days, it should heal. Wang Xiaohu laughed lightly. Well, I must say you are fortunate. That iron rod was mercifully not too heavy. Otherwise, it could have been fatal. Lin Han consumed another glass, his complexion slightly flushed. In a tipsy tone, he remarked, Xiao, do you not feel it a waste to spend your youth in the electronics factory? Ah, Wang Xiaohu took a sip. What is there to regret? With only a middle school education, what else could I do but earn a living in the factory? Yet you, with your high school diploma, at 20 years old, are far better off. Wang Xiaohu, also feeling the effects of the drink, added, do not dwell on such thoughts. Life and death are but a fleeting moment. If we do not perish, we endure for an eternity. You still possess ample youth. So fear not. Pursue whatever you desire. I have parents to support, and I must send money home each month. But you are all on your own, without any burdens. Life and death should be regarded with indifference. If one is dissatisfied, then take action. Just do it. Wang Xiaohu rose, raising his arms high. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. The surrounding patrons turned their gazes toward them. Lin Han hurriedly urged Wang Xiaohu back to his seat. Hey, you've had too much to drink. Wang Xiaohu shook his head, rubbing his temples. Indeed, I've really overdone it. Blast it, I haven't tea drunk in a while, and yet my tolerance has waned. After finishing their meal and drinks, having polished off an entire bottle of Nalangshan, Lin Han supported Wang Xiaohu out of the restaurant and summoned a ride-hailing service. After a while, the car arrived. Lin Han helped Wang Xiaohu into the back seat, asking, Are you all right? Should I take you back to your dorm? Wang Xiaohu waved his hand dismissively. No need. My mind is still clear. I'm fine. Listen to me. If you resign, I, your brother, will support you. Though we may no longer work together, you must remain strong. Remember, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Whether it be a demon or an immortal, it is you who must decide. Henceforth, your world shall be without me. You must also be strong. How can I live without you? Lin Han closed the car door, feeling quite awkward. The middle-aged male driver rolled down the window, a smile adorning his face. Have you had a bit too much to drink? Lin Han nodded. Yes, could you please drive slowly? I'm worried he might be sick. All right, once we arrive, I'll make sure he gets home safely, the driver replied with a chuckle. Thank you, sir, Lin Han responded. The rideshare vehicle then departed. Watching the car vanish into the distance, Lin Han let out a deep sigh. He took out his phone and summoned another rideshare. In no time, the car arrived. Lin Han got in, and the vehicle set off down the road. Before long, they arrived at the happy community. Lin Han alighted and walked into one of the residential buildings in the complex. He took the elevator to the 20th floor. Extending his hand, he opened the door to apartment 2001 and stepped inside. This was a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment left to him by his parents. As he gazed upon the familiar surroundings, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. I'm back, truly back. Even now, he felt as though he were in a dream. His life on Blue Star seemed so real, yet it turned out to be merely an elaborate illusion. Was it possible that his prolonged singlehood had driven his mind to conjure such fantasies? Lin Han, how to articulate it? His heart felt heavy, profoundly so. He had genuinely developed feelings for Lin Han, and they were in a relationship. Yet, to be told that it was all a figment of his imagination? Damn, he exclaimed. What a cruel twist of fate. After finally feeling a spark, you make me lose so completely. Lin Han let out a deep, resigned sigh. He approached the refrigerator, opened it, and retrieved a bottle of cola. Settling onto the sofa, he turned on the television. As he listlessly watched the screen, sipping his drink, a sudden knock echoed through the front door. A middle-aged voice called out, Are you home? It's your second uncle. Lin Han walked over and opened the door. Standing outside were 4 individuals, a middle-aged man, a middle-aged woman, a young man, and a young woman. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, dressed in a rather alluring manner. This was Lin Han's second uncle and his family. The young couple were the children of his uncle. Lin Han maintained a calm demeanor. Second uncle. Is there something you need? Haha, nothing much. Just came to see you, his uncle replied with a grin. He patted his son's shoulder. Shilong, why don't you greet your cousin? Shilong appeared somewhat impatient. I know. He glanced at Lin Han with disdain. "Hello, cousin." Lin Han slightly nodded. "Hello, cousin." His uncle turned to his daughter, Shina. Shina scrutinized Lin Han's attire, which was clearly from street vendors, her eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. Reluctantly, she said, "Hello, cousin." "Hello, cousin," Lin Han replied. The family entered the house and settled on the sofa. Lin Han retrieved another bottle of cola from the refrigerator, sat on the sofa, and quietly sipped his drink. Aunt Air's eyes were filled with displeasure. She poked Uncle Air's shoulder and whispered, "Look, it's still the same insolent demeanor. Not even addressing me. Your own aunt displays a complete lack of courtesy. I have long warned you that children like this are exceedingly selfish. Do you think today's matter will come to fruition?" Uncle Air furrowed his brow and replied softly, "You are always the most talkative. Such matters should be discussed in private. If others overhear, it will ruin everything." The five of them sat in the living room, silence enveloping them. The television broadcasted the news, its sound alleviating the tension of the moment. Chapter 57. Everyone is genuine. Shina was engrossed in her mobile phone while she long glanced at his uncle, who nodded in response. He turned to Lin Han and said, "Sure, your cousin has returned home for her summer break in her sophomore year. We mean no harm. We simply came to check on you. Your parents passed away early, so if you need anything, do not hesitate to reach out to your uncle. I will certainly assist you to the best of my ability. Alright, Lin underplead." His uncle chuckled lightly. "By the way, sure, where are you currently employed?" "An electronics factory, but I am no longer working there," Lin Han stated. "Oh, I see. Working at the factory is not bad. They provide meals and accommodation," his uncle remarked, swallowing hard. "Well, sure, you live alone in this spacious apartment, don't you? Look at your cousin. He has been working outside for several years and has yet to purchase a home. I won't hide it from you. Your cousin is in a relationship. The girl is quite decent, beautiful, and comes from a well-off family. They are considering marriage. Naturally, her parents would not want their daughter to marry a man without a car or a house. As for the car, I have already purchased one. But this apartment. Oh, you know how exorbitant property prices are in Shanghai. Your cousin is eager to marry, and, well, I find myself in a difficult situation. Hence, I came to seek your assistance." Lin Han took a sip of his cola and replied, "Uncle, just say what you mean." His uncle clenched his teeth and said, "Then I shall speak plainly. Do not take offense at my words. Sure, as a single individual, you have no need for such a large apartment. However, your cousin is about to marry and must consider his future. Sure, would you be willing to transfer the ownership of this apartment to your cousin? You could simply rent a place elsewhere. It would be the same, wouldn't it? We are family. After all, there should be no distinction between yours and mine. Should you face any difficulties in the future, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to support you. What do you think?" Lin Han's gaze turned icy. "Uncle, are you serious?" His uncle was momentarily taken aback before replying, "Of course, I am serious. I never joke about such matters." Lin Han retorted, "This apartment was left to me by my parents. I grew up here, and now you expect to take it from me with a single request. Do you think that is appropriate?" His uncle's expression stiffened. Auntie could no longer contain herself and slammed her hand on the table. "Vichy, how can you speak to your uncle like that?" Lin Han turned to Auntie. "Are you out of your mind? This is my home. If you don't want to stay, then leave." She long stood up. "She sure, I have truly given you too much face today. How dare you speak to my mother like that? Don't you have any manners? It is no wonder you live in such squalor. You are selfish and a waste of air." Lin Han placed his cola on the table and stood up. "Everyone, please leave. You are not welcome here. If you do not leave, I shall call the authorities." My uncle attempted to persuade. What are you doing? We are all family." Lin Han retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the emergency number. "Hello, 110? Yes. Please do not call the police. We are leaving. My uncle hastily interjected. Soon, he escorted the family away. Lin Han closed the door behind them and spoke into the receiver. "I apologize. The situation has just been resolved. My apologies for the disturbance." He ended the call and exhaled deeply. Taking a seat on the sofa, he finished his cola and sighed. This world truly lacks interest. He found himself longing for Lilan, for Long Shui and her companions, for all the friends he had known on Blue Star. Was all of it merely a fabrication? Was it truly a figment of his imagination? Why did his memories remain so vivid? Why did everything seem as though it had genuinely transpired? Is it not said that upon waking from a dream, one seldom recalls the details? Indeed, some individuals forget entirely what transpired in their dreams. Why was he able to remember with such clarity? It felt as real as reality itself. Lin Han struck the table. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept that it was mere fantasy. Yes, it cannot possibly be false. Even if it were a dream, one cannot remember with such precision. How foolish of me to realize this only now. It was all real. Li Lan is real. Long Shui is real. Yi Xiao is real. They're all real. I did not dream. Everything was authentic. I must return. I must return. He stood up, pacing back and forth in the living room. What should I do? What should I do? How can I return? How did I come back? I distinctly remember we were on the beach, and then that night I fell asleep. Yes, I fell asleep. So perhaps I am currently dreaming? He glanced at his hands. No, no, no. This cannot be a dream. In dreams, one is typically unaware that they are dreaming. Furthermore, even in a lucid dream, it cannot feel this tangible. It is far too real. This cannot possibly be a dream. Therefore, neither of these worlds is a dream. They are both real. They are two parallel universes. Lin Han slapped his face. Calm down, remain composed. At present, I am an ordinary-looking young man, which means this is my original body. Thus, I am not experiencing a physical crossover. I am traversing consciousness. If it is a matter of consciousness, why have I returned? What transpired that night? Yes, something may have occurred that I did not witness. Think. The flow of time in these two parallel universes must differ. I have spent such a long time on Blue Star, while only a night has passed here on Earth. I was struck unconscious by a metal rod, and then my consciousness traversed to Blue Star. But why have I returned? What exactly happened? How shall I return? I cannot fathom. Wait. A sudden flash of inspiration ignited within Lin Han. I can search online. He swiftly retrieved his laptop from the room and placed it upon the table in the living room. On the most popular platform of the moment, he crafted a post. Title: How to Traverse Consciousness to a Parallel Universe. Body: I implore all esteemed experts to assist me. I am exceedingly eager to comprehend the means of traversing consciousness to a parallel universe. You may think ist. Let it be regarded as mere jest. Let's explore this topic. I humbly request the aid of all knowledgeable beings. Should valuable information be provided, I shall offer generous gratitude. Mere seconds after the post was published, a response materialized from an individual. Chapter 58. Is this not bullying the innocent? Look, it's simple. Just find a semi-truck and let it run you over, a user commented mockingly. Lin Han's expression darkened. What was wrong with this person? He had merely expressed his opinions online without uttering any foul words or targeting anyone. Why was he being attacked? Has society's hostility grown so intense? Never mind. This was not the time for quarrels. His priority was to find a way back to Blue Star. After a few moments, another user replied, Are you foolish? Have you been so engrossed in novels that you believe in such nonsense? Lin Han could no longer contain himself and cursed in response. He addressed this user, whose name was World. World Chicken lays eggs. Are you out of your mind? Did I say anything about you? Before long, Chicken lays eggs retorted. If you don't want to be scolded, refrain from posting such idiotic comments online. World Chicken lays eggs. Are you not the foolish one? You were the one who insulted me first. Chicken lays eggs World. Silly child, quickly return your phone to your parents. The mention of his parents ignited Lin Han's fury. They were his Achilles heel. World Chicken lays eggs. Did Donkey kick your brain? You absolute fool. Chicken lays eggs World. Getting anxious, are we? Look at your mother. Chicken lays eggs. Ignore him. He's just a pure elementary school student. Chicken lays eggs. Look at your mother. Indeed, likely stealing his parents' phone to go online. World Chicken lays eggs. May your entire family perish. Chicken lays eggs World. Ha. The entertainment is back to talk. Look at your mother World. You posted it to invite insults. May your whole family be cursed. World, look at your mother. You and your family can go to hell. Chicken lays eggs World. 666. Can this elementary school student actually type? Lin Han was infuriated to the point of explosion. He felt an overwhelming urge to reach through the internet and silence these two. Was this not bullying the honest? He retrieved a bottle of chilled cola from the refrigerator and sat down before his laptop. He gulped down a generous mouthful, feeling slightly better. Lin Han patted his face. Stay calm, stay calm. It's not worth engaging with such people. The primary goal now was to figure out how to return to Blue Star. Before long, numerous users were drawn to Lin Han's post. User, don't mind them. The likes of them seek validation online. User, please don't get upset. It's not worth it. User, keep it up. I also enjoy researching these topics. Though I'm not an expert, one must persevere in what they love. Lin Han felt a warm sensation in his heart as he read the comforting messages from these users. He had never before participated in online discussions. Previously, he would merely observe others quarrel in the comment sections as a spectator. However, now that he found himself embroiled in an online battle, he finally understood the terrifying nature of cyberbullying. Fortunately, his mental fortitude is quite strong, and he remains unfazed by such malicious remarks. However, for those with weaker psychological resilience, the unwarranted onslaught of online abuse may prove unbearable. Tragically, some individuals have even succumbed to suicide as a result of cyberbullying. The perpetrators of such torment likely remain indifferent to the consequences of their actions, viewing their victims merely as sources of amusement. Your words possess the potential to extinguish a life. Lin Han sighed, contemplating the need to purify the online environment, starting with ourselves. As he sipped his cola, he pondered why many refrain from commenting online, attributing it to these foolish individuals. He scrolled through the comment section, finding nothing of assistance. Alas, the post had already been made. Worrying now was futile. He resolved to wait until tomorrow to address it. Lin Han closed his laptop and touched the bandage on his head, sensing that his wound had nearly healed. When his uncle's family visited today, not a single person inquired about his condition. Such is the nature of relatives. He removed the bandage and discarded it into the trash, feeling considerably refreshed. It was now afternoon, and he found himself with nothing to do. Thus, he left his community and strolled onto the bustling streets. Despite the vibrancy surrounding him, Lin Han felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Indeed, in a sprawling metropolis teeming with people, what did it matter? These were mere passers-by, strangers to him. As he walked amidst the throng, he felt profoundly alone. He longed for Lin Han, wondering how she was faring. Was time on Blue Star still frozen since that fateful night he traversed back? Or had it already progressed to the following day, or perhaps several days? He was uncertain. Such ultimate questions of the universe eluded his comprehension. All he knew was that Lin Han was not by his side, and that pain was palpable. Lin Han, what has become of you? Have you not always been somewhat selfish? Are you yearning for companionship? Are you longing for love? With a rueful smile, he admitted to himself, alas, I have fallen into the depths of love. At that moment, a Lamborghini sped by, drawing the attention of the onlookers, some of whom gazed on with envy. Lin Han glanced briefly before averting his gaze, continuing his aimless walk down the street, uncertain of his destination. Since returning from Blue Star, he had felt utterly adrift. The experiences of a single day on Blue Star eclipsed the entirety of his year on Earth. Parallel universes, it seems, truly exist. As the saying goes, belief begets existence. Perhaps the world you envision, or a beloved fictional character, truly resides in some parallel universe. After all, humanity's current technological advancements have yet to uncover the boundaries of the universe. The observable universe spans an astonishing 93 billion light-years, a scale that is simply breathtaking. How vast is the universe in its entirety? How boundless? It is often said that the speed of light is the swiftest of all velocities. Yet, the rate of cosmic expansion surpasses even that. We hear that upon death, all is rendered void. However, who among us has truly experienced death? The truth remains shrouded in speculation, for there are innumerable mysteries beyond human comprehension. Thus, everything remains possible. There is nothing inherently wrong with reveling in the comfort of one's home, indulging in the art of animation. Enjoying solitary hikes and adopting a vagabond's lifestyle carries no shame. The judgment of others holds little significance. Your life is yours to command. You may ascend a mountain at the break of dawn and exclaim how weary you are. You may stroll along the road and spontaneously break into dance. You may engage in joyous conversation with an elderly gentleman rummaging through refuse. You may resign from your job at a moment's notice to embark on an adventure in a foreign land. You may present a bouquet of flowers to your beloved mother on Mother's Day. As long as it brings you joy and as long as you desire it, no one has the authority to dictate the course of your life. Chapter 59. Super cool close with a deep sigh. Lin Han felt a sense of lightness wash over him. Indeed, once he allowed himself to let go, the burdens of worry dissipated. After strolling the streets for a while, he realized that dusk had crept in unbeknownst to him. Upon returning home, night had fully enveloped the sky. After tending to his evening routine, he retired to bed. A night passed. The following morning, Lin Han awoke, refreshed and ready. After a brief wash and a light meal, he settled into the living room and opened his laptop. He revisited the post he had made the previous day. To his surprise, a multitude of comments had accumulated beneath it. User, host, have you ever experienced a lucid dream? Once, just before sleeping, I pondered what it would be like to traverse into a parallel universe. And guess what? I truly found myself in a parallel universe within my dream, a world that mirrored my imagination perfectly. I was aware that I was dreaming, yet everything felt so real. Eventually, I awoke, and since then, I have not experienced such a dream again. This led me to contemplate and arrive at a hypothesis. Throughout history, humanity has woven countless tales, some entirely fictitious and others adaptations. For instance, anime, films, television series, and novels. These are narratives birthed from human creativity. Perhaps, at the very moment these stories are created, a corresponding parallel universe emerges. Or perhaps, we are indeed in the act of conjuring parallel universes. Our imagination and creativity surpass that of other beings. I even surmise that stories do not need physical vessels to generate parallel universes. I conjecture that any story conceived within our minds, even fleeting imaginings, could spawn a parallel universe. Moreover, individuals in other parallel universes might also be imagining, thus contributing to the creation of additional parallel realities. These innumerable universes collectively form an expansive multiverse. User, host, I have pondered this notion as well. Could my consciousness traverse to another parallel universe? Subsequently, I attempted various methods to validate the existence of parallel universes, yet none were successful. User, host, I understand the concept you're discussing, but it is a profound topic, and I am uncertain how to traverse. Hard work is essential. I have a plan. In the name of God, hard work is essential. Keep your little scheme to yourself. Shanghai's deep affection. Host, I have some research in this area. If you genuinely wish to learn more, feel free to message me. Upon reading the comment from Shanghai's deep affection, Lin Han's eyes sparkled with interest. He swiftly sent a private message. World, hello, I am a host. I have come to message you. After a brief moment, a response arrived. Shanghai's deep affection. Thank you for your trust. Discussing such matters online can be unclear and unsafe. Allow me to provide you with a phone number and an address. You can come and find me here. The individual known as Shanghai First Deep Affection shared his contact details. Rest assured, I have pondered extensively on this matter and have consulted various texts. I am certain that my insights will prove beneficial to you, he assured. Thank you. If you can assist me, I shall be eternally grateful, the other responded. There is no need for that. My assistance is not driven by the desire for recompense. I simply delight in exploring peculiar subjects, Shanghai First Deep Affection replied. Engaging in research alongside like-minded individuals brings me joy, and that alone is the greatest reward. Very well, I shall make my way to you immediately, the other affirmed. All right, I am at the address now. Call me upon your arrival, Shanghai First Deep Affection instructed. With that, Lin Han closed his laptop, grabbed his phone, and exited his residence. He made his way out of the community and summoned a ride-hailing vehicle. Shortly thereafter, the car arrived, and he settled in, heading toward his destination. In no time, they reached the location. Lin Han disembarked and paid the fare via his phone. He surveyed his surroundings. It was a bustling square filled with people. He scanned the area, but could not discern who Shanghai First Deep Affection might be. Lin Han dialed the number for Shanghai First Deep Affection. The call was answered almost instantly by a youthful male voice. "Hello, my friend. Have you arrived?" "Yes, where are you?" Lin Han inquired. "I am seated on a set of steps to the north of the square. I'm wearing a super cool outfit. You'll recognize me as the most dashing one here," came the reply. "All right, I shall head over," Lin Han responded. He hurried to the northern side of the square, where he indeed spotted a set of steps bustling with activity. Amidst the crowd sat a young man right in the middle of the steps. He was undeniably handsome. No, to say he was merely handsome would be an understatement. He was remarkably striking. The young man wore a white shirt beneath a brown jacket, complemented by black and red trousers that exuded style. Moreover, he donned a deep green cloak. His hair was neatly cropped, and his features could only be described as breathtaking. Lin Han approached the young man. "Hello, are you Shanghai First Deep Affection?" he asked. The young man looked up and smiled. "Indeed, it must be World?" "Yes, Lin Han confirmed." The young man rose to his feet, exclaiming, "See, I told you I would be easy to find. Are you in costume?" Lin Han queried. The young man nodded. "Yes, check out my cloak. It's the Wings of Freedom cloak from Attack on Titan." "And who are you portraying?" Lin Han queried. "Levi Ackerman." The young man replied. Lin Han nodded slightly, very impressive. "I am Shishi. Greetings, I am Lei Outyin. It's a pleasure to meet you." Lei Outyin extended his hand in friendship. Lin Han grasped Lei Outyin's hand eagerly. "Outyin, do you truly know how to traverse into a parallel universe?" he inquired with anticipation. Lei Outyin displayed a confident smile. "I cannot guarantee a successful passage, but I can certainly offer you assistance." "Wonderful. I am eager to attempt it right away. Could you enlighten me on the process?" Lin Han implored. Lei Outyin stroked his chin thoughtfully. "My friend, there is no need to rush. Allow me a moment to ponder." First, tell me which parallel universe you wish to journey to." Lin Han paused momentarily before confessing. "To be honest, I have traversed once before." "Do you believe me?" Lei Outyin expressed surprise. "My friend, you cannot be jesting, can you?" Chapter 60, are you suggesting that you found yourself in a parallel universe? Perhaps in a dream? Lei Outyin inquired. Lin Han shook his head firmly. "No, I'm certain that my consciousness has traversed dimensions." Lei Outyin's face lit up with excitement. "Wow, is that truly the case? You are remarkable. Pray tell me about your journey, and I shall assist you in analyzing it." Lin Han recounted the incident of being struck unconscious by an iron rod and subsequently finding himself in a matriarchal world. However, he refrained from delving into the details, merely stating it was a society ruled by women. He had shared some specifics with Wang Xiaohu earlier, as the latter was a trusted confidant, having been a long-time colleague. After all, Wang Xiaohu was the only one by his side upon his awakening, and he was undoubtedly a brother worthy of trust. After listening to Lin Han's narrative, Lei Outyin appeared deep in thought. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "So, you are saying it is indeed a world where women hold dominion?" "Yes," Lin Han affirmed. Lei Outyin continued to ponder. "From what you have shared, I gather a clear picture. You were first rendered unconscious by the iron rod, and then transported to this matriarchal realm. You spent a considerable amount of time there, but one fateful night. After falling asleep, you unexpectedly returned. Upon your return, you discovered that only one night had passed on Earth. Yet, you find yourself longing for that matriarchal world and wish to return, correct?" Lin Han nodded eagerly. "Indeed, you are absolutely right. How can I go back?" "Calm down. We shall take our time," Lei Outyin advised. He glanced at the sky. "Let us find a place to sit and converse. The heat is quite oppressive." "All right," Lin Han agreed. Soon, they located a CAF bustling with patrons engaged in hushed conversations. They ordered 2 cups of coffee, and it wasn't long before the server brought their drinks to the table. Lei Outyin took a sip of his coffee and said, "Brother Shi, have you ever heard of a thought experiment in quantum mechanics?" "What is it?" Lin Han inquired. "St. Dinger's cat," Lei Outyin replied. "I have heard of it." Lei Outyin elaborated. "Very well, but I shall reiterate. Imagine a sealed box containing 4 items: a cat, a vial of fragile poison, a radioactive substance, and a Geiger counter. The cat represents a macroscopic entity, emblematic of our familiar classical world. The radioactive substance has the potential to decay. Yet its decay is a random event. There exists a 50 probability that it will decay within an hour and a 50 probability that it will not. If the Geiger counter detects decay, it triggers a mechanism that shatters the vial of poison, resulting in the cat's demise. Now we are positioned outside this completely sealed box, unable to see inside or hear any sounds emanating from it. An hour has elapsed. Therefore, within the box, the cat must either be alive or dead. The probability of a cat being alive or dead is equally divided. However, if we do not open the box to observe, according to the mathematical description of quantum mechanics, the entire system exists in a state of superposition. Thus, the cat simultaneously occupies the states of alive and dead. It is only when someone opens the box to observe that the superposition collapses, allowing the cat state to be definitively determined as alive or dead. This thought experiment primarily served as S.C. Dinger's critique of the flaws in the Copenhagen interpretation prevailing at the time. Subsequently, this thought experiment has garnered numerous theoretical responses. Without delving into others' theoretical explanations, let us discuss one in particular, the many worlds interpretation. This interpretation posits that upon opening the box, the universe bifurcates into two distinct parallel universes. In one of these parallel universes, the cat is alive, while in the other, the cat is dead. Lao Yin took a sip of coffee and remarked, I find myself somewhat inclined to this viewpoint, even though the Copenhagen interpretation remains the mainstream perspective. So, you believe that parallel universes exist? Lin Han inquired. Lao Yin nodded. Indeed. Therefore, if you wish to return to that matriarchal world, I believe a specific triggering mechanism is required. For instance, near-death experiences, intense emotions, or physical shocks could suffice. To return, you would likely need to recreate similar conditions, which may necessitate entering a critical state of life once again, compelling your consciousness to return along the same path. You might also need to utilize memory anchors, focusing on key individuals, scenes, or emotions from that parallel universe. Subsequently, through powerful psychological suggestion, you could ignite the return program, akin to the top concept in Inception. You mean to say, I should let a metal rod hit me again? Lin Han exclaimed in astonishment. Lao Yin replied, Precisely, that is my perspective. Of course, it need not be a metal rod. There are various ways to enter a critical state of life. This is the extent of my assistance. Let me clarify that this method is purely theoretical and may not guarantee success. Have you considered it thoroughly? Lin Han pondered for a moment. What if I fail? What will happen to me? He asked. Lao Yin shook his head. I do not know. This is also unclear to me. The question of where one goes after death has been explored by countless individuals, yet no one possesses a definitive answer. Lin Han responded, All right, but if I succeed, what will happen to this body in this world? What if I end up traversing back again? If you succeed, would you still wish to return? Lao Yin inquired. Lin Han's expression hardened. I would not. Very well. Then let us be resolute. If we do not succeed, we shall meet our end, Lao Yin stated. Lin Han paused for a moment and then asked, What do you mean? Lao Yin elucidated. When the time comes, should you enter a critical state of life, I will not intervene. If your consciousness does not traverse into the past, your physical form shall meet its demise, shrouded in uncertainty. Conversely, if your consciousness successfully crosses over, the death of this body will render your return impossible. Upon hearing these words, Lin Han took a deep breath. To be candid, he felt genuinely anxious. Though he spoke with conviction, the reality of taking action filled him with trepidation. If this attempt at consciousness traversal failed, his fate would be unknown to anyone. Yet, if he refrained from trying, he would never have the chance to reunite with Lin Han. With a resolute expression, Lin Han declared, To hell with it. Let us do this. Chapter 61. The scoundrel who steals others' happiness is such audacity, Lao Yin remarked with admiration. Shall we commence now? Lin Han inquired. Lao Yin replied. Let's postpone it for today. I will prepare, and you may find me at the same spot in the square tomorrow morning. Very well, Lin Han responded. As Lao Yin prepared to leave, Lin Han called out to him, By the way, I have one more question. Upon hearing this, Lao Yin resumed his seat. Ask away. Why did I suddenly traverse back from that matriarchal world where I was doing just fine? Lin Han queried. Lao Yin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps your physical form in this realm has awakened, compelling your consciousness to be summoned back. Lin Han nodded in understanding. Following their exchange, Lei Outyin departed the CAF, and a few minutes later, Lin Han also left. With nothing to occupy his time, he yearned to return to Blue Star, yet he had to wait until the morrow. He strolled leisurely down the street, eventually finding a cinema where he indulged in a film. After the movie, noon arrived, prompting him to seek out a more upscale restaurant for a delightful lunch. He had to admit, the taste of such prepared dishes was indeed satisfying. Upon finishing his meal, Lin Han resumed his aimless wandering, reluctant to return home. The confines of his abode felt stifling. He preferred the comfort of open spaces. As dusk descended, he located a public bench and sat down, gazing at the setting sun. A wave of emotion washed over him as he reflected, regardless of how things unfold. I shall depart from this world tomorrow. Lin Han, will I ever see you again? Nevertheless, irrespective of the outcome, I will give my all. You have done so much for me. I must summon the courage to do the same for you. After all, a love that is reciprocated holds true significance. If I truly return, I shall divulge everything to you. I refuse to deceive your affections. I wonder how you would react if you learned that I am, in fact, a traveler from another realm. Would it be fury or sorrow? If you choose to part ways with me, I would harbor no resentment, for it is I who have occupied another's body. I am but a scoundrel who steals the happiness of others. Yet, even if you were to end our relationship, I would still proclaim loudly to you. Lin Han rose, shouting towards the horizon, I love you. Passers-by cast bewildered glances in his direction, to which Lin Han responded with a nonchalant smile. Later that evening, he returned home and meticulously organized his surroundings. Once everything was in order, Lin Han ventured out, securing a hotel near the square. The next day, morning arrived, and Lin Han awoke, refreshing himself before enjoying a sumptuous breakfast in the hotel dining area. Subsequently, he made his way to the staircase at the square, where the cool morning breeze brushed against his face, invigorating his spirit. Lei Outyin had yet to arrive. Lin Han sat on the steps, awaiting his fate. After approximately 20 minutes, Lei Outyin arrived, clad in casual attire and wielding a hammer. Lin Han rose, a look of astonishment crossing his face. What are you doing? He inquired. Lei Outyin brandished the hammer, declaring, I'm here to send you off. Lin Han swallowed hard. You mean, you intend to strike me on the head with that? Lei Outyin gave him a thumbs up, clever. Lin Han bit his lip. Outyin, is there a gentler way to do this? No, my brother. Let us not prolong the agony. A swift end is better than a prolonged suffering, Lei Outyin replied. Lin Han gazed at the hammer, anxiety swirling within him. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally relented. All right, go ahead. Lei Outyin, filled with admiration, exclaimed, Excellent. You are the most resolute person I have ever encountered. I commend you. He raised the hammer and charged at Lin Han. Despite his fear, Lin Han steeled himself for the sake of Lin Han. Suddenly, he remembered he had yet to bid farewell to Wang Xiao. He raised his hand. Wait, I still have something to say. Lei Outyin swung the hammer towards Lin Han's head, prompting Lin Han to hastily dodge. He took several large strides down the steps. Outyin, wait, I still need to talk, he shouted over his shoulder. Lei Outyin, hammer in hand, pursued him relentlessly. Brother, don't hesitate. Hesitation leads to defeat. Let me send you on your way. Lin Han fled into the distance, with Lei Outyin hot on his heels. Stop. I have unfinished business. Lin Han shouted back. Brother, spare the excuses. I've seen this situation too many times. Don't be afraid. Fear is natural. Just endure it. Thus, the two men engaged in a relentless chase across the square. He fled. He pursued. It was as if he had wings. Lin Han, left with no choice, cried out, Help! Someone save me. There's an attempted murder. Bystanders witnessing the scene pulled out their phones to record. Goodness, a hammer-wielding maniac. This is outrageous. Call the police. Call the police. In broad daylight, such audacity to attempt murder was beyond belief. Fear not, young man. I shall assist you. An elderly gentleman rushed forward, positioning himself between the two. With a serious expression, he commanded, Stop, or I shall not hold back. Those who block my path shall perish. Lei Outyin shouted. The old man assumed a fighting stance. Lei Outyin, desperate, quickly maneuvered around him. Fortunately, The elderly gentleman's legs were not as nimble as those of the youth, and he was soon left behind. The old man lamented, "Curse it, picking on a 69-year-old. Lin Han ran until exhaustion set in, yet when he glanced back, he saw that Lei Outyin was still full of energy. Gradually, the distance between them began to close. Finally, Lei Outyin swung the hammer. Lin Han, unable to evade in time, was struck squarely on the head. His expression froze, consciousness fading into a blur as he collapsed to the ground. He observed as Lei Outyin hastily discarded the hammer and knelt beside him. Brother Shi, reflect upon the things that hold immense significance in that world. Lei Outyin urged. Lin Han thought of Li Lan. He envisioned her countenance, recalling the myriad moments they shared together. Ultimately, he realized he had not bid farewell to Wang Xiaohu. Xiaohu, forgive me. Brother can only accompany you. This far. Weary, he shut his eyes. He summoned every memory of his experiences with Li Lan. On the beach, she had embraced him for the first time in secret. It was the inaugural confession he had received from a girl throughout both of his lifetimes. In the mango grove, he was abducted by a muscular woman. Li Lan had raced towards him with wild determination to rescue him. How remarkable! Over 30 kilometers. How had she managed to arrive? Surely, she must be exhausted. Chapter 62. Returned to Blue Star eventually. They eloped, much like the romantic tales often narrate. In that moment, he was no longer merely Shishi. He had transcended the role of an ordinary passerby. He was the protagonist, Lin Han. It dawned upon me. I too could embody the role of a leading man in a story. I too could be embraced tightly by another. I too could be loved. How exhausting it is. Li Lan, I truly love you. I long to see your face once more. To behold the strands of your hair gently tousled by the sea breeze. To witness your valiant efforts to protect me as you perform handstand push-ups on the beach. To gaze upon your tender smile. To see your silhouette as you shield me with unwavering determination. I wish to see you again. Oh heavens! I implore you, grant me another chance. I yearn so deeply to behold that girl whose eyes were filled with me. Lin Han opened his eyes to the sight of the ceiling, and there, a remarkably familiar face emerged. Li Lan. Upon witnessing Lin Han's awakening, Li Lan was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she rubbed her eyes, confirming that this was not a figment of her imagination. Tears welled up her eyes as her hands rushed to caress Lin Han's face. Xiao Han, you truly have awakened. Oh, I thought you would never wake again. Tears streamed down Lin Han's cheeks. Li Lan, I missed you so much. I am here. Xiao Han, I have always been here. Li Lan laughed and wept simultaneously. Lin Han sat up and surveyed his surroundings. It was a single patient room, exuding an air of sophistication. Lin Han, somewhat bewildered, inquired, "Where am I?" Xiao Han, you are in a hospital, Li Lan hurriedly explained. You may not know this, but on that fateful morning on Whalen Island, I awoke to find you unconscious. It has been over a year since you first fell into a coma. A year? Lin Han exclaimed, astonished. It seemed that the flow of time in the two universes was indeed disparate. He scanned the room. So, I've been unconscious for more than a year? Yes. Li Lan Apfim. She recounted to Lin Han everything that transpired during his unconsciousness. Upon hearing her words, Lin Han came to a profound realization. It turned out that the day after his coma, a rescue team from Huaxia arrived at Whalen Island. Initially, Huaxia had detected the downed aircraft via satellite, but negotiations were prolonged due to disputes among nations. Fortunately, they ultimately managed to reach Whalen Island. The rescue team scoured the entire island, bringing all survivors back to Huaxia. Jiangxing and others faced numerous accusations for their transgressions, resulting in their imprisonment. The remaining survivors, upon returning to Huaxia, resumed their respective lives. The English teacher and Lu Jingyu, having endured significant trauma, took several months to recover. The vice principal was dismissed from his position. Throughout this year-long ordeal, Lin Han remained in a deep coma, with even the doctors unable to ascertain the cause. The captain, along with Long Shui and the teachers and students, visited Lin Han during this period. Notably, the captain received immense acclaim from all sectors of society for her exceptional performance during the catastrophic aviation disaster, rising to fame. In the face of all four engines failing at an altitude of over 10,000 meters. She skillfully executed a successful emergency landing of a large passenger aircraft on the beach, achieving a remarkable survival rate of 95.15. This extraordinary event, dubbed the Miracle of Valen Island, captured the attention of the entire world. Experts remarked that this captain truly accomplished the feat of flying without engines. Lin Han expressed her joy. Xiao Han, we are now in our senior year. Due to your prolonged state of unconsciousness, your parents arranged for your leave of absence. What about you? Lin Han inquired. Lin Han smiled gently. I did the same. With you in a coma, I had no heart to attend classes. I have been here every day caring for you, hoping for the day you would awaken. Relieved, Lin Han added with a smile. Thankfully, you have finally woken up. Xiao Han, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? You just regained consciousness and have been receiving nutrition through 4. Your body must still be quite weak. I will call the doctor now. As she spoke, Lin Han reached for the call button. Wait, Lin Han interrupted her. Xiao Han, what is wrong? Lin Han asked with concern. Lin Han's expression was complex. He was genuinely happy to see Lin Han again, yet anxious about her potential reaction upon learning of his otherworldly origins. Ultimately, he decided that it was better to confront the truth directly. Lin Han, I have something very important to tell you, Lin Han stated earnestly. Lin Han, noticing his serious demeanor, became serious as well. What is it, Xiao Han? Lin Han divulged the entirety of his situation, revealing his journey across worlds. After sharing his story, he exhaled deeply, feeling inexplicably lighter. He looked at Lin Han nervously, fearful that she might abandon him. Lin Han pondered for a moment. So, you are Shishi from Earth, a patriarchal world. On the day of the plane incident, you crossed over into Lin Han's body. The Lin Han I knew before is no longer alive, correct? Yes, Lin Han replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. What are your thoughts on this? You can hit me or scold me. I will accept it. I have taken over Lin Han's body and assumed his name. Back on Earth, I was just an ordinary citizen, and I have no right to enjoy Lin Han's life. It is indeed shameless of me to relish in another person's beautiful existence while not being true to myself. In the past 2 days on Earth, I have contemplated a great deal. Speak boldly. I can handle whatever you say. Lin Han smiled. I believe what you have told me. I can faintly sense that you and Lin Han are indeed quite different, both in character and in demeanor and habits. Lin Han, feeling more anxious, inquired. Then what are your thoughts? Lin Han, with a serious gaze, replied, I cherish the Lin Han of the past, and I cherish the Lin Han of the present as well. If only we could merge the body of the Lin Han from yesteryears with the soul of the Lin Han today, I believe it would be a perfect union. My intellect may not be so astute as to grasp such intricate matters, but I do know that you stand before me, vibrant and tangible. That is sufficient for me. Lin Han was profoundly moved. Unable to contain himself any longer, he threw himself into Lin Lan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Lin Han hurriedly offered gentle comfort. After a moment, Lin Han lifted his head and called out Lin Han. Yes. Lin Han replied with a warm smile. Chapter 63. My beloved wife, I love you, Lin Han declared. Lin Han was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. I never expected Xiao Han to utter sweet words. This is quite rare. Lin Han offered a faint smile in return. A week passed, during which many events unfolded. Lin Han was discharged from the hospital and returned to school, as did Lin Han. Lin Han met her parents in this world, a loving couple of striking appearance. The captain, Long Shui, along with teachers and classmates, visited Lin Han at home. Today was a momentous occasion. Lin Han and Lin Han were getting married. The ceremony took place on a grassy field, attended by numerous guests. On stage, Lin Han, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded an air of elegance. Lin Han mirrored her attire in a black suit as well. Their parents sat together while Long Shui, the captain, teachers, and classmates gathered to witness the event. Su Yu gazed at the stage with a look of despair. Zhang Yuqing intended to say something, but refrained upon seeing Su Yu's despondency. Long Shui smiled at the couple on stage, remarking, How wonderful. The host took the microphone and addressed Lin Han. Ms. Lin Han, do you take Mr. Lin Han as your husband, pledging to love him in both poverty and wealth, in lowliness and nobility, in prosperity and adversity, in health and sickness, through every trial and tribulation, in times of chaos or even to the ends of the universe. Ido, Lin Han replied lastly. The host then turned to Lin Han. Mr. Lin Han, do you take Ms. Lin Han as your wife? Committing to love her in both poverty and wealth, in lowliness and nobility, in prosperity and adversity, in health and sickness, through every trial and tribulation, in times of chaos or even to the ends of the universe. I do, Lin Han answered with sincerity. The audience erupted into applause. Now please exchange rings, the host announced. Lin Han and Lin Han produced their rings, gazing at each other with profound affection as they adorned each other's ring fingers. The applause intensified. The wedding ceremony concluded smoothly. That evening, in Lin Han's home, within their marital abode, Lin Han sat on the bed, embracing Lin Han's shoulders. See, Han, this feels like a dream, Lin Han remarked with a smile. Lin Han chuckled. To be honest, I share that sentiment. It feels so surreal. Lin Han flashed a mischievous grin. Then let us make it real. What do you mean? Lin Han inquired. Without a word, Lin Han pushed Lin Han onto the bed. Hey, what are you doing? Lin Han exclaimed in surprise. With desire gleaming in her eyes, Lin Han pressed her lips against Lin Han's. A night passed. The following day, at noon, Lin Han's family gathered around the dining table. Lin Han's father, with a face full of concern, gently rubbed Lin Han's belly, asking, Little Han, are you still feeling unwell? Lin Han, looking distressed, replied, It's nothing, Dad. Lin Han sat nearby, her heart aching for Lin Han. Lin Han's father, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Just look at you. You've put little Han through so much. Lin Han's mother, smiling yet admonishing, added, Indeed, while it's normal for young couples to behave this way, Lin Han, you must be gentler. Lin Han scratched her head, acknowledging I understand. Lin Han turned to Lin Han and reassured her, It's okay. I'm just not used to it this first time. Little Han, have you not changed how you address her? Lin Han's mother reminded with a laugh. Lin Han's cheeks flushed as she looked at Lin Han and said, Wife. Mistress. Lin Han beamed with joy, exclaiming, Ah, the mistress is here. The end.